Sermon 148. Both of these two, about Talha and Az-Zubayr and the people of Basra. ومن خطبة له عليه السلام. فذكر أهل البصرة. Both of these two wishes the caliphate for himself and is drawing towards himself as against the other fellow. They do not employ any connection for getting access to Allah, nor proceed towards him through any means. Both of them bear malice against the other. Shortly, his veil over it will be uncovered. By Allah, if they achieve what they aim at, one of them will kill the other, and one will finish the other. The rebellious party has stood up. Where are the seekers of virtue? For the paths have already been determined, and they have been given the news. For every misguidance there is a cause, and for every break of pledge there is a misrepresentation. By Allah, I shall not be like him who listens to the voice of mourning, hears the man who brings news of death, and also visits the mourner, yet does not take lesson. كل واحد منهما يرجو الأمر له ويعطفه عليه دون صاحبه لا يمد آلا إلى الحبل ولا يمد آلا إليه بسبب كل واحد منهما حامل ضلا لصاحبه وعما قليل يشفي قناعة به وله لئن أصابوا الذي يريدون لينتزعن هذا نفس هذا وليأتين هذا على هذا قد قامت الفئة الباغية فأين المحتسبون قد سنت لهم السنن وقدم لهم الخبر وللضلة علة ولنكاث شبهة وإلا لا أكون كمستمع للدم يسمع الناعة ويحضر الباك ثم لا يعتبر. Alternative sources for Sermon 148. Abu Mikhnaf al-Jamal, C. Ibn Abi al-Hadid, Sharh, I. 78, Al-Mufid, Al-Irshad, 142. Sermon 149. O people, everyone shall meet before his martyrdom. وَمِنْ كَلَامِهِ عَلَيْهِ السَّلَامِ قَبْلَ مَوْتِهِ. O people, everyone shall meet what he wishes to avoid by running away. Point 1. Death is the place to which life is driving. To run away from it means to catch it. How many days did I spend in searching for the secret of this matter, but Allah did not allow save its concealment. Alas, it is a treasured knowledge. As for my last will, it is that concerning Allah, do not believe in a partner for him, and concerning Muhammad, do not disregard his sunnah. Keep these two pillars and burn these two lamps. Till you are not divided, no evil will come to you. Point 2. Every one of you has to bear his own burden. It has been kept light for the ignorant. Allah is merciful. Faith is straight. The leader is the holder of knowledge. Yesterday I was with you. Today I have become the object of a lesson for you, and tomorrow I shall leave you. May Allah forgive me and you. أيها الناس، كل امرئ لاق بما يفر منه، ففراره والأجل مساق النفس، والهرب منه موافاته. كم أطردت الأيام أبحثها عن منون هذا الأمر، فأبى ألا إخفاءه هيهات. علم مخزون، أما وصية فألا تشركوا به شيئا. ومحمدا فلا تضيعوا سنته. أقيم هذين العمودين وأوقد هذين المصباحين وخلاكم ذم ما لم تشردوا. حمل كل امرؤ مجهوده وخفف عن الجهلة رب رحيم ودين قويم وإمام عليم. أنا بالأمس صاحب وأنا اليوم عبرة لم وغدا مفارق غفر الله له ولم. If the foot remains firm in this slippery place, well and good. But if the foot slips, this is because we are under the shade of branches. the passing of the winds, and the canopy of the clouds, whose layers are dispersed in the sky, and whose traces disappeared in the earth. I was your neighbor. My body kept you company for some days, and shortly you will find just an empty body of mine, which would be stationary after movement and silent after speech, so that my calmness, the closing of my eyes, and the stillness of my limbs may provide you counsel, because it is more of a counsel for those who take a lesson than eloquent speech and a ready word. I am departing from you like one who is eager to meet. Tomorrow you will look at my days, then my inner side will be disclosed to you, and you will understand me after the vacation of my place and its occupation by someone else. أن تثبت الوطاء فهذه المزلة فذاك، وإن تدحض القدم فإن كنا أفياء أغصان ومهاب رياح وتحت ظل غمام اضمحل فالجو متلف قهاها وعفى في الأرض مخطها. وإن ما كنت جارا جاوركم بظن أياما، وستعقبون من جثة خلاء ساكنة بعد حراك وصامتة بعد نطق، ليعظم هدوئي وخفوت إطراق وسؤنة أطراف، فإنه أوعظ للمعتبرين من المنطق البليغ والقول المسموع. وداع امرئ مرصد للتلاق، غدا ترون أياما ويشف لم عن سرائري، وتعرفون أن بعد خلمانا وقيام غير مقام. Alternative sources for Sermon 149. Al-Kulaini, Usul al-Kafi, I. 229. Al-Masudi, Muruj, 2. 436. Al-Mas'udi, Ithbat, 103. Ibn Asakir, Tarikh, 12. 211. 1. This means that during all the time spent in the attempts that a man makes to avoid death and in the means he adopts for it, it is only the span of life that is shortened. As the time passes, the objective of death approaches near, so much so that in one's attempt to seek life, one meets death. 2. وَخَلَقَكُمْ ضَمٌّ. This sentence is used as a proverb. It was first employed by Kasir, slave of Jedima ibn Malik al-Abrash. 3. The intention is that when all these things die, how can those who inhabit them remain safe? Certainly, they too, like everything else, have to pass away some day or other. Then why should there be any wonder at my life coming to an end? Sermon 150. They took to the right and the left, about future events and some activities of the hypocrites. They took to the right and the left, piercing through to the ways of evil and leaving the paths of guidance. Do not make haste for a matter which is to happen and is awaited, and do not wish for delay in what the morrow is to bring for you. For how many people make haste for a matter, but when they get it, they begin to wish they had not got it? How near is today to the dawning of tomorrow? O my people, this is the time for the occurrence of every promised event and the approach of things which you do not know. Whoever from among us will be during these days will move through them with a burning lamp, and will tread on the footsteps of the virtuous, in order to unfasten knots, to free slaves, to divide the united, and to unite the divided. He will be in concealment from people. The stalker will not find his footprints, even though he pursues with his eye. Then a group of people will be sharpened like the sharpening of swords by the blacksmith. Their sight will be brightened by revelation. The commentary will be put in their ears, and they will be given drinks of wisdom morning and evening. وأخذوا يمينا وشمالا ضعنا فمسالك الغاء وتركا لمذاهب الرشد فلا تستعجلوا ما هو كائن مرصد ولا تستبطئوا ما يجيء به الغد فمن من مستعجلا بما إن أدركه ود أن هال لم يدركه، وما أقرب اليوم من تباشير غد. يا قوم، هذا أبان ورود كل موعود، ودنو من طلعة ما لا تعرفون، إلا وإن من أدركها منها يسري فيها بسراج منير، ويحذو فيها على مثال الصالحين، ليحل فيها ربقا ويعتق رقا، ويصدع شعبا ويشعب صدعا، فهو سترة عن الناس لا يبصر القائف أثره. ولو تابع نظره، ثم ليشحذن فيها قوما شحذ القين النصلا، فيجل بالتنزيل أبصارهم، ويرمى بالته فسير مسامعهم، ويغبقون كأس الحمة بعد الصبوح. A part of the same sermon concerning misguidance. Their period became long in order that they might complete disgrace and deserve vicissitudes, till the end of the period was reached, and a group of people turned towards mischief and picked up their arms for fighting. The virtuous did not show any obligation to Allah, but calmly endured, and did not feel elated for having engaged themselves in truthfulness. Eventually, the period of trial came to an end according to what was ordained. Then they propagated their good views among others and sought nearness to Allah according to the command of their leader. وطال الأمد بهم ليستملوا الخزي ويستوجبوا الغير، حتى إذا أخلق الأجل واستراح قوم الفتن وأشالوا عن لقاح حربهم، لم يمنوا على آل بالصبر، ولم يستعظموا بذل أنفسهم في الحق، حتى إذا وافق وارد القضاء انقطاع مدة البلاء، حملوا بصائرهم على أسيافهم ودانوا لربهم بأمر واعظهم. When Allah took the Prophet, a group of men went back on their tracks. The ways ruined them, and they placed trust in deceitful intriguers, showed consideration to other than kinsmen, abandoned the kin whom they had been ordered to love, and shifted the building from its strong foundation and built it in other than its place. They are the source of every shortcoming, and the door of gropers in the dark. They were moving to and fro in amazement, and lay intoxicated in the manner of the people of the pharaohs. They were either bent on this world and taking support on it, or away from the faith and removed from it. حتى إذا قبض الله رسوله صلى الله عليه وآله، رجع قوم على الأعقاب، وغالتهم السبل، وأطلوا على الولائج، ووصلوا غير الرحم، وهجروا السبب الذي أمروا بمودته، ونقلوا البناء عن رص أساسه، فبنوه فغير موضعه. معادن كل خطية، وأبواب كل ضارب، فغمرة قد ماروا، فالحيرة وذهلوا، فالسرة على سنة من آل فرعون. من منقطع الدنيا راكن أو مفارق للدين مباين. Alternative sources for Sermon 150. Al-Tabari, Al-Mustarshid, 74. Sermon 151. I praise Allah and seek His help. The condition of the people during disorder, and advice against oppression and unlawful earning. يحذر من الفتن. The two testimonies. الشهادتان. I praise Allah and seek His help from punishment of Satan and his deceitful acts, and protection from Satan's traps and waylayings. I stand witness that there is no God but Allah, and I stand witness that Muhammad is His slave and His prophet, and His chosen and His selected one.
Muhammad's distinction cannot be paralleled, nor can his loss be made good.
Populated places were brightened through him when previously there was dark misguidance. Overpowering ignorance and rude habits, and people regarded unlawful as lawful, humiliated the man of wisdom, passed lives when there were no prophets, and died as unbelievers. وأحمده وأستعينه على مداحر الشيطان ومزاجره والاعتصام من حبائله ومخاتله. وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله ونجيبه وصفوته، لا يوازي فضله ولا يجبر فقده، أضاءت به البلاد بعد الضلالة المظلمة والجهالة الغالبة. والجفوة الجافية، والناس يستحلون الحريم ويستذلون الحريم، يحيون على الفترة ويموتون على الكفر. Warning against religious strife. التحذير من الفتن. You, O people of Arabia, will be victims of calamities which have come near. You should avoid the intoxication of wealth. Fear the disasters of chastisement. Keep steadfast in the darkness and crookedness of mischief when its hidden nature discloses itself. Its secrets become manifest, and its axis and the pivot of its rotation gain strength. It begins in imperceptible stages, but develops into great hideousness. Its youth is like the youth of an adolescent, and its marks are like the marks of beating by stone. ثم إن معشر العرب أغراض بلايا قد اقتربت، فأطقوا سرات النعمة واحذروا بوائق النقمة وتثبتوا في قتام. العشوة وعوجاج الفتنة عند طلوع جنينها وظهور كمينها وانتصاب قطبها ومدار رحاها. تبدأ في مدارج خفية، وتول الفظاعة جلية، شبابها كشباب الغلام وآثارها كآثار السلام. Oppressors inherit it by agreement. The first of them serves as a leader for the latter one, and the latter one follows the first one. They vie with each other in this lowly world and leap over this stinking carcass. Shortly, the follower will denounce his connection with the leader, and the leader with the follower. They will disunite on account of mutual hatred and curse one another when they meet. Then after this, there will appear another arouser of mischief who will destroy ruined things. The heart will become wavering after being normal. Men will be misled after safety. Desires will multiply and become diversified, and views will become confused. يتوارثها الظلمة بالعهود. أولهم قائد لآخرهم وآخرهم مقتد بأولهم. يتنافسون في دنيا دنية ويتألبون على جيفة. مريحة، وعن قليل يتبرأ التابع من المتبوع والقائد من المقود، فيتزايلون بالبغضاء ويتلاعنون عند اللقاء. ثم يأتي بعد ذلك طالع الفتنة الرجوف والقاصمة الزحوف، فتزيغ قلوب بعد استقامة وتضل رجال بعد سلامة. وتختلف الأهواء عند هجومها وتلتبس الآراء عند نجومها. Whoever proceeds towards this mischief will be ruined, and whoever strives for it will be annihilated. They will be biting each other during it as the wild asses bite each other in the herd. The coils of the rope will be disturbed, and the face of affairs will be blinded. During it, sagacity will be on the ebb, and the oppressors will speak. This mischief will smash the Bedouins with its hammers and crush them with its chest. In its dust, the single marchers will be lost, and in its way, the horsemen will be destroyed. It will approach with the bitterness of destiny, and will give pure blood. It will breach the minarets of faith and shatter the ties of firm belief. The wise will run away from it, while the wicked will foster it. It will thunder and flash. It will create a severe disaster. In it, kinship will be forsaken, and Islam will be abandoned. He who declaims it will also be affected by it, and he who flees from it will stay in it. من أشرف لها قسمته ومن سعى فيها حطمته يتأدمون فيها تأدم الحمر في العانة. قد اضطرب معقود الحبل وعم وجه الأمر. تغيض فيها الحمى وتنطق فيها الظلمة وتدق أهل البدو بمسحلها وطردهم بلدلا. يضيع في غبارها الوحدان ويهلك في طريقها الركبان. ترد بمر القضاء وتحلب عبيط الدماء وتثلم منار الدين وتنقض عقد اليقين. يهرب منها الأكياس ويدبرها الأرجاس، مرعد مبراك كاشفة عن ساق، تقطع فيها الأرحام ويفارق عليها. الإسلام بريها سقيم وضاعنها مقيم. A part of the same sermon. Among them, some will be unavenged martyrs, and some will be stricken with fear and seek protection. They will be deceived by pledges and fraudulent belief. You should not become landmarks of mischiefs and signs of innovations, but should adhere to that on which the rope of the community has been wound, and on which the pillars of obedience have been founded. Proceed towards Allah as oppressed, and do not proceed to Him as oppressors. Avoid the paths of Satan and the places of revolt. Do not put in your bellies unlawful morsels, because you are facing Him who has made disobedience unlawful for you, and made the path of obedience easy for you. بين قتيل مطلول وخائف مستجير يختلون بعقد الإيمان وبغرور الإيمان. فلا تأووا أنصاب الفتن وأعلام البدع، والزموا ما عقد عليه حبل الجماعة وبنيت عليه أركان الطاعة، وأقدموا عليه مظلومين ولا تقدموا عليه. ظالمين وأساقوا مدارج الشيطان ومهابط العدوان، ولا تدخلوا بطونهم لعقل حرام، فإن مبعن من حرم عليم. المعصية وسهل لمن سبل الطاعة. Alternative sources for Sermon 151. Al-Sayyid al-Yamani, Al-Taraz, E. 334. Sermon 152. Praise be to Allah, who is, about the greatness and the attributes of Allah, 1, and the qualities of the Imams. وَمِنْ خُطْبَةٍ لَهُ عَلَيْهِ السَّلَامُ. Praise be to Allah, who is proof of His existence through His creation, of His being eternal through the newness of His creation, and through their mutual similarities of the fact that nothing is similar to Him. Senses cannot touch Him, and curtains cannot veil Him, because of the difference between the maker and the made, the limiter and the limited, and the sustainer and the sustained. He is one, but not by the first in counting, is creator, but not through activity or labor, is hearer, but not by means of any physical organ, is looker, but not by a stretching of eyelids, is witness, but not by nearness, is distinct, but not by measurement of distance, is manifest, but not by seeing, and is hidden, but not by subtlety. He is distinct from things because He overpowers them and exercises might over them, while things are distinct from Him because of their subjugation to Him and their turning towards Him. الأحد لا بتأويل عدد، والخالق لا بمعنى حركة ونصب، والسميع لا بأداة، والبصير لا بتفريق آلة، والشاهد لا بمماسة، والبائن لا بتراخي مسافة، والظاهر لا برؤية، والباطن لا بلطافة. بأن من الأشياء بالقهر لها والقدرة عليها وبانت. الأشياء منه بالخضوع له والرجوع إليه. He who describes Him limits Him. He who limits Him numbers Him. He who numbers Him rejects His eternity. He who said how sought a description for Him. He who said where bounded Him. He is the knower, even though there be nothing to be known. He is the sustainer, even though there be nothing to be sustained. He is the powerful, even though there be nothing to be overpowered. من وصفه فقد حده، ومن حده فقد عده، ومن عده فقد أبطل أزاله، ومن قال كيف فقد استوصفه، ومن قال أين فقد حيزه. عالم إذ لا معلوم، ورب إذ لا مربوب، وقادر إذ لا مقدور. A part of the same sermon about the divine leaders. The riser has risen, the sparkler has sparkled, the appearer has appeared, and the curved has been straightened. Allah has replaced one people with another, and one day with another. We awaited these changes as the famine-stricken await the rain. Certainly, the Imams are the vicegerents of Allah over His creatures, and they make the creatures know Allah. No one will enter paradise except he who knows them and knows Him, and no one will enter hell except he who denies them and denies Him. فقد طلع طالع ولمع لامع ولاح لائح واعتدل مائل واستبدل إله بقوم قوما وبيوم يوما وانتظرنا الغير انتظار المجد بالمطر وإنما الأئمة قوام الآئمة قوام آله على خلقه وعرفاه على عباده لا يدخل الجنة إلا من عرفهم وعرفوه ولا يدخل النار إلا من أنرهم وأنروه. Allah the Glorified has distinguished you with Islam and has chosen you for it. This is because it is the name of safety and the collection of honor. Allah the Glorified chose its way and disclosed its pleas through open knowledge and secret maxims. Its wonders are not exhausted and its delicacies do not end. It contains blossoming bounties and lamps of darkness. Virtues cannot be opened save with its keys, nor can gloom be dispelled save with its lamps. Allah has protected its inaccessible points and allowed grazing in its pastures. It contains cover for the seeker of cure and full support for the seeker of support. إن آل خصما بالإسلام واستخلصلم له وذلك لأنه اسم سلامة وجماع كرامة اصطفأ له تعالى منهجه وبين حججه من ظاهر علم وباطن حلم لا تفني غرائبه ولا تنقض عجائبه فيه مرابيع النعم ومصابيح الظلم لم تفتح الخيرات إلا بمفاتحه ولا تشفو الظلمات إلا بمصابحه قد أحمو حماه وأرعى مرعاه فيه شفاء المستشفى وكفاية المتفتية. Alternative sources for Sermon 152. Al-Kulaini, Usul al-Kafi, I. 139. Al-Amidi, Ghurar, 232-235. 1. The first part of this sermon consists of important issues concerning the science of knowledge about Allah, wherein Amir al-Mu'mineen has thrown light on the matter that Allah is from ever and His attributes are the same as He Himself. When we cast a glance at creation, we see that for every movement there is a mover, from which every man of ordinary wisdom is compelled to conclude that no effect can appear without a cause. So much so that even an infant a few days old, when his body is touched, feels in the depth of his consciousness that someone has touched him. He indicates it by opening his eyes, or turning and looking. How then can the creation of the world and the system of all creation be arranged without a creator or organizer? Once it is necessary to believe in a creator, then he should exist by himself, because everything which has a beginning must have a center of existence from which it should terminate. If that too needed a creator, there would be the question of whether this creator is also the creation of some other creator or exists by itself. Thus, unless a self-created creator is believed in, who should be the cause of all causes? The mind will remain groping in the unending labyrinth of cause and effect, and never attain the idea of the last extremity of the series of creation. It would fall into the fallacy of circular arguing and would not reach any end. If the Creator were taken to have created Himself, then there would be either He should be non-existent or existent. If He were not existent, then it would not be possible for something non-existent to create any existent being. If He were existent before creating Himself, there would be no sense in coming into being again. Therefore, it is necessary to believe that the Creator should be a being not dependent on any other creator for his own existence, and everything else should be dependent on him. This dependence of the entire creation is a proof that the existence of the source of all creation is from ever and eternal. And since all beings other than he are subject to change, are dependent on position and place, and are similar to one another in qualities and properties. And since similarity leads to plurality, whereas unity has no like save itself, therefore nothing can be like him. Even things called one cannot be reckoned after his unity, because he is one and singular in every respect. He is free and pure from all those attributes which are found in body or matter, because he is neither body, nor color, nor shape, nor does he lie in any direction, nor is he bounded within some place or locality. Therefore, man cannot see or understand him through his senses or feelings, because senses can know only those things which accord with the limitations of time, place, and matter. To believe that he can be seen is to believe that he has body. But since he is not a body, and he does not exist through a body, and he does not lie in any direction or place, there is no question of his being seen. But his being unseen is not like that of subtle material bodies, due to whose delicacy the eye pierces through them, and eyes remain unable to see them, as, for example, the wind in the vast firmament. But he is unseen by his very existence. Nevertheless, nothing is unseen for him. He sees as well as hears, but is not dependent on instruments of seeing or hearing. Because if he were in need of organs of the body for hearing and seeing, he would be in need of external things for his perfection, and would not be a perfect being. Whereas he should be perfect in all respects, and no attribute of perfection should be apart from his self. To believe in attributes separately from his self would mean that there would be a self and a few attributes, and the compound of the self and the attributes would be Allah. But a thing which is compounded is dependent on its parts, and these parts must exist before their composition into the whole. When the parts exist from before, how can the whole be from ever and eternal, because its existence is later than that of its parts? But Allah had the attributes of knowledge, power, and sustaining even when nothing was existent, because none of his attributes were created in him from outside. But his attributes are his self, and his self is his attributes. Consequently, his knowledge does not depend on the object of knowledge existing first and then his knowledge, because his self is prior to things coming into existence. Nor is it necessary for his power that there should first exist the object to be overpowered, and then alone he would be called powerful. Because powerful is that who has power equally for doing or abandoning, and as such, the existence of the object to be overpowered is not necessary. Similarly, sustainer means master. Just as he is the master of the non-existent after its coming into existence, in the same way he has power to bring it into existence from non-existence. Namely, if he so wills, he may bestow existence upon it. Sermon 153. He has been allowed time by Allah about negligent persons and the characteristics of beasts, carnivores, and women. He has been allowed time by Allah. He is falling into error along with negligent persons and goes early in the morning with sinners without any road to lead or any imam to guide. A part of the same sermon. At last, when Allah will make clear to them the reward for their sins and take them out from the veils of their neglectfulness, they will proceed to what they were running away from, and run away from what they were proceeding to. They will not benefit from the wants they will satisfy or the desires they would fulfill. I warn you and myself from this position. A man should derive benefit from his own self. Certainly, prudent is he who hears and ponders over it, who sees and observes, and who benefits from instructive material, and then treads on clear paths wherein he avoids falling into hollows and straying into pitfalls, and does not assist those who misguide him by turning away from truthfulness, changing his words, or fearing truth.
أن أحذركم ونفس هذه المنزلة فلينتفع امرؤ بنفسه فإنما البصير من سمع فتفرع ونظر فأبصر وانتفع بالعبر ثم سلك جدا واضحا يتجنب فيه الصرع فالمهاوي والضلال فالمغاوي ولا يعين على نفسه الغواه بتعسف.
فحق أو تحريف في نطق أو تخوف من صدق. Exhorting the people. عظة الناس. O my listener, be cured from your intoxication, wake up from your slumber, decrease your hasty activity, and ponder over what has come to you through the Holy Prophet, the Ummi One, which is inevitable and inescapable. You should turn away from him who opposes him, and leave whatever he has adopted for himself. Put off your vanity, drop your haughtiness, and recall your grave, because your way passes over it. You will be dealt with as you deal with others. You will reap what you sow, and what you send today will meet you tomorrow. So provide for your future and send for your day. Fear, fear, O listener. Act, act, O careless one. None can inform you like the one who is aware.
فأفق أيها السامع من سرتك واستيقظ من غفلتك واختصر من عجلتك وأنعم الفرى فيما جاءك عل لسان النبي الأمة صلى الله عليه وآله مما لا بد منه ولا محيص عنه وخالف من خالف ذلك الغيرة ودعه وما رضيه. لنفسه وضع فخرك وأحطت كبرك واذكر قبرك فإن عليه ممرك وكما تدين تدان وكما تزرع تحصد وما قد مت اليوم تقدم عليه غدا فأمهد لقدمك وقدم ليومك. فالحذر الحذر أيها المستمع والجد الجد أيها الغافل ولا ينبئك
مثل خبير. One of the firm decisions of Allah in the wise reminder upon which He bestows reward or gives punishment, and through which He likes or dislikes, is that it will not benefit a man, even though he exerts himself and acts sincerely, if he leaves this world to meet Allah with one of these acts without repenting.
Namely, that he believed in a partner with Allah during his obligatory worship,
or appeased his own anger by killing an individual, or spoke about acts committed by others, or sought fulfillment of his needs from people by introducing an innovation in his religion, or met people with a double face, or moved among them with a double tongue. Understand this, because an illustration is a guide for its like.
إن من عزائم إله فذرك الذكر الحريم التي عليها يثيب ويعاقب ولها يرضى ويسخط. إنه لا ينفع عبدا وإن أجهد نفسه وأخلص فعله أن يخرج من الدنيا لاقيا ربه بخصلة من هذه الخصال لم يتب منها، أن يشرك بالإله فيما افترض عليه من عبادته أو يشف غيظه بهلاك نفسه أو يقر بأمر فعله غيره أو يستنجح حاجة الناس بإظهار
بدعة في دينه أو يلقي الناس بوجهين أو يمشي فيهم بلسانين.
اعقل ذلك فإن المثل دليل على شبهه.
Beasts are concerned with their bellies. Carnivores are concerned with assaulting others. Women are concerned with the adornments of this ignoble life and the creation of mischief herein. Two believers are humble. Believers are admonishers, and believers are afraid.
أن البهائم همها بطونها، وأن السباع همها العدوان على غيرها، وأن النساء همهن زينة الحياة الدنيا والفساد فيها. إن المؤمنين مستيفنون، أن المؤمنين مشفقون، أن المؤمنين خائفون.
Alternative sources for Sermon 153.
الحراني تحف 108.
الكليني الكافي v 82.
والرام المجموعة 77.
1. The word Ummi has been used in the Holy Quran with reference to the Holy Prophet in chapter 7, 157 to 158. For better understanding of the word, refer to the books of commentary on the Holy Quran. 2. The intention is to say that the cause of all mischief and evil is the passion to satisfy bodily needs and the passion to subdue. If a human being is subjugated by the passion to satisfy bodily needs and considers filling the stomach as his aim, there will be no difference between him and a beast, because a beast too has no aim except to fill its belly. But if he is overpowered by the passion to subdue others and takes to killing and devastation, there will be no difference between him and a carnivorous beast, because the latter's aim is also tearing and devouring. If both the passions are at work in him, then he is like a woman, because in a woman both these passions act side by side, and because of this she is extremely eager of adornment and is active in fanning mischief and disturbance. However, a true believer will never agree to adopt these habits as his mode of behavior. Rather, he keeps his passions suppressed so that he neither allows pride and vanity to approach near him, nor does he fan mischief or disturbance for fear of Allah.
Ibn Abil Hadid has written that Amir al-Mu'mineen delivered this sermon at the time of marching towards Basra.
And since the trouble of Basra was the result of a woman's instigation, Amir al-Mu'mineen has, after mentioning beasts and carnivore, held a woman also to possess such qualities.
Thus, the Battle of Basra was the result of these qualities, whereby thousands of persons were involved in death and destruction. Sermon 154. He who has an intelligent mind looks to his goal.
About the Ahlul Bayt and their opponents.
He who has an intelligent mind looks to his goal. He knows his low road as well as his high road. The caller has called. The shepherd has tended. So respond to the caller and follow the shepherd. They have entered the oceans of disturbance and have taken to innovations instead of the Sunnah, while the believers have sunk down, and the misguided and the liars are speaking. We are the near ones, companions, treasure holders, and doors. Houses are not entered save through their doors. Whoever enters them from other than the door is called a thief.
قد خاضوا بحار الفتن وأخذوا بالبدع دون السنن وأرزى المؤمنون ونطق الضال ومان المذبون.
نحن الشعار
والأصحاب والخزنة والأبواب ولا تؤتي البيوت إلا من أبوابها فمن أتاها من غير أبوابها سمى سارقا.
A part of the same sermon. The delicacies of the Quran are about them, and they are the treasurers of Allah. When they speak the truth. But when they keep quiet, no one can speak unless they speak. The forerunner should report correctly to his people, should retain his wits, and should be one of the children of the next world, because he has come from there and would return to it.
فيهم كرائم القرآن وهم كنوز الرحمن إن نطقوا صدقوا وإن صمتوا لم يسبقوا
فليصدق رائد أهله وليحضر عقلته ولين من أبناء الآخرة فإنها منها قدم وإليها ينقلب.
The beginning of the action of one who sees with heart and acts with eyes, it is to assess whether the action will go against him or for him. If it is for him, he indulges in it, but if it is against him, he keeps away from it. For he who acts without knowledge is like one who treads without a path. Then his deviation from the path keeps him at a distance from his aim. And he who acts according to knowledge is like he who treads the clear path. Therefore, he who can see should see whether he should proceed or return. You should also know that the outside has a similar inside. Of whatever the outside is good, its inside too is good. And whatever the outside is bad, its inside too is bad. The truthful prophet has said that Allah may love a man but hate his action, and may love the action but hate the man. You should also know that every action is like vegetation, and vegetation cannot do without water, while waters are different. So where the water is good, the plant is good, and its fruits are sweet. Whereas where the water is bad, the plant will also be bad, and its fruits will be bitter.
واعلم أن للظاهر باطنه أي مثاله، فما طاب ظاهره طاب باطنه، وما خبث ظاهره خبث باطنه. وقد قال الرسول الصادق صلى الله عليه وآله: إن إلها يحب العبد ويبغض عمله، ويحب العمل ويبغض بدنه. فاعلم أن كل عمل نبات، وكل نبات لا غنى به عن الماء، والمياه مختلفة، فما طاب سقيه طاب غرسه، وحلت ثمرته، وما خبث سقيه خبث غرسه، وأمرت ثمرته.
Alternative sources for Sermon 154. Al-Amidi, Ghurar, 252, 324, 331.
اليماني التراز I 217.
Sermon 155. Praise be to Allah who is such that it is not possible to describe. About the wonderful creation of the bat.
يذكر فيها بديع خلقة الخفاش.
In praise of Allah. Hamdullahi wa tanzihih. Praise be to Allah, who is such that it is not possible to describe the reality of knowledge about him, since his greatness has restrained the intellects, and therefore they cannot find the way to approach the extremity of his realm. He is Allah, the true, the manifester of truth. He is more true and more manifest than eyes can see. Intellects cannot comprehend him by fixing limits for him, since in that case, to him, would be attributed shape. Imagination cannot catch him by fixing quantities for him, for in that case, to him would be attributed body. He created creatures without any example, and without the advice of a counsel, or the assistance of a helper. His creation was completed by his command and bowed to his obedience. It responded and did not defy. It obeyed and did not resist.
هو إله الحق المبين، أحق وأبين مما ترى العيون. لم تبلغه العقول بتحديد، فيقونون مشبها، ولم تقع عليه الأوهام بتقدير، فيقونون ممثل. لا، خلق الخلق على غير تمثيل ولا مشورة مشير ولا معاونة معين، فتم خلقه بأمره وأذعن. لطاعته فأجاب ولم يدافع، وانقاد ولم ينازع.
The creation of the bat.
خلقة الخفاش.
An example of his delicate production, wonderful creation and deep sagacity which he has shown us is found in these bats which keep hidden in the daylight, although daylight reveals everything else, and are mobile in the night, although the night shuts up every other living being. and how their eyes get dazzled and cannot make use of the light of the sun so as to be guided in their movements, and so as to reach their known places through the direction provided by the sun. Allah has prevented them from moving in the brightness of the sun and confined them to their places of hiding instead of going out at the time of its shining. Consequently, they keep their eyelids down in the day and treat night as a lamp, and go with its help in search of their livelihood. The darkness of night does not obstruct their sight, nor does the gloom of darkness prevent them from movement. As soon as the sun removes its veil and the light of morning appears, and the rays of its light enter upon the lizards in their holes, the bats pull down their eyelids on their eyes and live on what they had collected in the darkness of the night. Glorified is He who has made the night as day for them to seek livelihood, and made the day for rest and stay. He has given them wings of flesh with which, at the time of need, they rise upwards for flying. They look like the ends of ears without feathers or bones. Of course, you can see the veins quite distinctly. They have 2 wings, which are neither too thin so that they get turned in flying, nor too thick so that they prove heavy. When they fly, their young ones hold on to them and seek refuge with them, getting down when they get down, and rising up when they rise. The young does not leave them till its limbs become strong. Its wings can support it for rising up, and it begins to recognize its places of living and its interest. Glorified is He who creates everything without any previous sample by someone else. فسبحان من جعل الليل لها نهارا ومعاشا وجعل النهار لها سنا وقرارا وجعل لها أجنحة من لحمها تعرج بها عند الحاجة الطيران كأنها شظايا الآذان غير ذوات ريش ولا قصب إلا أنك ترى مواضع العروق بينة أعلاما لها جناحان لما يرق فينشق ولم يغلظ فيثقلا. تطير وولدها لاصق بها لاجئ إليها، يقع إذا وقعت ويرتفع إذا ارتفعت، لا يفارقها حتى تشتد أركانه، ويحمله النهوض جناحه، ويعرف مذاهب عيشه ومصالح نفسه. فسبحان البارئ شيء على غير مثال خلا من غيره. Alternative sources for Sermon 155. Al-Yamani, Al-Taraz, I, 334. Sermon 156. Whoever can at this time keep himself. About the malice borne by Aisha, and warning the people of Basra about what was to occur. Whoever can at this time keep himself clinging to Allah should do so. If you follow me, I shall certainly carry you, if Allah so wills, on the path of paradise, even though it may be full of severe hardship and of bitter taste. فمن استطاع عند ذلك أن يعتقل نفسه على الهاء فليفعل، فإن أطعتموني فإن حاملهم إن شاء الله على سبيل الجنة، وإن كان ذا مشقة شديدة ومذاقة مريرة. As regards a certain woman, one, she is in the grip of womanly views, and malice is boiling in her bosom like the furnace of the blacksmith. If she were called upon to deal with others as she is dealing with me, she would not have done it. Even hereafter, she will be allowed her original respect, while the reckoning is an obligation on Allah.
وأما فلانة فأدركها رأي النساء وضغن غلا في صدرها كمرجل القين ولو دعيت لتنال من غير ما أتت لم تفعل ولها بعد حرمتها الأول والحساب على الله.
A part of the same sermon, describing faith. This path is the lightest course and the brightest lamp. Guidance towards virtuous actions is sought through faith, while guidance towards faith is achieved through virtuous actions. Knowledge is made to prosper through faith, and death is feared because of knowledge. This world comes to an end with death, while the next world is secured in this world. With the day of resurrection, paradise is brought near, and hell will be brought into view for the perverse. For people, there is no escape from resurrection. They are heading for this last end in its appointed course. A part of the same sermon. They have got up from the resting places in their graves and have set off for the final objectives. Every house has its own people. They are not changed nor shifted from there. Commanding for good and refraining from evil are two characteristics of Allah, the glorified. They can neither bring death near nor lessen sustenance.
وأن الأمر بالمعروف والنهي عن المنكر لخلقان من خلق الله سبحانه وأنهما لا يقربان من أجل ولا ينقصان منه.
رزق. You should adhere to the book of Allah because it is the strong rope, a clear light, a benefiting cure, a quenching for thirst, protection for the adherent, and deliverance for the attached. It does not curve so as to need straightening, and does not deflect so as to be corrected. Frequency of its repetition and its falling on ears does not make it old. Whoever speaks according to it speaks truth, and whoever acts by it is forward.
وعليه بتاب الله فإنه الحبل المتين والنور المبين والشفاء النافع والري الناقع والعصمة للمتمسك والنجاة للمتعلق لا يعوج فيقام ولا يزيغ فيستعتب ولا تخلقه كثرة الرد وولوج السمع من قال به صدق ومن عمل به
سبط. A man stood up and said, O Amir al-Mu'mineen, tell us about this disturbance, and whether you inquired about it from the Holy Prophet. Thereupon Amir al-Mu'mineen said, when Allah, the Glorified, sent down the verse, Alif Lam Mim. What? Do people imagine that they will be let off on saying, we believe, and they will not be tried? I came to know that the disturbance would not befall us so long as the Prophet is among us.
فقال عليه السلام ألم أحسب الناس أن يتركوا أن يقولوا آمنا وهم لا يفتنون صلى الله عليه وآله بين أظهرنا.
So I said, O Prophet of Allah, what is this disturbance of which Allah, the Sublime, has informed you? He replied, O Ali, my people will create trouble after me. I said, O Prophet of Allah, on the day of Uhud, when people had fallen martyrs and I was not among them, and that was distressing for me, did you not say to me, cheer up, as martyrdom is for you hereafter? The Prophet replied, yes, it is so, but what about your enduring at present? I said, O Prophet of Allah, this is not an occasion for endurance, but rather an occasion for cheering up and gratefulness.
Quote, فقلت يا رسول الله ما هذه الفتنة التي أخبرتك بها؟ فقال يا عل إن أمت سيفتنون من بعدي. فقلت يا رسول آله أوليس قد قلت له يوم أحد حيث استشهد من استشهد من المسلمين وحيزت عن الشهادة فشق ذلك علي فقلت له أبشر فإن الشهادة من ورائك. فقال لي إن ذلك لذلك فيصبرك إذن. فقلت يا رسول الله ليس هذا من مواطن الصبر ولن من مواطن البشرى والشر.
Then he said, O Ali, people will fall into mischief through their wealth, will show obligation to Allah on account of their faith, will expect His mercy, will feel safe from His anger, and regard His unlawful matters as lawful by raising false doubts and by their misguiding desires. They will then hold lawful wine by calling it barley water, a bribe by calling it a gift, and taking of usurious interest by calling it sale. I said, O Prophet of Allah, how should I deal with them at the time? whether to hold them to have gone back in heresy or just in revolt. He said, in revolt. Alternative sources for Sermon 156. Al-Tusi, Talkhis al-Shafi, I, 326. Al-Hilli, Mukhtasar Basairu ad-Darajat, 195. Al-Tabarsi, Al-Ihtijaj, I, 326. Al-Muttaqi, Kanz, 8, 215. Al-Majlisi, Bihar, Bab al-Fitan wa al-Mihan, 448. 1. There is no denying the fact that Aisha's behavior towards Amir al-Mu'minin was throughout inimical, and very often her heart's turbidity expressed itself on her face, and her hatred and dislike became quite apparent, so much so that if in connection with some affair Amir al-Mu'minin's name came up, a frown appeared on her forehead, and she did not relish pronouncing it with her tongue. For example, when Ubaydullah ibn Abdullah mentioned to Abdullah ibn Abbas the narration by Aisha, namely that, in his death illness, the Prophet, taking support on Al-Fadl ibn Abbas and another person, came to her house, Abdullah ibn Abbas said, "Do you know who this other man was?" He said, "No." Then he said, "Ali ibn Abi Talib, but she is averse to name him in a good context." One cause for this hatred and malice was the presence of Hadrat Fatima, whose wholesome dignity and esteem pricked her heart like a thorn. Her jealousy towards the other wives did not allow her to let the Prophet love the daughter of his other wife to such a degree that he should stand on her approach, seat her in his own place, declare her most honorable of all the women of the world, and bear such love towards her children as to call them his own sons. All these things pained her much, and naturally her feelings on such an occasion were that if she had borne children, they would have been the Prophet's sons, and they would have been the pivot of the Prophet's affection, instead of Imam Hassan and Imam Hussein. But she was not gifted with any issue, and she gratified her own desire to be a mother by adopting the surname Abdillah after her sister's son. In short, all these things created the passion of hatred in her heart, as a result of which she off and on complained to the Prophet against Hadrat Fatima, but could not succeed in diverting the Prophet's attention from her. News about this mortification and estrangement also reached the ears of Abu Bakr. That would only perturb him, as he too could do nothing, except that his verbal sympathies were with his daughter. At last, the Prophet left this world, and the reins of government fell into his hands. Now was the opportunity for him to avenge as best as he could, and to perpetrate whatever violence he had in mind. Consequently, the first step he took was that, in order to deprive Hadrat Fatima of inheritance, he denied the principle of inheritance in the case of the prophets, and held that neither do the prophets inherit, nor are they inherited from, but the property left by them escheats to the state. Fatima was so much affected that she gave up speaking to him, and passed away from this world with these very feelings. Aisha did not even take the trouble to express any sorrow at her tragic death. Thus, Ibn Abil Hadid has written, "When Fatima expired, all the wives of the Prophet came to Bani Hashim in condolence, except Aisha. She did not come and showed herself sick, and words from her reached Ali which displayed her joy. As long as she bore so much malice against Hadrat Fatima, how could Fatima's spouse be spared similar enmity and malice?"
Particularly when such events also occurred which worked like a fan and roused her feeling of hatred, such as the incident of Ifk, when Amir al-Mu'minin said to the Prophet,
"She is no better than the buckles of your shoe. Leave her and divorce her away." On hearing this, Aisha must have felt miserable in her bed, and must have developed the severest feeling of hatred against him.
There were also moments when distinction was conferred on Amir al-Mu'minin in preference to Abu Bakr. For instance, in connection with the dispatch of the Quranic verses on Bara'ah,
the Prophet removed Abu Bakr from the job, recalled him, and assigned it to Amir al-Mu'minin, saying that he had been commanded by Allah to take it himself or send it through a member of his family.
Similarly, the Prophet closed all the doors opening into the mosque, including that of Abu Bakr, but allowed the door of Amir al-Mu'minin's house to continue to open thereinto. Aisha could not relish Amir al-Mu'minin's distinction over her father, and whenever there was any occasion for such distinction, she did her best to undo it. When, in his last days, the Prophet ordered the contingent under Usama ibn Zayd to march,
and ordered Abu Bakr and Umar also to go under his command, they received a message from the wives of the Prophet that his condition was serious, and therefore the contingent should come back instead of proceeding further.
This was because their far-reaching sight had realized that the only purpose in getting Medina vacated by the Muhajirin and the Ansar could be that after the death of the Prophet, no one should stand in Amir al-Mu'minin's way, and that he should get the caliphate without any trouble.
On receipt of this message, the contingent under Usama came back. When the Prophet learnt this, he again ordered Usama to march with the contingent and even said, "Allah may curse him who keeps away from the contingent." Whereupon they again set off, but they were again called back till the Prophet's illness assumed serious proportions. But Usama's contingent did not go out as it did not want to. After this, Abu Bakr was sent word through Bilal that he should deputize the Prophet in leading the prayers in order to pave the way for his caliphateship. Accordingly, keeping this in view, he was first shown as the Prophet's caliph in prayers, and eventually was accepted as his caliph for all purposes. Thereafter, matters were so contrived that Amir al-Mu'minin could not get the caliphate. However, after the reign of the third caliph, circumstances took such a turn that people were obliged to swear allegiance at Amir al-Mu'minin's hand. On this occasion, Aisha was present in Mecca. When she learnt about Amir al-Mu'minin's caliphate, her eyes began emitting flames, and rage and anger perturbed her mind. And her hatred for Amir al-Mu'minin assumed such seriousness that she rose against him on the excuse of avenging blood of the same man whom she had herself proclaimed fit to be killed, and openly declared war, as a result of which so much bloodshed occurred that the whole land of Basra was smeared with the blood of those killed, and the door of disunity was opened for good. Sermon 157. Praise be to Allah, who made praise the key. Urging people towards piety. وَمِنْ خُطْبَةٍ لَهُ عَلَيْهِ السَّلَامُ. Praise be to Allah, who made praise the key for his remembrance, a means for increase of his bounty, and a guide for his attributes and dignity. O creatures of Allah! Time will deal with the survivors just as it dealt with those gone by. The time that has passed will not return, and whatever there is in it will not stay forever. Its later deeds are the same as the former ones. Its troubles try to excel one another. Its banners follow each other. It is as though you are attached to the last day, which is driving you as rapidly as are driven the she-camels which are dry for 7 months. He who busies himself with things other than improvement of his own self becomes perplexed in darkness and entangled in ruination. His evil spirits immerse him deep in vices and make his bad actions appear handsome. Paradise is the end of those who are forward, and hell is the end of those who commit excesses.
عباد إله إن الدهر يجري بالباقين كجرية بالماضين لا يعود ما قد ول منه ولا يبقى سرمدا ما فيه.
آخر فعالة كأوله، متسابقة أموره، متظاهرة إعلامه.
فإنما بالساعة تحدوكم حدو الزاجر بشوله، فمن شغل نفسه بغير نفسه تحير، فالظل لمات وارتبك فالهلات، ومدت به شياطينه فطغيانه، وزينت له سيء أعماله، فالجنة غاية
ولا النار غاية المفرطين.
Know, O creatures of Allah, that piety is a strong house of protection, while impiety is a weak house which does not protect its people, and does not give security to him who takes refuge therein. Know that the sting of sins is cut by piety, and the final aim is achieved by conviction of belief. O creatures of Allah, 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 in the matter of your own selves, which are the most beloved and dear to you, because Allah has clarified to you the way of truthfulness and lighted its paths. So either ever-present misfortune or eternal happiness. You should therefore provide in these mortal days for the eternal days.
You have been informed of the provision, ordered to march, and told to make haste in setting off.
You are like staying riders who do not know when they would be ordered to march on. Beware! What will he, who has been created for the next world, do with this world? What will a person do with wealth which he would shortly be deprived of, while only its ill effects and reckoning would be left behind for him?
عباده الإله، إله الإله في أعز الأنفس عليم وأحبها إليه، فإن الإله قد أوضح سبيل الحق وأنار طرقه، فشقاوة لازمة أو سعادة دائمة.
فتزودوا، فأيام الفناء لأيام البقاء.
قد دللتم على الزاد وأمرتم بالزان وحثثتم على المسير، فإن ما أنتم كركب وقوف لا يدرون متى يؤمرون بالسير. ألا فما يصنع بالدنيا من خلق للآخرة؟
وما يصنع بالمال من عماه؟ قليل يسلبه وتبقى عليه تبعته وحسابه.
O creatures of Allah, the good which Allah has promised should not be abandoned, and the evil from which He has refrained should not be coveted. O creatures of Allah, fear the day when actions will be reckoned. There will be much quaking, and even children will get old.
عباد الله، إنه ليس لما وعد آلاه من الخير مترك، ولا فيما نهى عنه من الشر مرغب.
عباد إله، احذروا يوما تفحص
فيه الأعمال ويؤثر فيه الزلزال وتشيب فيه الأطفال.
Know, O creatures of Allah, that your own self is a guard over you. Limbs are watchmen and truthful vigil keepers who preserve your actions and the numbers of your breaths. The gloom of the dark night cannot conceal you from them, nor can closed doors hide you from them. Surely tomorrow is close to today. Today will depart with all that it has, and tomorrow will come in its wake. It is as though every one of you has reached that place on earth where he would be alone, namely the location of his grave. So, what to say of the lonely house, the solitary place of staying, and the solitary exile? It is as though the cry has reached you, the hour has overtaken you, and you have come out for the passing of judgment. Falsehood have been removed from you, and your excuses have become weak. The truth about you has been proved. All your matters have proceeded to their consequences. Therefore, you should take counsel from examples, learn lessons from vicissitudes, and take advantage of the warners.
يذهب اليوم بما فيه ويجأ الغد لاحقا به، فإن كل امرئ منم قد بلغ من الأرض منزل وحدته ومخط حفرته، فيا له من بيت وحده ومنزل وحشه ومفرد غربة.
وكانت الصيحة قد اتمت، والساعة قد غشيتم، وبرزتم لفصل القضاء، قد زاحت عنا للأباطيل، واضمحلت عنا للعلل، واستحققتم بالحقائق، وصدرت بما الأمور.
مصادرها: فعضوا بالعبر، واعتبروا بالغير، وانتفعوا بالنذر.
Alternative sources for Sermon 157. Ibn al-Athir, Al-Nihaya, 2, 510. Al-Amidi, Ghurar, 97.
الوسيطي، عيون الحكم. See Bihar, Volume
17, 113. Sermon 158. Allah deputied the Prophet at a time. About the Holy Prophet and the Holy Quran.
ومن خطبة له عليه السلام.
Allah deputed the Prophet at a time when there had been no prophets for some time. People had been in slumber for a long time, and the twist of the rope had loosened. The Prophet came with testification to what were already there, and also with a light to be followed. It is the Quran. If you ask it to speak, it won't do so, but I will tell you about it. Know that it contains knowledge of what is to come about, stories of the past, cure for your ills, and regulation for whatever faces you. A part of the same sermon about the autocracy of the Umayyads. At that time there will remain no house or tent, but oppressors would inflict it with grief and inject sickness in it. On that day, no one in the sky will listen to their excuse, and no one on the earth will come to their help. You selected for the governance one who is not fit for it, and you raised him to a position which was not meant for him. Shortly, Allah will take revenge from everyone who has oppressed, food for food and drink for drink, namely, colocynth for eating, myrrh and aloes for drinking, and fear for an inner, and the sword for an outer covering. They are nothing but carrier beasts laden with sins, and camels laden with evil deeds. I swear, and again swear, that the Umayyads will have to spit out the caliphate as phlegm is spat, and thereafter they will never taste it, nor relish its flavor, so long as day and night rotate. Alternative sources for Sermon 158. Ibn al-Athir, Al-Nihaya, I, 46, 3, 198. IV, 347, v. 34. Al-Kulaini, Rawdah, 62. Al-Mufid, Al-Irshad, 173. Sermon 159. I lived as a good neighbor to you. Good behavior with his subjects and ignoring their faults. I lived as a good neighbor to you and tried my best to look after you. And I freed you from the snare of humbleness and the fetters of oppression through my gratefulness for the little good, and closed my eyes to your many misdeeds, which my eyes had observed and my body had witnessed. Alternative sources for Sermon 159. No sources mentioned. Sermon 160. Allah's verdict is judicious. Praise of Allah. Allah's verdict is judicious and full of wisdom. His pleasure implies protection and mercy. He decides with knowledge and forgives with forbearance. O my God, praise be to thee for what thou takest and givest, and for that from which thou curest, or with which thou afflictest. Praise which is the most acceptable to thee, the most liked by thee, and the most dignified before thee. Praise which fills all thy creation and reaches where thou desirest. Praise which is not veiled from thee and does not end, and whose continuity does not cease.
اللهم لك الحمد على ما تأخذ وتعطي وعلى ما تعافي وتبتلي. حمدا يون أرض الحمد لك، وأحب الحمد إليك، وأفضل الحمد عندك. حمدا يملأ ما خلقت ويبلغ ما أردت.
حمدا لا يحجب عنك ولا يقصر دونك.
حمدا لا ينقطع.
عدده ولا يفنى مدده. Greatness of Allah. We do not know the reality of thy greatness, except that we know that thou art ever-living and self-subsisting, by whom all things subsist. Drowsiness or sleep does not overtake thee. Vision does not reach thee, and sight does not grasp thee. Thou seest the eyes, and countest the ages. Thou holdest by foreheads and feet. We see thy creation, and wonder over it because of thy might, and describe it as thy great authority. Whereas what is hidden from us, of which our sight has fallen short, which our intelligence has not attained, and between which and ourselves curtains of the unknown have been cast, is far greater.
فلسنا نعلم كنه عظمتك إلا أن نعلم أنك حي لا تأخذك سنة ولا نوم، لم ينتهي إليك نظر ولم يدركك بصر، أدركت الأبصار وأحصيت الأعمال وأخذت بالنان والصال والأقدام، وما آل ذي نرى من خلقك ونعجب له من قدرتك ونصفه من عظيم سلطانك، وما تغيب عنه منا، وأقصرت أبصارنا عنه، وانتهت عقولنا دونه، وحالت سواتر. الغيوب بيننا وبينه أعظم.
He who frees his heart and exerts his thinking in order to know how thou established thy throne,
How thou created thy creatures, how thou suspended the air in thy skies, and how thou spread thy earth on the waves of water. His eyes would return tired, his intelligence defeated, his ears eager, and his thinking a wander.
فمن فرغ قلبه وأعمل فره ليعلم كيف أقمت عرشك وكيف ذرات خلقك وكيف علقت في الهواء سماواتك وكيف مددت على مور الماء أرضك رجع طرفه حسيرا وعقله مبهورا وسمعه والها وفره حائرا.
a part of the same sermon about hope and fear in Allah.
منها كيف يرجى الرجاب.
He claims, according to his own thinking, that he hopes from Allah. By Allah the Great, he speaks a lie. The position is that his hope does not appear through his action, although the hope of everyone who hopes is known through his action. Every hope is so, except the hope in Allah the Sublime, if it is impure. And every fear is established except the fear for Allah if it is unreal.
يدعي بزعمه أنه يرجو إلها كذب والعظيم. ما باله لا يتبين رجاوه في عمله. فالمن رجا عرف رجاوه فعمله. وكل رجاء إلا رجاء الله فإنه مدخول. وكل خوف محقر إلا خوف الله فإنه معلول.
He hopes big things from Allah and small things from men, but he gives to man, he does not give to Allah.
What is the matter with Allah? Glorified be his praise. He is accorded less than what is given to his creatures. Do you ever fear to be false in your hope in Allah? Or do you not regard him the center of your hope? Similarly, if a man fears man, he gives him out of his fear, which he does not give to Allah. Thus, he has made his fear for men ready currency, while his fear from the Creator is mere deferment or promise. This is the case of everyone, in whose eye this world appears big, and in whose heart its position is great. He prefers it over Allah, so he inclines towards it and becomes its devotee.
يرجو آله فال البير ويرجو العباد فال الصغير فيعطي العبد ما لا يعطي الرب فما بال إله جل ثناوه يقصر به عما يصنع به بعباده أتخاف إن تون في رجائك له كاذبا أو تن لا تراه للرجاء موضعا. وكذلك أنه خاف عبدا من عبيده أعطاه من خوفه ما لا يعطي ربه فجعل خوفه من العباد نقدا وخوفه من خالقه ضمارا ووعدا. وكذلك من عظمت الدنيا في عينه وكبر موقعها من قلبه آثرها على الهوى فانقطع إليها وصار عبدا لها.
The example of the Holy Prophet. Certainly, in the Prophet of Allah was sufficient example for you, and a proof concerning the vices of the world. Its defects, the multitude of its disgraces and its evils, because its sides had been constrained for him, while its flanks had been spread for others, he was deprived of its milk and turned away from its adornments.
ولقد كان في رسول الله صلى الله عليه وآله كاف لك في الأسوة ودليل لك على ذم الدنيا وعيبها وكثرة مخازيها ومساويها، إذ قبضت عنه أطرافها ووطئت لغيره أكنافها وفطم من رضاعها وزوي عن زخارفها.
The example of Musa.
موسى عليه السلام.
If you want, I will, as a second example, relate to you concerning Musa, the interlocutor of Allah, when he said, O Allah, I need whatever good thou mayest grant me. By Allah, he asked him only for bread to eat, because he was used to eating the herbs of the earth, and the greenness of the herbs could be seen from the delicate skin of his belly due to his thinness and paucity of his flesh.
وإن شئت ثنيئت بموس كليم الها صلى الله عليه وآله ورب إنما أنزلت من خير فقير وآله ما سأله إلا خبزا يأكله لأنه كان يأكل بقلة الأرض ولقد كانت خضرة البقل ترى من شفيف صفاق بطنه لهزاله وتشد بلحمه.
The example of Dawood. If you desire, I can give you a third example of Dawood. He is the holder of the Psalms and the reciter among the people of paradise. He used to prepare baskets of date palm leaves with his own hands and would say to his companions, "Which of you will help me by purchasing it?" He used to eat barley bread out of its price.
وإن شئت ثال فتلث بداود صاحب المزامير وقارئ أهل الجنة فلقد كان يعمل سفائف الخوص بيده ويقول لجلسائه أيم يفين بيعه ويأكل قرص الشعير من ثمنها.
The example of Isa.
عيسى عليه السلام.
If you desire, I will tell you about Isa, son of Maryam. He used a stone for his pillow, put on coarse clothes, and ate rough food. His condiment was hunger. His lamp at night was the moon. His shade during the winter was just the expanse of earth eastward and westward. His fruits and flowers were only what grows from the earth for the cattle. He had no wife to allure him, nor any son to give grief, nor wealth to deviate, nor greed to disgrace him. His 2 feet were his conveyance, and his 2 hands his servant.
وإن شئت قلت فعيسى ابن مريم عليه السلام فلقد كان يتوسد الحجر ويلبس الخشن ويأكل الجشب وكان إدامه الجوع وسراجه بالليل القمر وظلاله في الشتاء مشارق الأرض ومغاربها وفاكهته وريحانه ما تنبت الأرض للبهائم ولم تن له زوجة تفتنه ولا ولد يحزنه ولا مال يلفته ولا طمع يذلها دابته رجلاه وخادمه يداه.
Following the example of the Holy Prophet, you should follow your Prophet, the pure, the chaste. May Allah bless him and his descendants. In him is the example for the follower and the consolation for the seeker of consolation. The most beloved person before Allah is he who follows his Prophet and who treads in his footsteps. He took the least from this world and did not take a full glance at it. Of all the people of the world, he was the least satiated and the most empty of stomach. The world was offered to him, but he refused to accept it. When he knew that Allah, the glorified, hated a thing, he too hated it. That Allah held a thing low, he too held it low. That Allah held a thing small, he too held it small. If we love what Allah and his Prophet hate, and hold great what Allah and his Prophet hold small, that would be enough isolation from Allah
and transgression of his commands. فتأس بنبيك الأطيب الأطهر صلى الله عليه وآله، فإن فيه أسوة لمن تأسى وعزاء لمن تعزى، وأحب العباد المتأس بنبيه والمقتص لأثره. قضم الدنيا قضما ولم يعرها طرفا، أهضم أهل الدنيا كشحا وأخمصهم من الدنيا. بطن عرضت عليه الدنيا فأبى أن يقبلها، وعلم أن إلهه سبحانه أبغض شيئا فأبغضه، وحقر شيئا فحقره، وصغر شيئا فصغره. ولو لم ينفي فينا إلا حبنا ما أبغض الإله وتعظيمنا، ما صغر إله لف به شقاقا له ومحادة عن أمره. الهاء. The prophet used to eat on the ground and sit like a slave. He repaired his shoe with his own hands and patched his clothes with his own hands. He would ride an unsaddled ass and would seat someone behind him. If there was a curtain on his door with pictures on it, he would say to one of his wives, "Oh, such and such, take it away out of my sight, because if I look at it, I recall the world and its allurements." Thus, he removed his heart from this world and destroyed its remembrance from his mind. He loved that. Its allurements should remain hidden from his eye, so that he should not secure good dress from it, should not regard it a place of stay, and should not hope to live in it. Consequently, he removed it from his mind, let it go away from his heart, and kept it hidden from his eyes. Just as a person who hates a thing hates to look at it or to hear about it. Certainly there was in the Prophet of Allah all that would apprise you of the evils of this world and its defects. Namely, that he remained hungry along with his chief companions, and despite his tremendous station and nearness, the allurements of the world remained remote from him. Now, one should see with one's intelligence whether Allah honored Muhammad as a result of this or disgraced him. If he says that Allah disgraced him, he certainly lies and perpetrates a great untruth. If he says Allah honored him, he should know that Allah dishonored the others when he extended the world for him, but held them away from him who was the nearest to him of all men.
ولقد كان في رسول الله صلى الله عليه وآله عليه السلام بذلك أم إهانة، فإن قال أهانه فقد كذب وآله العظيم، وإن قال أكرمه فليعلم أن إلهه قد أهان غيره حيث بسط الدنيا له وزواها عنه. أقرب الناس منه.
Therefore, one should follow his prophet, tread in his footsteps, and enter through his entrance. Otherwise, he will not be safe from ruin. Certainly, Allah made Muhammad a sign for the Day of Judgment, a conveyor of tidings for paradise, and a warner of retribution. He left this world hungry, but entered upon the next world safe. He did not lay one stone upon another till he departed and responded to the call of Allah. How great is Allah's blessing in that He blessed us with the Prophet as a predecessor whom we follow and a leader behind whom we tread.
فتأس متأس بنبيه واقتص أثره وولج مولجه وإلا فلا يأمن الهله، فإن الله عز وجل جعل محمدا صلى الله عليه وآله علما للساعة ومبشرا بالجنة ومنذرا بالعقوبة.
خرج من الدنيا خميصا وورد الآخرة سليما، لم يضع حجرا على حجر حتى مضى لسبيله وأجاب داعي ربه. فما أعظم منة هذه الآلة عندنا حين أنعم علينا به سلفا نتبعه قائدا ونطأه. عرقبة. The example of himself. By Allah, I have been putting patches in my shirts so much that now I feel shy of the patcher. Someone asked me whether I would not put it off, but I said, "Get away from me." Only in the morning do people speak highly of the night journey.
وهلا لقد رقت عدت مدرعتي هذه حتى استحييت من راقعها، ولقد قال لقائل ألا تنبذها؟
فقلت أغرب عن فعي.
الصباح يحمد القوم السر. Alternative sources for sermon 160. الزمخشري ربيع باب اليأس والقناعة. Sermon 161. Allah deputed the Prophet with a sparkling light. Deputation of the Holy Prophet. Allah deputed the Prophet with a sparkling light, a clear argument, an open path, and a guiding book. His tribe is the best tribe, and his lineal tree the best lineal tree, whose branches are in good proportion and fruits hanging. His birthplace was Mecca, and the place of his immigration Taibah, from where his name rose high and his voice spread far and wide. Allah sent him with a sufficing plea, a convincing discourse, and a rectifying announcement. Through him, Allah disclosed the ways that had been forsaken, and destroyed the innovations that had been introduced. Through him, he explained the detailed commands. Now, whoever adopts a religion other than Islam, his misery is definite, his stick will be cracked, his fate will be serious, his end will be long grief and distressing punishment. I trust in Allah, the trust of bending towards him, and I seek his guidance for the way that leads to his paradise and takes to the place of his pleasure. أرسله بحجة كافية وموعظة شافية ودعوة متلافية. أظهر به الشر الرائع المجهول وقمع به البدع المدخولة وبين به الأحام المفصولة. فمن يبتغي غير الإسلام دينا تتحقق شقاوته وتنفصم عروته وتعظم كبته، وين مآبه؟ إلى الحزن الطويل والعذاب الوبيل. وأتوكل على الإله توكل الإنابة إليه، وأسترشده السبيل المودي إلى جنته القاصدة.
المحل رغبته. Drawing lessons from this world.
النصح بالتقوى.
I advise you, O creatures of Allah, to exercise fear of Allah and to obey Him, because it is salvation tomorrow and deliverance forever. He warned and did so thoroughly. He persuaded and did so fully.
He described this world, its cutting away from you, its decay, and its shifting.
Therefore, keep aloof from its attractions, because very little of it will accompany you. This house is the closest to the displeasure of Allah and the remotest from the pleasure of Allah.
أوصيم عباد الله بتقوى الله وطاعته، فإنها نلجاة غدا والمنجاة أبدا.
رهب فأبلغ، ورغب فأسبغ، ووصف لما الدنيا وانقطاعها وزوالها وانتقالها. فأعرضوا عما يعجبهم فيها لقلة ما يصحبهم منها، أقرب دار من سخط الله، وأبعدها من رضوان إلهه. So close your eyes, O creatures of Allah, from its worries and engagements, because you are sure about its separation and its changing conditions. Fear it like a sincere fearer and one who struggles hard. And take a lesson from what you have seen about the falling places of those before you.
Namely, that their joints were made to vanish, their eyes and ears were destroyed, their honor and prestige disappeared, and their pleasure and wealth came to an end.
The nearness of their children changed into remoteness. The company of their spouses changed into separation with them. They do not boast over each other, nor do they beget children, nor meet each other, nor live as neighbors. Therefore, fear, O creatures of Allah, like the fear of one who has control over himself, who can check his passions and perceive with his wisdom. Surely the matter is quite clear. The sign is manifest, the course is level, and the way is straight.
فغضوا عنهم عباد الله غمومها وأشغالها لما قد أيقنتم به من فراقها وتصرف حالاتها.
فاحذروها حذر الشقيق الناصح والمجد الآدح واعتبروا بما قد رأيتم من مصارع القرون قبلهم. قد تزايلت أوصالهم وزالت أسماعهم وأبصارهم وذهب شرفهم وعزهم وانقطع سرورهم ونعيمهم، فبدلوا بقرب الأولاد فقدها وبصحبة الأزواج مفارقتها. لا يتفاخرون ولا يتناصرون ولا يتناصرون ولا يتزاورون ولا يتجاورون. فاحذروا عباد الله حذر الغالب لنفسه، المانع لشهوته أن أنظر بعقله، فإن الأمر واضح والعلم قائم والطريق جدد والسبيل قصد. Alternative sources for Sermon 161. Al-Majlisi, Bihar, 18,222. Sermon 162. O brother of Banu Asad! One of Amir al-Mu'minin's companions asked him, "How was it that your tribe deprived you of this position, although you deserved it most?" Then in reply he said, "O brother of Banu Asad, your girth is loose, and you have put it on the wrong way. Nevertheless, you enjoy in-law kinship, and also the right to ask, and since you have asked, listen. As regards the dominance over us in this station, although we were the loftiest in lineage and the strongest in relationship with the Messenger of Allah, it was an act of appropriation by some who became greedy for it, while others relinquished it through their generosity. The arbiter is Allah, and to him is the return on the day of judgment. Now leave this story of devastation about which there is hue and cry all round, and let me know the story of what happened to the riding camels.
يا أخا بن أسد، إنك قلقل الوضين ترسل فغير سد، ولك بعد ذمامة الصهر وحق المسألة، وقد استعلمت فاعلم. أما الاستبداد علينا بهذا المقام ونحن الأعلون نسبا والأشد وطئا بالرسول نوطا، فإنها كانت أثرة شحت عليها نفوس قوم وسخت عنها نفوس آخرين، والحامل آله والمعود إليه القيامة.
Come and look at the son of Abu Sufyan. Time has made me laugh after making me weep. No wonder. By Allah, what is this affair which surpasses all wonder and which has increased wrongfulness? These people have tried to put out the flame of Allah's light from His lamp and to close His fountain from its source. They mixed epidemic-producing water between me and themselves. If the trying hardships were removed from among us, I would take them on, the course of truthfulness, otherwise. So let not thyself go in grief for them. Verily Allah knoweth all that they do.
وهلم الخطب فابن أبي سفيان فلقد أضحن الدهر بعد إبائه ولا غرو له، فيا له خطبا يستفرغ العجب ويثير الأود. حاول القوم إطفاء نور الهاء من مصباحه وسد فوارته من ينبوعه، وجدحوا بيني وبينهم شربا وبيئا، فإن ترتفع عن وعنهم محن البلوى أحملهم من الحق علام محضه، وإن تأن الأخرى فلا تذهب نفسك عليهم حسرات، إن الله عليم بما يصنعون.
Alternative sources for Sermon 162. Al-Saduq, Al-Amali, 368.
Al-Saduq, Ilal, Bab 119. Al-Mufid, Al-Irshad, 172. Al-Tabari, Al-Mustarshid, 64.
1. This is a couplet of the famous Arab poet Imru al-Qais al-Kindi. The incident behind this couplet is that when the father of Imru al-Qais, namely Hujr ibn al-Harith, was killed, he roamed about the various Arab tribes to avenge his father's life with their help. In this connection, he stayed with a man of Jadila, but finding himself unsafe, left that place, and stayed with Khalid ibn Sadus an-Nabhani. In the meantime, a man of Jadila named Baith ibn Huwais drove away some of his camels.
Imru'ul Qais complained of this matter to his host, and he asked him to send with him his she-camels, then he would get back his camels. Consequently, Khalid went to those people and asked them to return the camels of his guest which they had robbed. They said that he was neither a guest nor under his protection. Thereupon, Khalid swore that he was really his guest and showed them his she-camels that he had with him. They then agreed to return the cows. But actually, instead of returning the camels, they drove away the she-camels as well. One version is that they did return the camels to Khalid, but instead of handing them over to Imru'ul Qais, he kept them for himself. When Imru'ul Qais came to know this, he composed a few couplets, out of which this is one. It means, "Now you leave the story of these camels which were robbed, but now let me know about the she-camels snatched from my hands." Amir al-Mu'mineen's intention in quoting this verse as an illustration is that, now that Muawiyah is at war, we should talk about it and should leave the discussion about the devastation engendered by those who had usurped my rights. That time has gone away. Now is the time for grappling with the mischiefs of the hour. So discuss the event of the moment and do not start untimely strain. Amir al-Mu'mineen said this because the man had put the question to him at the time of the Battle of Siffin, when the battle was raging and bloodshed was in full swing. Sermon 163. Praise be to Allah, Creator of people. Attributes of Allah.
ومن خطبة له عليه السلام.
Praise be to Allah, Creator of people. He has spread the earth. He makes streams to flow and vegetation to grow on highlands. His primality has no beginning, nor has his eternity any end. He is the first and from ever. He is the everlasting without limit. Foreheads bow before him, and lips declare his oneness. He determined the limits of things at the time of his creating them, keeping himself away from any likeness.
الحمد لله خالق العباد وساطح المهاد ومسيل الوهاد ومخصب النجاد ليس لأوليته ابتداء ولا لأزليته انقضاء هو الأول لم يزل والباقي بلا أجل خرت له الجباه ووحدته الشفاه حد الأشياء عند خلقه لها إبانة له من شبيهها.
Imagination cannot surmise him within the limits of movements, limbs, or senses. It cannot be said about him whence, and no time limit can be attributed to him by saying till. He is apparent, but it cannot be said from what. He is hidden, but it cannot be said in what. He is not a body which can die, nor is he veiled so as to be enclosed therein. He is not near to things by way of touch, nor is he remote from them by way of separation.
لا يقال والباطن لا يقال فم لا شبح فيتقصص ولا محجوب فيحوى لم يقرب من الأشياء بالالتصاق ولم يبعد عنها بافتراق.
The gazing of people's eyes is not hidden from him, nor the repetition of words, nor the glimpse of hillocks, nor the tread of a footstep in the dark night or in the deep gloom, where the shining moon casts its light and the effulgent sun comes in its wake, through its setting and appearing again and again with the rotation of time and periods, by the approach of the advancing night or the passing away of the running day.
ولا يخفى عليه من عباده شخوص لحظة ولا كرور لفظة ولا ازدلاف ربوة ولا انبساط خطوة فليل داج ولا غسق ساج يتفيأ عليه القمر المنير وتعقيبه الشمس ذات النور في الررور والأفول وتقليب الأزمنة والدهور من إقبال ليل
مقبل وإدبار نهار مدبر. He precedes every extremity and limit, and every counting and numbering. He is far above what those whose regard is limited attribute to him, such as the qualities of measure, having extremities, living in house, and dwelling in abodes, because limits are meant for creation and are attributable only to other than Allah.
قبل كل غاية ومدة وكل إحصاء وعدة تعالى عما ينحله المحددون من صفات الأقدار ونهايات الأقطار وتأثيل المساكن وثمن الأماكن، فالحد لخلقه مضروب والغيره منسوب.
Allah, the originator from naught. ابتداع المخلوقين. He did not create things from eternal matter, nor after ever-existing examples. But he created whatever he created, and then he fixed limits thereto. And he shaped whatever he shaped, and gave the best shape thereto. Nothing can disobey him, but the obedience of something is of no benefit to him. His knowledge about those who died in the past is the same as his knowledge about the remaining survivors, and his knowledge about whatever there is in the high skies is like his knowledge of whatever there is in the low earth.
لم يخلق الأشياء من أصول أزلية ولا من أوائل أبدية، بل خلق ما خلق فأقام حده وصور ما صور فأحسن صورته، ليس لشيء منه امتناع ولا له بطاعة شيء انتفاع، علمه بالأموات الماضين كعلمه بالأحياء الباقين، وعلمه بما
السماوات العل كعلمه بما في الأرضين السفل. A part of the same sermon about man's creation, and pointing towards the requirements of life. O creature, who has been equitably created, and who has been nurtured and looked after in the darkness of wombs with multiple curtains. You were originated from the essence of clay and placed in a still place for a known length and an ordained time. You used to move in the womb of your mother as an embryo, neither responding to a call nor hearing any voice. Then you were taken out from your place of stay to a place you had not seen, and you were not acquainted with the means of acquiring its benefits. Who guided you to eke out your sustenance from the udder of your mother? And, when you were in need, who apprised you of the location of what you required or aimed at? Alas! Certainly he who is unable to understand the qualities of a being with shape and limbs is the more unable to understand the qualities of the Creator, and the more remote from appreciating him through the limitations of creatures. ثم أخرجت من مقرك الدار لم تشهدها ولم تعرف سبل منافعها فمن هداك لاجترار الغذاء من ثدي أمك وعرفك عند الحاجة مواضع طلبك وإرادتك. هيهات إن من يعجز عن صفات ذي الهيئة والأدوات فهو عن صفات خالقه أعجز، ومن تناوله بحدود المخلوقين أبعد. Alternative sources for Sermon 163. Abu Nu'aym, Hilya, I, 72. Al-Wasiti, Uyun al-Hikam, C. al-Majlisi, Bihar, Volume 77, page .306. Al-Zamakhshari, Rabi', I, Bab al-Malaika. Sermon 164. The people are behind me. When people went to Amir al-Mu'minin in a deputation and complained to him through what they had to say against Uthman, and requested him to speak to him on their behalf and to admonish him for their sake, he went to see him and said, 1.
ومن كلام له عليه السلام لما اجتمع الناس إليه وشوا ما نقموه على عثمان وسألوه مخاطبته واستعتابه لهم فدخل عليه السلام على عثمان فقال
The people are behind me, and they have made me an ambassador between you and themselves, but by Allah, I do not know what to say to you. I know nothing which you do not know, nor can I lead you to any matter of which you are not aware. You certainly know what we know,
We have not come to know anything before you which we could tell you, nor did we learn anything in secret which we should convey to you. You have seen as we have seen, and you have heard as we have heard.
You sat in the company of the Prophet of Allah as we did. Ibn Abi Quhafa and Ibn al-Khattab were no more responsible for acting righteously than you, since you are nearer than both of them to the Prophet of Allah through kinship, and you also hold relationship to him by marriage which they do not hold.
إن الناس وراء وقد استسفرون بينك وبينهم وأنا ما أدري ما أقول لك.
ما أعرف شيئا تجهله ولا أدلك على أمر لا تعرفه. إنك لتعلم ما نعلم، ما سبقناك إلى شيء فنخبرك عنه، ولا خلونا بشيء فنبلغه، وقد رأيت كما رأينا،
وسمعت كما سمعنا، وصحبت رسول الله صلى الله عليه وآله صلى الله عليه وآله، وشجيجة رحم منهما، وقد نلت من صهره ما
لم ينالا. Then Allah in your own self. For by Allah you are not being shown anything as if you are blind, or being apprised of anything as if you are ignorant. The ways are clear, while the banners of faith are fixed. You should know that among the creatures of Allah, the most distinguished person before Allah is the just Imam who has been guided and guides others. So, he stands by the recognized ways of the Prophet's behavior and destroys unrecognized innovations. The ways are clear and they have signs, while innovations are also clear and they too have signs.
Certainly, the worst man before Allah is the oppressive Imam who has gone astray and through whom others go astray.
He destroys the accepted sunnah and revives abandoned innovations. I heard the Messenger of Allah saying,
On the Day of Judgment, the oppressive Imam will be brought without anyone to support him or anyone to advance excuses on his behalf.
And then he will be thrown into hell, where he will rotate as the handmill rotates. Then he will be confined to its hollow.
فآلهة آلهة فسر نفسك
فإن كوالها ما تبصر من عام ولا تعلم من جهل وإن الطرق لواضحة وإن أعلام الدين لقائمة فأعلم أن أفضل عباد الله عند الله إمام عادل هدي وهدي فأقام سنة معلومة وأمات بدعة مجهولة وإن السنن لنيرة لها أعلام وإن البدع لظاهرة لها أعلام وإن شر الناس عند الله إمام جائر ضل وضل به فأمات سنة
مأخوذة وأحيا بدعة متروكة.
وإن سمعت رسول إله صلى الله عليه وآله يقول يؤتى يوم القيامة بالإمام الجائر وليس معه نصير ولا عاذر فيلقى في نار جهنم فيدور فيها كما تدور الرحى ثم يرتبط في قعرها.
I swear to you by Allah that you should not be that Imam of the people who will be killed, because it has been said that an Imam of this people will be killed, after which killing and fighting will be made open for them till the day of judgment, and he will confuse their matters and spread troubles over them. As a result, they will not discern truth from wrong. They will oscillate like waves and would be utterly misled. You should not be the carrying beast for Marwan, so that he may drag you wherever he likes, despite seniority of age and length of life.
وإن أنشدك الآن أن تؤن إمام هذه الأمة المقتول فإنه كان يقال يقتل فهذه الأمة أمام يفتح عليها القتل والقتال يوم القيامة ويلبس أمورها عليها ويبث الفتن فيها فلا يبصرون الحق من الباطل يموجون فيها موجا
ويمرجون فيها مرجا.
فلا تونن لمروان سائقة يسوقك حيث شاء بعد جلال السن وتقاضي العمر.
Then Uthman said to Amir al-Mu'mineen, Speak to the people to give me time until I redress their grievances. Amir al-Mu'mineen then said, So far as Medina is concerned, here is no question of time. As for remoter areas, you can have the time needed for your order to reach there.
فقال له عثمان: كلم الناس فأن يوجلون حتى أخرج إليهم من مظالمهم. فقال عليه السلام: ما كان بالمدينة فلا أؤجل فيه، وما غاب فأجله وصول أمرك إليه.
Alternative sources for Sermon 164. Al-Baladhuri, Ansab, v. 60. Al-Tabari, Ta'rikh, v. 96, Events of 34H. Ibn Abd Rabi, Al-Aqd, IV, 308, 273. Al-Mufid, Al-Jamal, 100. Ibn Miskawai, Tajarib al-Umam, I, 478. 1. During the Caliphate of Uthman, when the Muslims were weary of the oppression of the government and its officials collected in Medina to complain to the senior companions of the Prophet, they came to Amir al-Mu'mineen in a peaceful manner and requested him to see Uthman and advise him not to trample on the Muslims' rights and to put an end to the troubles which were proving the cause of the people's ruin.
Whereupon Amir al-Mu'mineen went to him and uttered these words.
In order to make the bitterness of the admonition palatable, Amir al-Mu'mineen adopted that way of speech in the beginning, which would create a sense of responsibility in the addressee and direct him towards his obligations. Thus, by mentioning his companionship of the Prophet, his personal position, and his kinship to the Prophet as against the two previous caliphs, his intention was to make him realize his duties. In any case, this was obviously not an occasion for eulogizing him, so that its later portion can be disregarded and the whole speech be regarded as an eulogy of his attainments. Because from its very beginning, it is evident that whatever Uthman did, he did it willfully, that nothing was done without his knowledge or his being informed, and that he could not be held unaccountable for it because of his being unaware of it. If the adoption of a line of action which made the whole Islamic world raise hue and cry, in spite of his having been a companion of the Prophet, having heard his instructions, having seen his behavior, and having been acquainted with the commandments of Islam, can be regarded as a distinction, then this taunt may also be regarded as praise. If that is not a distinction, then this too cannot be called an eulogy. In fact, the words about which it is argued that they are in praise are enough to prove the seriousness of his crime. Because a crime in ignorance and unawareness is not so serious as the weight given to the seriousness of the commission of a crime despite knowledge and awareness. Consequently, a person who is unaware of the rise and fall of a road and stumbles in the dark night is excusable. But a person who is aware of the rise and fall of the road and stumbled in broad daylight is liable to be blamed. If on this occasion he is told that he has eyes and is also aware of the rise and fall of the way, it would not mean that his vastness of knowledge or the brightness of his eyesight is being praised, but the intention would be that he did not notice the pitfalls despite his eyes and did not walk properly, and that therefore for him having or not having eyes is the same, and knowing or not knowing is equal. In this connection, great stress inlaid on his being a son-in-law, namely that the Prophet married his two daughters, Ruqayya and Kulthum, to him one after the other. Before taking this to be a distinction, the real nature of Uthman's son-in-lawship should be seen. History shows that in this matter, Uthman did not enjoy the distinction of being the first. But before him, Ruqayya and Kulthum had been married to two sons of Abu Lahab, namely Utbah and Utaybah. But despite their being sons-in-law, they have not been included among people of position of pre-prophethood period. How then can this be regarded as a source of position without any personal merit, when there is no authority about the importance of this relationship?
nor was any importance attached to this matter in such a way that there might have been some competition between Uthman and some other important personality in this regard, and that his selection for it might have given him prominence. Or that these two girls might have been shown to possess an important position in history, tradition, or biography, as a result of which this relationship could be given special importance and regarded as a distinction for him? If the marriage of these two daughters with Utbah and Utaiba in the pre-prophethood period is held as lawful on the ground that marriage with unbelievers had not till then been made unlawful, then, in Uthman's case, also, the condition for lawfulness was his acceptance of Islam. There is no doubt that he had pronounced the kalima ash-shahadatain and had accepted Islam outwardly. As such, this marriage can be held a proof of his outward Islam, but no other honor can be proved through it. Again, it is also not agreed that these two were the real daughters of the Messenger of Allah, because there is one group which denies them to be his real daughters, and regards them as being the daughters of Khadija's sister Hala, or the daughters of her own previous husband. Thus, Abul Qasim al-Kufi writes, "When the Messenger of Allah married Khadija, then sometime thereafter Hala died, leaving two daughters, one named Zainab and the other named Ruqayya. And both of them were brought up by the Prophet and Khadija, and they maintained them. And it was the custom before Islam that a child was assigned to whoever brought him up." Ibn Hisham has written about the issues of Hadrat Khadija as follows. Before marriage with the Prophet, she was married to Abi Hala ibn Malik. She delivered for him Hind ibn Abi Hala and Zainab bint Abi Hala. Before marriage with Abi Hala, she was married to Utayak ibn Abid ibn Abdillah ibn Amr ibn Makhzum, and she delivered for him Abdullah and a daughter. This shows that of Hadrat Khadija had two daughters before being married to the Prophet, and, according to all appearance, they would be called his daughters, and those to whom they were married would be called his sons-in-law. But the position of this relationship would be the same as if those girls were his daughters. Therefore, before putting it forth as a matter for pride, the real status of the daughters should be noted, and a glance should be cast at Uthman's conduct. In this connection, al-Bukhari and other narrators and historians record this tradition as follows. Anas ibn Malik relates that, "We were present on the occasion of the burial of the Prophet's daughter Kulthum, while the Prophet was sitting beside her grave. I saw his eyes shedding tears. Then he said, 'Is there anyone among you who has not committed a sin last night?' Abu Talha said, 'I.' Then the Prophet said, 'Then you get into the grave.' Consequently, he got down into the grave." Quote, "The commentators said about committed sin that the Holy Prophet meant to say one who had not had sexual intercourse. On this occasion, the Holy Prophet unveiled the private life of Uthman and prevented him from getting down into the grave. Although it was a prominent merit of the Prophet's character that he did not disgrace or belittle anyone by making public his private life, and despite of knowledge of other shortcomings, ignored them. But in this case, the filth was such that it was deemed necessary to disgrace him before the whole crowd. Since Uthman did not show any regard for the demise of his wife, nor was he moved or felt sorry,
and paid no heed to the cutting off his relationship with the Holy Prophet, he had sexual intercourse on the same night. Therefore, the Holy Prophet deprived him of this right and honor.
Al-Bukhari, As-Sahih, Volume 2, p. 100, minus 101, 1114. Ahmad ibn Hanbal, Al-Musnad, Volume 3, p. 126, 228, 229, 270, Al-Hakim, Al-Mustadrak, Volume 4, page 47, Al-Bayhaqi, As-Sunan al-Kubra, Volume 4, page 53. Ibn Sa'd, At-Tabaqat al-Kabir, Volume 8, page 26. As-Suhaili, Ar-Rawd al-Unuf, Volume 2, page 107. Ibn Hajar al-Isaba, Volume 4, page 489. Fath al-Bari, Volume 3, page 122. Al-Aini, Umda al-Qari, Volume 4, page 85. Ibn al-Athir, An-Nihaya, Volume 3, page 276. Ibn Manzur, Lisan al-Ab, Volume 9, pp. 280 to 281. Az-Zabidi, Taj al-Arus, Volume 6, page 220. Sermon 165. Allah has provided wonderful creations. Describing the wonderful creation of the peacock.
ومن خطبة له يذكر فيها عجيب خلقه الطاووس.
About the wonderful creation of birds.
خلقة الطيور.
Allah has provided wonderful creations, including the living, the lifeless, the stationary, and the moving. He has established such clear proofs for His delicate creative power and great might that minds bend down to Him in acknowledgement thereof and in submission to Him, and arguments about His oneness strike our ears. He has created birds of various shapes, which live in the burrows of the earth, in the openings of high passes, and on the peaks of mountains. They have different kinds of wings and various characteristics. They are controlled by the rein of authority. They flutter with their wings in the expanse of the vast firmament and the open atmosphere. He brought them into existence from non-existence in strange external shapes, and composed them with joints and bones covered with flesh. He prevented some of them from flying easily in the sky because of their heavy bodies, and allowed them to use their wings only close to the ground. He has set them in different colors by His delicate might and exquisite creative power. Among them are those which are tinted with one hue, and there is no other hue except the one in which they have been dyed. There are others which are tinted with one color, and they have a neck ring of a different color than that with which they are tinted. About the peacock. At-Tawus. The most amazing among them in its creation is the peacock, which Allah has created in the most symmetrical dimensions and arranged its hues in the best arrangement, with wings whose ends are interleaved together and whose tail is long. When it moves to its female, it spreads out its folded tail and raises it up so as to cast a shade over its head, as if it were the sail of a boat being pulled by the sailor. It feels proud of its colors and swaggers with its movements. It copulates like the cocks. It leaps for fecundation like lustful, energetic men at the time of fighting.
يختال بألوانه ويميس بزيفانه ويفد كإفضاء الدية ويورد بملاقحه آر الفحول المختلمة للضراب.
I am telling you all this from observation, unlike he who narrates on the basis of weak authority.
As for example, the belief of some people that it fecundates the female by a tear which flows from its eyes, and when it stops on the edges of the eyelids, the female swallows it, and lays its eggs thereby, and not through fecundation by a male other than by means of this flowing tear.
Even if they say this, it would be no amazing than the mutual feeding of the crows. You would imagine its feathers to be sticks made of silvers, and the wonderful circles and sun-shaped feathers growing thereon to be of pure gold and pieces of green emerald. If you likened them to anything growing on land, you would say that it is a bouquet of flowers collected during every spring. If you likened them to cloths, they would be like printed apparels or amazing variegated cloths of Yemen. If you likened them to ornaments, then they would be like gems of different color with studded silver.
أحيلك من ذلك على معاينة لا كمن يحيل على ضعيف إسناده
ولو كان كزعم من يزعم أنه يلقح بدمعة تسفحها مدامعه فتقف في الضفت تجف جفونه، وأن أنثاه تطعم ذلك ثم تبيض لا من لقاح فحل سوى الدم المنبجس، لما كان ذلك بأعجب من مطاعمه الغراب. تخال قصبة مدار من فضة، وما أنبت عليها من عجيب داراته وشموسه خالص العقيان وفلذ الزبرجد. فإن شبهته بما أنبتت الأرض قلت
جن من زهرة كل ربيع، وإن ضاهيته بالملابس فهو كموش الحلل أو كمونق عصب اليمن، وإن شاكلته بالحلل فهو كفصوص ذات ألوان قد نطقت.
بالجن المل.
The peacock walks with vanity and pride, and throws open its tail and wings, and laughs, admiring the handsomeness of its dress and the hues of its necklace of gems.
But when it casts its glance at its legs, it cries loudly with a voice which indicates its call for help and displays its true grief, because its legs are thin like the legs of Indo-Persian crossbred cocks.
At the end of its shin there is a thin thorn, and on the crown of its head there is a bunch of green variegated feathers. Its neck begins in the shape of a goblet, and its stretch up to its belly is like the hair dye of Yemen in color, or like silk cloth put on a polished mirror, which looks as if it has been covered with a black veil. Except that on account of its excessive luster and extreme brightness, it appears that a lush green color has been mixed with it. Along the openings of its ears, there is a line of shining bright daisy color like the thin end of a pen. Whiteness shines on the black background. There is hardly a hue from which it has not taken a bit and improved it further by regular polish, luster, silken brightness, and brilliance. It is therefore like scattered blossoms which have not been seasoned by the rains of spring or the sun of the summer.
يمشي مش المرح المختال ويتصف حاذ ذنبه وجناحه، فيقهق ضاحيا لجمال سرباله وأصابيغ وشاحه. فإذا رمى ببصره القوائم زقى معولا بصوت ياد يبين عن استغاثته ويشهد بصادق توجعه، لأن قوائمه حمش كقوائم الدية الخلاسية، وقد نجمت من ضنبوب ساقه صيصية خفية، وله في موضع العرف قنزعة خضراء موشاه، ومخرج عنقه كالإبريق، ومغرزها إلى حيث بطنه كصبغ الوسمة اليمانية أو كحريرة ملبسة مرآة ذات صقال. وكان ملتفعا بمعجر أسحم، إلا أنه يخيل لثرة مائه وشدة بريقه أن الخضرة الناضرة ممتزجة به، ومع فتق سمعه خط كمستدق القلم، فلون الأقحوان أبيض يقيق، فهو ببياضه في سواد ما هنالك يتلق.
وقل صبغ إلا وقد أخذ منه بقسط، وعلاه بثرة سقاله، وبريقه وبصيص ديباجه ورونقه، فهو كالأزاهير المبثوثة لم تروها أمطار ربيع ولا شموس قيض.
It also sheds its plumage and puts off its dress.
They all fall away and grow again.
They fall away from the feather stems like the falling of leaves from twigs, and then they begin to join together and grow till they return to the state that existed before their falling away.
The new hues do not change from the previous ones, nor does any color occur in other than its own place.
If you carefully look at one hair from the hairs of its feather stems, it would look like red rose, then emerald green, and then golden yellow.
وقد ينحسر من ريشه ويعرى من لباسه، فيسقط تترى، وينبت تباعا، فينحت من قصبه انحتات أوراق الأغصان، ثم يتلاحق ناميا حتى يعود كهيئته قبل سقوطه، لا يخالف سالف ألوانه، ولا يقع لون في غير مانه.
وإذا تصفوا حتى شعرة من شعرات قصبه ارتكت حمرة وردية، وتارة خضراء زبرجدية، وأحيانا صفرة عسجدية،
How can sharpness of intellect describe such a creation, or faculty of mind, or the utterances of describers manage to tell of it? Even its smallest parts have made it impossible for the imagination to pick them out, or for tongues to describe them. Glorified is Allah, who has disabled intellects from describing the creation which He placed openly before the eyes, and which they see bounded, shaped, arranged, and colored. He also disabled tongues from briefly describing its qualities, and also from expanding in its praise. فكيف تصل إلى صفة هذا عمائق الفطن، أو تبلغه قرائح العقول، أو تستنظم وصفه أقوال الواصفين؟ وأقل أجزائه قد أعجز الأوهام أن تدركه، والألسنة أن تصفه. فسبحان ذي بهر العقول عن وصف خلق جلاه للعيون فأدركته، محدودا مونا ومولى، فملونا، وأعجز الألسن عن تلخيص صفته، وقعد بها عن تأدية نعته. The magnificence of the Creator in great and small creation. صغار المخلوقات. Glorified is Allah, who has assigned feet to small ants and gnats, and also to those above them, the serpents and the elephants. He has made it obligatory upon Himself that no skeleton in which He infuses the Spirit would move, but that death is its promised place and destruction its final end. فسبحان من أدمج قوائم الذرة والهمجة إلى ما فوقهما من خلق الحيتان والأفيلة، وواه على نفسه ألا يضطرب شبح، مما أولج فيه الروح إلا وجعل الحمام موعده والفناء غايته. A part of the same sermon describing paradise. منها فصفة الجنة. If you cast your mind's eye at what is described to you about paradise, your heart would begin to hate the delicacies of this world that have been displayed here, namely its desires and its pleasures, and the beauties of its scenes, and you would be lost in the rustling of the trees whose roots lie hidden in the mounds of musk on the banks of the rivers in paradise, and in the attraction of the bunches of fresh pearls in the twigs and branches of those trees, and in the appearance of different fruits from under the cover of their leaves. These fruits can be picked without difficulty, as they come down at the desire of their pickers. Pure honey and fermented wine will be handed round to those who settle down in the courtyards of its palaces. They are a people whom honor has always followed, till they were made to settle in the house of eternal abode, and they obtained rest from the movement of journeying. O listener, if you busy yourself in advancing towards these wonderful scenes which will rush towards you, then your heart will certainly die due to eagerness for them, and you will be prepared to seek the company of those in the graves straight away from my audience here, and hasten towards them. Allah may, by His mercy, include us and you too among those who strive with their hearts for the abodes of the virtuous.
قوم لم تزل الرامة تتمادى بهم حتى حلوا دار القرار وآمنوا نقلة الأسفار.
فلو شغلت قلبك أيها المستمع بالوصول إلى ما يهجم عليك من تلك المناظر المونقة لزهقت نفسك شوقا إليها، ولتحملت من مجلس هذا المجاورة أهل القبور استعجالا بها. جعلنا الله وإياكم ممن يسع بقلبه منازل الأبرار برحمته. Note explaining some of the wonderful and obscure portions of this sermon. As-Sayyid Ar-Radi says, in Amir al-Mu'mineen's words, يَعُورُ بِمَلَاقِيهِ, al-arranged by implies copulation, e.g., when it is said, الرجل المرأة يعورها, it means he copulated with the woman. In his words, قرآنه قلع دري عنجاه نطيه, القلع means the sail of a boat. Dari means belonging to Darin,
which is a small town on the coast from where scents are bought. And anajahu means turned it. It is said, anajtunna nakata, like nasartu, anajuha anjan, when you turn the she-camel. And anuti means sailor. His words, da'fate jufunihi, means edges of the eyelids, since ad-dafatan means the two edges. His words, al-filadu zabarjadi, al-filad is the plural of al-filda. It means peace. His words, qa ba'isi lu'lu'ir ratibi, al-kibasa means bunch of dates. Al-asalij means twigs. Its singular is aslu. قال السيد الشريف قوله عليه السلام كأنه قلع داري عن جنوتية. القلع شراع السفينة، وداري منسوب إلى دارين، وهي بلدة علن. البحر يجلب منها الطيب. وعنجه أي عطفة. يقال عنجت الناقة أعنجها عنجا إذا عطفتها. والنت الملاح. وقوله ضفت جفونه أراد جانب جفونه، والضفتان الجانبان. وقوله وفلذ زبرجد، الفلذ جمع فلذة وهي القطعة. وقوله كبائس اللؤلؤ الرطب، الباسة العذق. والعساليج الغصون واحدها عسلوج. Alternative sources for Sermon 165. الزمخشاري ربيع I. Ibn al-Athir al-Nihaya I 27 2 140 3 238. Sermon 166. The young among you. Out of the same ومن خطبة له عليه السلام الحث على التآلف. The young among you should follow the elders, while the elders should be kind to the young.
Do not be like those rude people of the pre-Islamic period who did not exert themselves in religion, nor use their intellects in the matter of Allah.
They, one, are like the breaking of eggs in the nest of a dangerous bird, because their breaking looks bad, but keeping them intact would mean the production of dangerous young ones. A part of the same sermon about the autocracy and oppression of the Umayyads and their fate. They will divide after their unity and scatter away from their center. Some of them will stick to the branches, and bending down as the branches bend, until Allah, the Sublime, will collect them together for the day that will be worst for the Umayyads, just as the scattered bits of clouds collect together in the autumn. Allah will create affection among them. Then He will make them into a strong mass, like the mass of clouds. Then He will open doors for them to flow out from their starting place like the flood of the two gardens, from which neither high rocks remained safe nor small hillocks. And its flow could be repulsed neither by strong mountains nor by high lands. Allah will scatter them in the low lands of valleys, and then He will make them flow like streams throughout the earth. And through them He will arrange the taking of rights of one people by another people, and make one people to stay in the houses of another people. By Allah, all their position and esteem will dissolve as fat dissolves on the fire. افترقوا بعد ولفتهم وتشتوا عن أصلهم فمنهم آخذ بغصن أينما مال معه عل إن الله تعالى سيجمعهم لشر يوم لبن أمية كما تجتمع قزع الخريف يؤلف الله بينهم ثم يجعلهم ركاما كركام السحاب ثم يفتح لهم أبوابا يسيلون من مستثارهم كسيل الجنتين حيث لم تسلم عليه قارة ولم تثبت عليه أكمة ولم يرد سننه رص طود ولا حضاب أرض يذعذعهم الآلة في بطون أوديته ثم يسلمهم ينابيع في الأرض يأخذ بهم من قوم حقوق قوم ويمنع.
لقوم في ديار قوم، وأيم الآلهة ليذوبن ما في أيديهم بعد العلو والتأنين كما تذوب الآلية على النار.
The cause of tyranny. الناس آخر الزمان. O people, if you had not evaded support of the truth and had not felt weakness from crushing wrong, then he who was not your match would not have aimed at you, and he who overpowered you would not have overpowered you. But you roamed about the deserts like Banu Israel. I swear by my life that after me your tribulations will increase several times, because you will have abandoned the truth behind your backs, severed your connection with your near ones, and established relations with remote ones. Know that if you had followed him who was calling you, he would have made you tread the ways of the prophet. Then you would have been spared the difficulties of misguidance, and you would have thrown away the crushing burden from your necks.
أيها الناس، لو لم تتخاذلوا عن نصر الحق ولم تهنوا عن توهين الباطل، لم يطمع فيهم من ليس مثلكم ولم يقوى من قوي عليه. لن تهتموا متاهة بني إسرائيل. ولعمري ليضعفن ملتيهة من بعدي أضعافا، بما خلف تم الحق وراء ظهوركم، وقطعتم الأدن ووصلتم الأبعد. واعلموا أن انبعتم الآلم سلك بمنهاج الرسول وكفيتم. مونتم الاعتساف ونبذتم الثقل الفادح عن الأعناق.
Alternative sources for Sermon 166.
كتاب سليم ابن قيس 89.
الكليني روضة 62. المفيد الإرشاد 373. Ibn al-Athir al-Nihaya I 46. 1. The implication is that the outer Islam of these people required that they should not be molested, but the consequence of sparing them in this way was that they would create mischief and rebellion. Sermon 167. Allah, the Glorified, has sent down a guiding book at the beginning of His caliphate about fulfillment of rights and obligations and advice to fear Allah in all matters.
ومن خطبة له عليه السلام.
Allah, the Glorified, has sent down a guiding book wherein He has explained virtue and vice. You should adopt the course of virtue whereby you will have guidance, and keep aloof from the direction of vice so that you remain on the right way. The obligations! The obligations! Fulfill them for Allah, and they will take you to paradise. Surely, Allah has made unlawful the things which are not unknown, and made lawful the things which are without defect. He has declared paying regard to Muslims as the highest of all regards. He has placed the rights of Muslims in the same grade as devotion. Therefore, a Muslim is one from whose tongue and hand every Muslim is safe, save in the matter of truth. It is not, therefore, lawful to molest a Muslim except when it is obligatory.
إن الإله سبحانه أنزل كتابا هاديا بين فيه الخير والشر، فخذوا نهج الخير تهتدوا، واصدفوا عن سمت الشر تقصدوا.
الفرائض الفرائض
أدوها إلهاه تودكم الجنة. إن الله تعالى حرم حراما غير مجهول، وأحل حلالا غير مدخول، وفضل حرمة المسلم على الحرم كلها، وشد بالإخلاص والتوحيد حقوق المسلمين، فمعاقدها فالمسلم من سلم.
المسلمون من لسانه ويده إلا بالحق، ولا يحل أذى المسلم إلا بما يجب. Hasten towards the most common matter which is peculiar to everyone, and that is death. Certainly, people are ahead of you while the hour is driving you from behind. Remain light in order that you may overtake them. Your backs are being awaited for the sake of the fronts. Fear Allah in the matter of His creatures and His cities, because you will be questioned even about lands and beasts.
Obey Allah and do not disobey Him. When you see virtue, adopt it, and when you see vice, avoid it.
تعصوه وإذا رأيتم الخير فخذوا به وإذا رأيتم الشر فأعرضوا عنه.
Alternative sources for Sermon 167. Al-Tabari, Tarikh, v. 157, Events of 35H. Al-Radi, Al-Khasa'is, 87. Sermon 168. O my brothers, I am not ignorant of what you know. After swearing of allegiance to Amir al-Mu'mineen, some people from among the companions of the Prophet said to him, "You should punish the people who assaulted Uthman," whereupon he said,
بعدما بويع بالخلافة.
O my brothers, I am not ignorant of what you know, but how do I have the power for it, while those who assaulted him are in the height of their power? They have superiority over us, not we over them. They are now in the position that even your slaves have risen with them, and Bedouin Arabs too have joined them. They are now among you and are harming you as they like. Do you see any way to be able to do what you aim at?
يا إخوتاه إن لست أجهل ما تعلمون ولن كيف لقوة والقوم المجلوبون على حد شوكتهم يملنوننا ولا نملهم.
وها هم هؤلاء قد ثارت معهم عبدانهم والتفت إليهم أعرابهم وهم خلالهم يسومونهم ما شاءوا وهل ترون موضعا لقدرة على شيء تريدونه. This demand is certainly that of the pre-Islamic period, and these people have support behind them. When the matter is taken up, people will have different views about it. One group will think, as you do, but another will not think as you think, and there will be still another group who will be neither this way nor that way. Be patient till people quieten down and hearts settle in their places so that rights can be achieved for people easily. Rest assured from me and see what is given to you by me. Do not do anything which shatters your power, weakens your strength, and engenders feebleness and disgrace. I shall control this affair as far as possible. But if I find it necessary, the last treatment will, of course, be branding with a hot iron.
إن هذا الأمر أمر جاهلية وأن لهؤلاء القوم مادة. إن الناس من هذا الأمر إذا حرك عليه أمور فرقة ترى ما ترون وفرقة ترى ما لا ترون وفرقة لا ترى لا هذا ولا هذا فاصبروا حتى يهدأ الناس وتقع القلوب مواقعها وتؤخذ الحقوق مسمحة.
فاهدأوا عن وانظروا ماذا يأتي به أمري ولا تفعلوا فعلة تضعضع قوة وتسقط معره وتورث وهنا وذلة.
وأسامك الأمر ما استمسك وإذا لم أجد بدا فآخر الدواء.
Alternative sources for Sermon 168. Al-Tabari, Tarikh, v. 158, Events of 35H. Ibn Miskawayh, Tajarib, I. 510. Sermon 169. There is no doubt that Allah sent down the Prophet as a guide. When the people of Jamal set off for Basra, Amir al-Mu'mineen said, "There is no doubt that Allah sent down the Prophet as a guide with an eloquent book and a standing command. No one will be ruined by it except one who ruins himself." Certainly, only doubtful innovations cause ruin except those from which Allah may protect. In Allah's authority lies the safety of your affairs. Therefore, render him such obedience as is neither blameworthy nor insincere. By Allah, you must do so. Otherwise, Allah will take away from you the power of Islam and will never thereafter return it to you till it reverts to others. Certainly, these people are in agreement in disliking my authority.
I will carry on till I perceive disunity among you, because if, in spite of the unsoundness of their view, they succeed, the whole organization of the Muslims will be shattered. They are hankering after this world out of jealousy against him, on whom Allah has bestowed it. So they intend reverting the matters on their backs, while on us it is obligatory, for your sake, to abide by the Book of Allah the Sublime and the conduct of the Prophet of Allah, to stand by his rights and the revival of his Sunnah.
إن هؤلاء قد تمالوا على سخطة إمارة وسأصبر ما لم أخف على جماعتهم فإنهم إن تموا على فيالة هذا الرأي انقطع نظام المسلمين وإنما طلبوا هذه الدنيا حسدا لمن آفاءها إليه فأرادوا رد الأمور على أدبارها ولم علينا العمل بالتأبه هابة وسيرة رسوله والقيام بحقه والنشر لسنته.
Alternative sources for Sermon 169. Al-Tabari, Tarikh 6, 163. Sermon 170. If those at your back send you. About the obligation of following the truth after it has been established. When Amir al-Mu'mineen approached Basra, an Arab met him and spoke to him, as he had been sent to him by a group of people of Basra to inquire from him on their behalf position vis-à-vis the people of Jamal. Amir al-Mu'mineen explained to him his position with respect to them, from which he was convinced that Amir al-Mu'mineen was in the right. Then Amir al-Mu'mineen asked him to swear allegiance. But he replied, I am just a message carrier of a people, and shall not do anything until I get back to them. Upon this, Amir al-Mu'mineen said to him, If those at your back send you as a forerunner to search out a rain-fed area for them, and you return to them and apprise them of greenery and water, but they disagree with you and go towards dry and barren land, what would you do then? He said, I would leave them and go towards greenery and water. Amir al-Mu'mineen then said, So then extend your hand. This man related that, By Allah, by such a clear argument, I could not refrain from swearing allegiance to Amir al-Mu'mineen. This man was known as Kulayb al-Jarmi.
أرأيت لو أن الذين وراءك بعثوك رائدا تبتغي لهم مساقط الغيث فرجعت إليهم وأخبرتهم عن الله والماء فخالفوا إلى المعاطش والمجادب ما كنت صانعا؟
قال كنت تاركهم ومخالفهم إلا اللاء والماء.
فقال له عليه السلام فامدد إذن يدك.
فقال الرجل فوالله ما استطعت أن أمتنع عند قيام الحجة عليه فبايعته عليه السلام. Alternative sources for Sermon 170. Al-Waqidi, Al-Jamal, in Al-Mufid, Al-Jamal, 156. Al-Tabari, Tarikh v. 192, Events of 36H. Al-Zamakhshari, Rabi', باب الجوابات المسكتة ورشاقة الكلام. Sermon 171. Oh my God! Sustainer of the high sky. When Amir al-Mu'mineen decided to fight the enemy face to face at Siffin, he said,
لما عزم على لقاء القوم بصفين.
Supplication. الدعاء. Oh my God, sustainer of the high sky and the suspended firmament, which thou hast made a shelter for the night and the day, an orbit for the sun and the moon, and a path for the rotating stars. And for populating it, thou hast created a group of thy angels who do not get weary of worshipping thee. O sustainer of this earth, which thou hast made an abode for people, and a place for the movement of insects and beasts and countless other creatures, seen and unseen. O sustainer of strong mountains, which thou hast made as pegs for the earth and support for people. If thou givest us victory over our enemy,
Save us from excesses, and keep us on the straight path of truth. But if thou givest them victory over us, then grant us martyrdom, and save us from mischief.
لن نجم السيارة وجعلت سانه سبطا من ملائكتك لا يسأمون من عبادتك.
ورب هذه الأرض التي جعلتها قرارا للأنام ومدرجا للهوام والأنعام وما لا يحصو مما يرى وما لا يرى. ورب الجبال الرواس التي جعلتها للأرض أوتادا وللخلق اعتمادا.
إن أظهرتنا على عدونا فجنبنا البغي وسددنا للحق، وإن أظهرتهم علينا فارزقنا الشهادة.
وعصمنا من الفتلة.
Calling men to battle.
الدعوة للقتال. Where are those who protect honor, and those self-respecting persons who defend respectable persons in the time of hardship? Shame is behind you, while paradise is in front of you.
Alternative sources for Sermon 171.
Nasr ibn Muzakhim, Sifin, 232.
Al-Tabari, Tarikh, v. 8, Events of 37H.
Ibn Tawus in Muhaj from Al-Husayn ibn Sa'id al-Ahwazi, Kitab al-Du'a wa al-Dhikr.
Sermon 172. Praise be to Allah from whose view one sky.
About the consultative committee and the battle of Jamal. Praise be to Allah from whose view one sky does not conceal another sky, nor one earth another earth. A part of the same sermon about the consultative committee after the death of Umar ibn al-Khattab. One said to me, "O son of Abi Talib, you are eager for the caliphate." Then I told him, "Rather, you are, by Allah, more greedy, although more remote, while I am more suited as well as nearer. I have demanded it as my right, while you are intervening between me and it, and you are turning my face from it." When I knocked at his ears with arguments among the crowd of those present, he was startled, as if he was stunned, not knowing what reply to give me about it.
فقلت بل أنتم وآله أحرص وأبعد وأنا أخص وأقرب وإنما طلبت حقا لي وأنتم تحولون بيني وبينه وتضربون.
وجه دونه، فلما قرعته بالحجة فلي الملأ الحاضرين هب كأنه بهت لا يدري ما يجيبون به.
Seeking aid against the Quraysh.
"O my God, I seek thy succor against the Quraysh and those who are assisting them, because they are denying me kinship, have lowered my high position, and are united in opposing me in the matter which is my right." And then they said, "Know that the rightful thing is that you have it, and also that you may leave it." A part of the same sermon describing the people of Jamal. They came out, dragging the wife of the Messenger of Allah, just as a maid-slave is dragged for sale. They took her to Basra, where those two put their own women in their houses, but exposed the wife of the Messenger of Allah to themselves and to others in the army, in which there was not a single individual who had not offered me his obedience and sworn to me allegiance quite obediently, without any compulsion.
فخرجوا يجرون حرمة رسول الله صلى الله عليه وآله صلى الله عليه وآله لهما ولغيرهما فجيش ما منهم رجل.
ألا وقد أعطاني الطاعة وسمح له بالبيعة طائعا غير مرة.
Here in Basra, they approached my governor and treasurers of the public treasury and its other inhabitants. They killed some of them in captivity and others by treachery. By Allah, even if they had willfully killed only one individual from among the Muslims without any fault, it would have been lawful for me to kill the whole of this army, because they were present in it, but did not disagree with it, nor prevented it by tongue or hand. Not to say that they killed from among the Muslims a number equal to that with which they had marched on them. فقدموا على عامل بها وخزان بيت مال المسلمين وغيرهم من أهلها، فقتلوا طائفة صبرا وطائفة غدرا.
فوالاه، لو لم يصيبوا من المسلمين إلا رجلا واحدا معتمدين لقتله بلا جرم جره، لحل لقتل ذلك الجيش كله، إذ حضروه فلم ينعوا ولم يدفعوا عنه بلسان ولا يد. دع ما أن هم قد قتلوا من المسلمين مثل العدة التي دخلوا بها. عليهم. Alternative sources for Sermon 172. الطباري تاريخ v 48. البيحاقي المحاسن 41. الصدوق العمالي ابن العثر النهاية. القرجيكي معدن 226. العامدي غرر 329. الثقفي الغرات سي ابن أبي الحديد I 295. المفيد الجمال 45, 76. 1. On the occasion of the consultative committee, Sa'd ibn Abi Waqqas repeated to Amir al-Mu'minin what Caliph Ammar had said in his last hours, namely that, "O Ali, you are very greedy for the position of caliphate." And Ali replied that, "He who demands his own right cannot be called greedy. Rather, greedy is he who prevents the securing of the right and tries to grab it despite being unfit for it." There is no doubt that Amir al-Mu'minin considered the caliphate to be his right and demanded his right. The demand for a right does not dispel a right so that it may be put forth as an excuse for not assigning him the caliphate, and the demand may be held as a mark of greed. Even if it was greed, who was not involved in this greed? Was not the pull between the Muhajirun and the Ansar, the mutual struggle between the members of the consultative committee, and the mischief-mongering of Talha and Az-Zubair the product of this very greed? If Amir al-Mu'minin had been greedy for this position, he would have stood for it, closing his eyes to the consequences and results. When Abbas and Abu Sufyan pressed him for allegiance, and when, after the third caliph, people thronged to him for allegiance, he should have accepted their offer without paying any attention to the deteriorated conditions. But at no time did Amir al-Mu'minin take any step which could prove that he wanted the caliphate for the sake of caliphate. But rather, his demand for the caliphate was only with the object that its features should not be altered, and the religion should not become the victim of others' desires. Not that he should enjoy the pleasures of life, which could be attributed to greed. 2. Explaining the meaning, Ibn Abi Hadid writes that Amir al-Mu'minin's intention was to say, "Furthermore, the intention is that they were not only content to keep me away from my right over the caliphate, which they have usurped, but rather claimed that it was their right whether to give it to me or prevent me from the same, and that I have no right to argue with them. If they had not said that it is right to keep away from the caliphate, it would have been easy to endure it, because this would have, at least, showed their admitting my right, although they were not prepared to concede it." Sermon 173. The Prophet is the trustee of Allah's revelation. On eligibility for the caliphate.
ومن خطبة له عليه السلام:
ومن هو جدير بأن ينقى للخلافة وفي هوان الدنيا.
The Prophet is the trustee of Allah's revelation, the last of his prophets, the giver of tidings of his mercy, and the warner for his chastisement. O people, the most rightful of all persons for this matter is he who is most competent among them to maintain it, and he who knows best Allah's commands about it. If any mischief is created by a mischief-monger, he will be called upon to repent. If he refuses, he will be fought. By my life,
One, if the question of imama was not to be decided unless all the people were present, then there would be no such case. But those who agreed about it imposed the decision on those who were absent, so much so that he who was present could not dissent, and the one who was absent could not choose. Know that I shall fight two persons, one who claims what is not his, and the other who ignores what is obligatory upon him. أيها الناس، إن أحق الناس بهذا الأمر أقواهم عليه وأعلمهم بأمر الله فيه، فإن شغب شاغب استعتب فإن آب. قوتل. ولعمري لئن كانت الإمامة لا تنعقد حتى يحضرها عامة الناس فما أل ذلك سبيل، ولن أهلها يحمون عليه من غاب عنها، ثم ليس للشاهد أن يرجع ولا للغائب أن يختار. ألا وإن أقاتل رجلين، رجلا أدعي ما ليس له وآخر منع ذي عليه.
The need for sagacity in fighting against Muslims.
O creatures of Allah! I advise you to have fear of Allah, because it is the best advice to be mutually given by persons, and the best of all things before Allah.
The door of war has been opened between you and the other Muslims.
And this banner will be borne only by him who is a man of sight, of endurance, and of knowledge of the position of rightfulness. Therefore, you should go ahead with what you are ordered and desist from what you are refrained. Do not make haste in any matter till you have clarified it. For in the case of every matter which you dislike, we have a right to change it. أوصيم عياد أهلة تقوى إله، فإنه خير ما تواصى العباد به، وخير عواقب الأمور عند إله، وقد فتح باب الحرب بينهم وبين أهل القبلة، ولا يحمل هذا العلم إلا أهل البصر والصبر والعلم بمواضع الحق، فامضوا لما تؤمرون به وقفوا عندما تنهون عنه، ولا تعجلوا في أمر حتى تتبينوا، فإن لنا مع كل أمر تنكرونه غيرا. The behavior of this world with its adherents. هوان الدنيا. Know that this world, which you have started to covet, and in which you are interested, and which sometimes enrages you, and sometimes pleases you, is not your abode, nor the place of your stay, for which you might have been created, nor one to which you have been invited. Know that it will not last for you, nor will you live along with it. If anything out of this world deceives you, its evils warn you too. You should give up its deceits in favor of its warning, and its attractions in favor of its terrors. And while here in it, advance towards that house to which you have been called, and turn away your hearts from the world. None of you should cry like a maid-slave over anything which she has been deprived of. Seek the perfection of Allah's bounty over you by endurance in obedience to Allah, and in guarding what He has asked you to guard, namely His book. ألا وإن هذه الدنيا التي أصبحتم تتمنونها وترغبون فيها وأصبحت تغضبكم وترضيكم ليست بداركم ولا منزلكم الذي خلقتم له ولا الذي دعيتم إليه ألا وإنها ليست بباقية لكم ولا تبقون عليها وألا وإن غربتم منها فقد حذرتم شرها فدعوا غرورها لتحذيرها وأطماعها لتخويفها وسابقوا فيها آل الدار اتدعيتم إليها وانصرفوا بقلوبهم عنها ولا يخن أحدكم خنين الأمة علم زوى عنه منها واستمنوا نعمة آل عليم بالصبر على طاعة آل والمحافظة على ما استحفظهم من كتابه. Know that the loss of anything of this world will not harm you if you have guarded the principles of your religion.
Know also that after the loss of your religion, nothing of this world for which you have cared will benefit you.
May Allah carry our hearts and your hearts towards the right, and may He grant us and you endurance. ألا وإنه لا يضركم تضيع شيء من دنياكم بعد حفظهم قائمة دينهم. ألا وإنه لا ينفعكم بعد تضييع دينهم شيء.
حافظتم عليه من أمر دنياكم أخذ آله بقلوبنا وقلوب ملء الحق وألهمنا وإياكم الصبر.
Alternative sources for Sermon 173.
El-Harrani, Tuhaf, 130. Abu Ja'far al-Iskafi, Naqd al-Uthmaniyya, C. Ibn Abi al-Hadid, 2, 171 to 173. 1. When the people collected in the Saqifa of Banu Sa'idah in connection with the election, even those who were not present there were made to follow the decision taken there, and the principle was adopted that those present at the election had no right to reconsider the matter, or to break the allegiance, and those not present could do nothing but acquiesce in the agreed decision. But when the people of Medina swore allegiance at the hands of Amir al-Mu'mineen, the governor of Syria refused to follow suit on the ground that since he was not present on the occasion, he was not bound to abide by it. Whereupon Amir al-Mu'mineen gave a reply in this sermon on the basis of these accepted and agreed principles and conditions which had been established among these people and had become incontrovertible, namely that, when the people of Medina and the Ansar and the Muhajirun have sworn allegiance on my hand, Muawiyah had no right to keep aloof from it on the ground that he was not present on the occasions, nor were Talha and Az-Zubair entitled to break the pledge after swearing allegiance. On this occasion, Amir al-Mu'mineen did not argue on the strength of any saying of the Prophet which would serve as his final say about the caliphate, because the grounds for refusal in his case was in respect of the modus operandi of the principle of election. Therefore, in keeping with the requirements of the situation, a reply based on the agreed principles of the adversary could alone quieten him. Even if he had argued on the strength of the Prophet's command, it would have been subjected to various interpretations, and the matter would have been prolonged instead of being settled. Again, Amir al-Mu'mineen had seen that soon after the death of the Prophet, all his sayings and commands had been set aside. Therefore, how, after the lapse of a long time, could one be expected to accept it when habit had been established to follow one's free will against the Prophet's sayings? Sermon 174. As for me, I would never be frightened of fighting. About Talha ibn Ubaydillah. Delivered when he received the news that Talha and Az-Zubair had already left for Basra to fight against him. ومن كلام الله عليه السلام فمعنى طلحة بن عبيد الله وقد قاله حين بلغه خروج طلحة والزبير إلى البصرة لقتاله. As for me, I would never be frightened of fighting or be made to fear striking, because I am satisfied with Allah's promise of support to me. By Allah, Talha has hastened with drawn sword to avenge Uthman's blood, for fear lest the demand for Uthman's blood be made against himself, because the people's idea in this matter is about him, and in fact, he was the most anxious among them for his killing. Therefore, he has tried to create misunderstanding by collecting forces in order to confuse the matter and to create doubt. قد كنت وما أهدو بالحرب ولا أرهب بالضرب وأنا علم ما قد وعد ربي من النصر وآله مستعجلا متجردا لطلب دم عثمان إلا خوفا من أن يطالب بدمه لأنه مظنة ولم يأنف القوم أحرص عليه منه فأراد أن يغالط بما أجلب فيه ليلتبس الأمر ويقع الشك. By Allah, he did not act in either of three ways about Uthman. If the son of Affan was in the wrong, as Talha believed, it is necessary for him to support those who killed him or to keep away from his supporters. If Uthman was the victim of oppression, then Talha should have been among those who were keeping away from him or were advancing pleas on his behalf.
If he was in doubt about these two alternatives, then it was incumbent upon him to leave him and retire aside and leave the men with him. But he adopted none of these three ways and came out with a thing in which there is no good, and his excuses are not acceptable.
وواله ما صنع فأمر عثمان واحدة من ثلاث. لئن كان ابن عف ظالما كما كان يزعم لقد كان ينبغي له أن يوازر قاتليه وأن ينابذ ناصريه، ولئن كان مظلوما لقد كان ينبغي له أن يون من المناهنين عنه والمعذرين فيه،
ولئن كان في شك من الخصلتين لقد كان ينبغي له أن يعتزله ويركض جانبا ويدع الناس معه، فما فعل واحدة منه. الثلاثة: وجاء بأمر لم يعرف بابه ولم تسلم معاذيره.
Alternative sources for Sermon 174.
Al-Tusi, Al-Amali, I, 172. Al-Khawarizmi, Al-Manaqib, 117. Ibn al-Athir, Al-Nihaya, I, 171, 282, 2, 167, v. 66, 240. Al-Thaqafi, Al-Gharat.
Al-Tabari, Al-Mustarshid, 95.
Ibn Tawus, Kashf, 173. Ibn Qutayba, Al-Imama, I, 154. 1. It means that if Talha considered Uthman an oppressor, then after his assassination, instead of getting ready to avenge his blood, he should have supported his killers and justified their action. It is not the intention that in the case of Uthman being in the wrong, Talha should have supported the attackers because he was already supporting and encouraging them. Sermon 175. O people who are not neglected. Warning to neglectful people and about the vastness of his own knowledge.
ومن خطبة له عليه السلام.
O people who are not neglected, and those who miss but are to be caught. How is it that I see you becoming removed from Allah and becoming interested in others? You are like the camel whom the grazer drives to a disease-stricken pasture and a disastrous watering place. They are like beasts who are fed in order to be slaughtered, but they do not know what is intended for them. When they are treated well, they think that day to be their whole life, and eating their full to be their aim. By Allah, if I wish, I can tell every one of you from where he has come, where he has to go, and all his affairs. But I fear lest you abandon the messenger of Allah, peace and blessing of Allah be upon him and his progeny, in my favor. I shall certainly convey these things to the selected ones who will remain safe from that fear. By Allah, who deputied the Prophet with right and distinguished him over creation, I do not speak save the truth. He informed me of all this, and also about the death of every one who dies, the salvation of every one who is granted salvation, and the consequences of this matter. He left nothing pass into my head without putting it in my ear and telling me about it. 1.
ولو شئت أن أخبر كل رجل منمم بمخرجه ومولجه وجميع شأنه لفعلت ولن أخاف أن تفروا فبرسول الله صلى الله عليه وآله. ألا وأن مفضية إلى الخاصة ممن يؤمن ذلك منه، والذي بعثه بالحق واصطفاه على الخلق ما أنطق إلا صادقا، وقد عهد الآر بذلك كله، وبمهلك من يهلك ومنجي من ينجو، وما آل هذا الأمر وما أبقى شيئا يمر على رأسي ألا أفرغه في إذن وأفضي به الآن.
O people, by Allah, I do not impel you to any obedience unless I practice it before you, and do not restrain you from any disobedience unless I desist from it before you. Alternative sources for Sermon 175. Al-Amidi, Ghurar, 191. See Abd al-Zahra,
2, 422. 1. Those who drink from the springs of revelation and divine inspiration see things hidden behind the curtains of the unknown and the events which will occur in the future, in the same way as objects can be seen with the eyes. And this does not conflict with the saying of Allah that, "None in the heavens or in the earth knoweth the unseen save Allah," because this verse contains the negation of personal knowledge of the unknown, but not the negation of knowledge, which is required by the prophets and holy persons through divine inspiration, by virtue of which they make prophecies about the future and unveil many events and happenings. Several verses of the Quran support this view, such as, "When the Prophet confided unto one of his wives a matter, but when she divulged it, and Allah apprised him thereof, he made known a part of it and avoided a part. So when he informed her of it, said she, 'Who informed thee of this?' He said, 'Informed me, the all-knowing, the all-aware.' These are of the tidings of the unseen, which we reveal unto thee. Therefore, it is incorrect to argue in support of the view that if it is said that the prophets and holy persons possess knowledge of the unknown, it would imply duality in the divine attributes. It would have implied duality if it were said that someone other than Allah has personal knowledge of the unknown. When it is not so, and the knowledge possessed by the prophets and imams is that given by Allah, it has no connection with duality. If duality should mean what is alleged, what would be the position of Isa's assertion related in the Quran, namely, "Out of clay will I make for you like the figure of a bird, and I will breathe into it, and it shall become a flying bird by Allah's permission. And I shall heal the blind and the leper, and will rise the dead to life by Allah's permission. And I will declare to you what ye eat and what ye store up in your houses." If it is believed that Isa could create and bestow life with Allah's permission, does it mean that he was Allah's partner in the attributes of creation and revival? If this is not so, then how can it be held that if Allah gives someone the knowledge of the unknown, it implies that he has been taken to be his partner in his attributes? And how can one extol one's belief in the oneness of Allah by holding that the knowledge of the unknown implies duality? No one can deny the fact that some people either see in dreams certain things which have yet to occur in the future, or that things can be read through interpretation of the dream, while during a dream neither do the senses function, nor do the powers of understanding and comprehension cooperate. Therefore, if some events become known to some people in wakefulness, why should there be amazement over it? And what are the grounds for rejecting it, when it stands to reason that things possible in dreams are also possible in wakefulness? Thus, Ibn Maytham al-Bahrani has written that it is possible to achieve all this because in a dream, the spirit becomes free from looking after the body and is removed from bodily connections. As a result of this, it perceives such hidden realities which could not be seen because of the obstruction of the body. In the same way, those perfect beings who pay no heed to bodily matters and turn with all the attention of spirit and heart towards the center of knowledge can see those realities and secrets which the ordinary eyes are unable to discern. Therefore, keeping in view the spiritual greatness of Ahlul Bayt, it should not appear strange that they were aware of events which were going to occur in future. Ibn Khaldun has written, "When thaumaturgic feats are performed by others, what do you think about those who were distinguished in knowledge and honesty and were a mirror of the Prophet's traits? While the consideration Allah had for their noble root is a proof of the high performances of his chaste offshoots. Consequently, many events about knowledge of the unknown are related about Ahlul Bayt which are not related about others. In this way,
There is no cause for wonder over Amir al-Mu'minin's claim, since he was brought up by the Prophet and was a pupil of Allah's school. Of course, those whose knowledge does not extend beyond the limits of physical objectivity and whose means of learning are confined to the bodily senses refuse to believe in the knowledge about the paths of divine cognizance and reality. If this kind of claim were unique and were heard only from over Amir al-Mu'minin, then minds could have wavered and temperaments could have hesitated in accepting it. But if the Quran records even such a claim of Isa, that I can tell you what you eat or drink or store in your houses, then why should there be hesitation over Amir al-Mu'minin's claim? When it is agreed that Amir al-Mu'minin had succeeded to all the attainments and distinctions of the Prophet, and it cannot be contended that the Prophet did not know what Isa knew. Thus, if the successor of the Prophet advances such a claim, why should it be rejected, particularly as this vastness of knowledge of Amir al-Mu'minin is the best evidence and proof for the Prophet's knowledge and perfection, and a living miracle of his truthfulness? In this connection, it is amazing that even having knowledge of events, Amir al-Mu'minin did not, through any of his words or deeds, indicate that he knew them. Thus, commenting of the extraordinary importance of this claim, a Sayyid ibn Tawas writes, "An amazing aspect of this claim is that despite the fact that Amir al-Mu'minin was aware of conditions and events, yet he observed such conduct by way of his words and deeds that one who saw him could not believe that he knew the secrets and unknown acts of others. Because the wise agree that if a person knows what event is likely to take place, or what step his comrade is going to take, or if the hidden secrets of people are known to him, then the effects of such knowledge would appear through his movements and the expressions of his face. But the man who, in spite of knowing everything, behaves in a way as though he is unaware and knows nothing, then his personality is a miracle and a combination of contradictions." At this stage, the question arises as to why Amir al-Mu'minin did not act upon the dictates of his secret knowledge. The reply to this is that the commands of the Sharia are based on apparent conditions. Otherwise, secret knowledge is a kind of miracle and power which Allah grants to His prophets and imams. Although the prophets and imams possess this power always, they cannot make use of it at any time, unless and until by the permission of Allah and on the proper occasion. For example, the verse quoted above about Isa, which tells that he had the power to give life, to heal the blind, and declare what one ate and stored in his house, etc. He did not use to practice this power on everything, or every corpse, or every one who met him. He used to practice this power only by the permission of Allah and on the proper occasion. If prophets and other divines acted on the basis of their secret knowledge, it would have meant serious dislocation and disturbance in the affairs of the people. For example, if a prophet or divine, on the basis of his secret knowledge, punishes a condemnable man by killing him, there would be great commotion and agitation among those who see it on the ground that he killed an innocent man. That is why Allah has not permitted the basing of conclusions on secret knowledge save in a few special cases, and has enjoined the following of observable factors. Thus, despite his being aware of the hypocrisy of some of the hypocrites, the Prophet extended to them the treatment that should be extended to a Muslim. Now, there can be no scope for the objection that if Amir al-Mu'minin knew secret matters, then why did he not act according to them? Because it has been shown that he was not obliged to act according to the requirements of his secret knowledge. Of course, where conditions so required, he did disclose some matters for the purposes of preaching, admonishing, giving good tidings or warning, so that future events could be foreclosed. For example,
Imam Ja'far as-Sadiq informed Yahya ibn Zayd that if he went out, he would be killed. Ibn Khaldun writes in this connection, "It has been authentically related from Imam Ja'far as-Sadiq that he used to apprise some of his relations of the events to befall them. For example, he warned his cousin Yahya ibn Zayd of being killed, but he disobeyed him and went out and was killed in Juzajan. Nevertheless, where there was apprehension that minds would get worried, it was not at all disclosed. That is why, in this sermon, Amir al-Mu'minin avoided more details in view of the fear that people would begin to regard him higher than the Prophet. Despite all this, people did go astray about Isa, and in the same way about Amir al-Mu'minin also, they began to say all sorts of things and were misled into resorting to exaggeration. Sermon 176. Seek benefit from the sayings of Allah. Admonishing the people, expounding the excellences of the Quran, and forbidding innovation.
وفيها يعظ ويبين فضل القرآن وينهى عن البدعة.
Admonishing the people. Seek benefit from the sayings of Allah. Be admonished of Allah, and accept the advice of Allah, because Allah has left no excuse for you by providing clear guidance. Has put before you the plea, and clarified for you what acts He likes and what acts He hates, so that you may follow the one and avoid the other. The Prophet of Allah used to say, "Paradise is surrounded by unpleasant things, while hell is surrounded by desires."
انتفعوا ببيان آله وعظوا بمواعظ آله وأقبلوا نصيحة آله فإن آله تعالى قد أعذر إليهم بالجلية وآخذ عليهم الحجة وبين لهم محاببه من الأعمال ومضارهة منها لتتبعوا هذه وتجتنبوا هذه فإن رسول الله صلى الله عليه وآله كان يقول إن الجنة حفت بالمكره وإن النار حفت بالشهوات.
You should know that every obedience to Allah is unpleasant in appearance, while every disobedience to Allah has the appearance of enjoyment. Allah may have mercy on the person who kept aloof from his desire and uprooted the appetite of his heart, because this heart has far-reaching aims, and it goes on pursuing disobedience through desires. You should know, O creatures of Allah, that a believer should be distrustful of his heart every morning and evening. He should always blame it and ask it to add to. You should behave like those who have gone before you and the precedents in front of you. They left this world like a traveler and covered it as distance is covered.
واعلموا عباد الله أن المؤمن لا يصبح ولا يمسي إلا ونفسه ظنون عنده فلا يزال زاريا عليها ومستزيدا لها.
فنوا كالسابقين قبلهم والماضين أمامهم قوضوا من الدنيا تقويض الراحل وطووها طو المنازل. The greatness of the Holy Quran. فضل القرآن. And know that this Quran is an advisor who never deceives, a leader who never misleads, and a narrator who never speaks a lie. No one will sit beside this Quran, but that when he rises, he will achieve one addition or one diminution, addition in his guidance or elimination in his blindness. You should also know that no one will need anything after the Quran, and no one will be free from want before the Quran. Therefore, seek cure from it for your ailments, and seek its assistance in your distresses. It contains a cure for the biggest diseases, namely unbelief, hypocrisy, revolt, and misguidance. Pray to Allah through it, and turn to Allah with its love. Do not ask the people through it. There is nothing like it through which the people should turn to Allah the Sublime.
واعلموا أن هذا القرآن هو النص الأصلح الذي لا يغش والهادي الذي لا يضل والمحدث الذي لا يذب وما جالس هذا القرآن أحد ألا أقل قام عنه بزيادة أو نقصان، زيادة فاهدية أو نقصان من عم. واعلموا أنه ليس على أحد بعد القرآن من فاقة، ولا لأحد قبل القرآن من غنى، فاستشفوه من أدوائه واستعينوا به. على لوائم، فأن فيه شفاء من أكبر الداء، وهو الفر والنفاق والغي والضلال، فاسألوا آهه به وتوجهوا إليه بحبه، ولا تسألوا به خلقه، إنه ما توجه العباد إلى إله بمثله.
Know that it is an interceder, and its intercession will be accepted. It is a speaker who is testified. For whoever the Quran intercedes on the day of judgment, its intercession for him would be accepted. He, about whom the Quran speaks ill on the day of judgment, shall testify to it. On the day of judgment, an announcer will announce, "Beware! Every sower of a crop is in distress, except the sowers of the Quran." Therefore, you should be among the sowers of the Quran and its followers. Make it your guide towards Allah. Seek its advice for yourselves. Do not trust your views against it, and regard your desires in the matter of the Quran as deceitful.
واعلموا أنه شافع مشفع وقائل مصدق، وأنه من شفع له القرآن يوم القيامة شفع فيه، ومن محل به القرآن يوم القيامة صدق عليه، فإنه ينادي مناد يوم القيامة: ألا إن كل حارث مبتل بحرثه وعاقبة عمله غير حرثة القرآن.
فانوا من حرثته وأتباعه واستدلوا على رغب، واستنصحوه على أنفسهم، وأهدموا عليه آراءكم واسترشوا فيه. أهواؤكم, about the believers and their good deeds, and the hypocrites and their bad deeds. الحث على العمل, action, action. Then the end and steadfast, steadfast. Thereafter endurance, endurance, and piety, piety. You have an objective. Proceed towards your objective. You have a sign. Take guidance from your sign. Islam has an objective. Proceed towards its objective. Proceed towards Allah's by fulfilling His rights which He has enjoined upon you. He has clearly stated His demands for you. I am a witness for you, and shall plead excuses on your behalf on the day of judgment. العمل العمل ثم النهاية النهاية والاستقامة الاستقامة ثم الصبر الصبر والورع الورع. إن لما نهاية فانتهوا إلى نعايتهم، وإن لم علما فاهتدوا بعلم، وإن للإسلام غاية فانتهوا إلى غايته، وأخرجوا إلى الله بما افترض عليهم من حقه وبين لهم من وظائفه. أنا شاهد لومح وحجيج يوم القيامة عنهم. Beware! What had been ordained has occurred, and that which had been destined has come into play. I am speaking to you with the promise and pleas of Allah. Allah the Sublime has said, "Verily, those who say, 'Our Lord is Allah,' and persevere aright, the angels descend upon them. Fear ye not, nor be grieved, and receive the glad tidings of the garden which ye were promised. You have said, 'Our Lord is Allah.' Then keep steadfast to His book, to the way of His command, and to the virtuous course of His worship. Thereafter, do not go out of it. Do not introduce innovations in it, and do not turn away from it, because those who go away from this course will be cut off from Allah on the day of judgment. ألا وإن القدر السابق قد وقع والقضاء الماضي قد تورد وإن متلم بعدة الآلهة وحجته قال الآله تعالى وقد. قلتم ربنا إلهه فاستقيموا على كتابه وعلى منهاج أمره وعلى الطريقة الصالحة من عبادته ثم لا تمرقوا منها ولا تبتدعوا فيها ولا تخالفوا عنها فإن أهل المروق منقطع بهم عند آله اليوم القيامة.
Counseling people. نصائح للناس. Beware from destroying your manners and changing them. Maintaining one tongue. A man should control his tongue because the tongue is obstinate with its master. By Allah, I do not find that fear of Allah benefits a man who practices it unless he controls his tongue. Certainly, the tongue of a believer is at the back of his heart, while the heart of a hypocrite is at the back of his tongue. Because when a believer intends to say anything, he thinks it over in his mind. If it is good, he discloses it, but if it is bad, he lets it remain concealed. While a hypocrite speaks whatever comes to his tongue without knowing what is in his favor and what goes against him.
ثم إياكم وتهزيع الأخلاق وتصريفها واجعلوا اللسان واحدا وليختزن الرجل لسانه فإن هذا اللسان جموح. بصاحبه وآله ما أرى عبدا يتقي التقوى تنفعه حتى يختزن لسانه وإن لسان المؤمن من وراء قلبه وإن قلب المنافق من وراء لسانه. لأن المؤمن إذا أراد أن يتلو ماه بملام التدبره في نفسه فإن كان خيرا أبداه وإن كان شرا وراه وإن المنافق يتل ما به بما أكل على لسانه لا يدري ماذا له وماذا عليه.
The Prophet of Allah, peace and blessing of Allah be upon him and his descendants, said, "The belief of a person cannot be firm unless his heart is firm, and his heart cannot be firm unless his tongue is firm."
So whoever of you can manage to meet Allah, the Sublime, in such a position that his hands are unsmeared with the blood of Muslims and their property, and his tongue is safe from exposing them, he should do so.
ولقد قال رسول الله صلى الله عليه وآله وسلم لا يستقيم إيمان عبد حتى يستقيم قلبه ولا يستقيم قلبه حتى يستقيم بطنه لسانه فمن استطاع منهم أن يلقي آله سبحانه وهو نقي الراحة من دماء المسلمين وأموالهم سليم اللسان من أعراضهم فليفعل.
Following the sunnah and refraining from innovation.
تحريم البدع.
Know, O creatures of Allah, that a believer should regard lawful this year what he regarded lawful in the previous year, and should consider unlawful this year what he considered unlawful in the previous year. Certainly, people's innovation cannot make lawful for you what has been declared unlawful. Rather, lawful is that which Allah has made lawful, and unlawful is that which Allah has made unlawful. You have already tested the matters and tried them. You have been preached by those before you. Illustrations have been drawn for you, and you have been called to clear fact. Only a deaf man can remain deaf to all this, and only a blind man can remain blind to all this.
واعلموا عباد إله أن المؤمن يستحل العام ما استحل عاما أول ويحرم العام ما حرم عاما أول وإنما أحدث الناس لا يحل لهم شيئا مما حرم عليم ولن الحلال ما أحل إلهه والحرام ما حرم إلهه فقد جربتم الأمور ودرستموها وأعذتم بمن كان قبلهم وضربت الأمثال لم ودعيتم إلى الأمر الواضح فلا يصم عن ذلك إلا الصم ولا يعم عنه إلا أعم.
He whom Allah does not allow benefit from trials and experience cannot benefit from preaching. He will be faced with losses from in front, so that he will approve what is bad and disapprove what is good. People are of two categories, the follower of the Sharia and the follower of the innovations to whom Allah has not given any testimony by way of sunnah or the light of any plea.
ومن لم ينفعه إله بالبلاء وآلام الجرارب لم ينتفع بشيء من العظة، وآتاه التقصير من أمامه حتى يعرف ما أنير وينار. ما عرف. وإما الناس رجلان، مبتدع شرعه ومبتدع بدعه، ليس معه من آلهة سبحانه برهان سنة ولا ضياء حجة.
Guidance from the Holy Quran.
القرآن. Allah the Glorified has not counseled anyone on the lines of this Quran, for it is the strong rope of Allah and His trustworthy means.
It contains the blossoming of the heart and springs of knowledge. For the heart, there is no other gloss than the Quran, although those who remembered it have passed away, while those who forgot or pretended to have forgotten it have remained. If you see any good, give your support to it, but if you see evil, evade it, because the Messenger of Allah used to say, O son of Adam, do good and evade evil. By doing so, you will treading correctly.
وأن إله سبحانه لم يعظ أحدا بمثل هذا القرآن، فإنه حبل الله المتين وسببه الأمين، وفيه ربيع القلب وينابيع العلم، وما للقلب جلاء غيره، مع أنه قد ذهب المتذكرون وبقي الناسون أو المتناسون.
فإذا رأيتم خيرا فأعينوا عليه، وإذا رأيتم شرا فاذهبوا عنه، فإن رسول الله صلى الله عليه وآله كان يقول: يا ابن آدم، اعمل الخير ودع الشر، فإذا أنت جواد قاصب.
Categories of oppression. أنواع الظلم. Know that injustice is of three kinds. 1. The injustice that will not be forgiven. Another that will not be left unquestioned. And another that will be forgiven without being questioned. The injustice that will not be forgiven is duality of Allah. Allah has said, Verily Allah forgiveth not that be associated with Him. The injustice that will be forgiven is the injustice a man does to himself by committing small sins. And the injustice that will not be left unquestioned is the injustice of men against other men. The retribution in such a case is severe. It is not wounding with knives, nor striking with whips, but it is so severe that all these things are small against it. You should therefore avoid change in the matter of Allah's religion for your unity in respect of a right which you dislike is better than your scattering away in respect of a wrong that you like. Certainly, Allah the Glorified has not given any person, whether among the dead or among those who survive, any good from separation. ألا وإن الظلم ثلاثة، فظلم لا يغفر، وظلم لا يترك، وظلم مغفور لا يطلب. فأما الظلم الذي لا يغفر فالشرك بالله، قال آله تعالى: إن الله لا يغفر أن يشرك به. وأما الظلم الذي يغفر فظلم العبد نفسه عند بعض الهنات. وأما الظلم الذي لا يترك فظلم العباد بعضهم بعضا. القصاص هناك شديد، ليس هو جرحا بالمداد ولا ضربا بالسياط، ولن هم ما يستصغر ذلك معه. فإياكم والتلون في دين الهية، فإن جماعة فيما ترهون من الحق خير من فرقة فيما تحبون من الباطل، وإن الله سبحانه لم يعطي أحدا بفرقة خيرا ممن مضى ولا ممن بقى. O people, blessed is the man whose own shortcomings keep him away from the shortcomings of others, and also blessed is the man who is confined to his house, eats his meal, buries himself in obeying his Allah, and weeps over his sins, so that he is engaged in himself, and people are in safety from him. يا أيها الناس، طوب لمن شغله عيبه عن عيوب الناس، وطوب لمن لزم بيته، وأكل قوته، واشتغل بطاعة ربه، على خطيته، فإن من نفسه فشغل والناس منه فراحة. Alternative sources for sermon 176. Al-Zamakhshari, Rabi' A 219. Al-Kulaini, Usul al-Kafi 2
443. البرقي المحاسن 6. الصدوق العمالي 153.
الأياشي تفسير 262.
الحراني تحاف 71.
Sermon 177. Your party had decided to select 2 persons.
About the 2 arbiters.
Your party had decided to select 2 persons, and so we took their pledge that they would act according to the Quran and would not commit excess, that their tongues should be with it, and that their hearts should follow it.
But they deviated from it, abandoned what was right, although they had it before their eyes.
Wrongdoing was their desire, and going astray was their behavior.
Although we had settled with them to decide with justice, to act according to the light, and without the interference of their evil views and wrong judgment. Now that they have abandoned the course of right and have come out with just the opposite of what was settled, we have strong ground.
فاجمع رأي ملعم علّا نختار رجلين فأخذنا عليهما أن يجعجع عند القرآن ولا يجاوزاه وتأبل ألسنتهما معه وقلوبهما تبعه فتاها عنه وترك الحق وهما يبصرانه وكان الجور هواهما والاعوجاج دابتهما وقد سبق
استثناونا عليهما فالحم بالعدل والعمل بالحق سوء رأيهما وجور حمهما والثقة في أيدينا لأنفسنا حين خالفا
سبيل الحق وآتيا بما لا يعرف من معوس الحم. Alternative sources for Sermon 177. Al-Tabari, Tarikh, v. 48, from Abu Mikhnaf.
Sermon 17:8. One condition does not prevent him.
Praise of Allah, transience of this world, and causes of the decline of Allah's blessings.
فالشهادة والتقوى.
One condition does not prevent him from another condition. Time does not change him. Place does not locate him, and the tongue does not describe him. The number of drops of water, of stars in the sky, or of currents of winds in the air are not unknown to him, nor the movements of ants on rocks, or the resting place of grubs in the dark night. He knows the places where leaves fall, and the secret movements of the pupils of the eyes.
لا يشغله شأن ولا يغيره زمان ولا يحويه مان ولا يصفه لسان ولا يعزب عنه عدد قطر الماء ولا نجوم السماء ولا أسواف الريح في الهواء ولا دبيب النمل عل الصفا ولا مقيل الذر في الليلة الظلماء.
يعلم مساقط الأوراط وخف طرف الأحداق. I stand witness that there is no God but Allah, who has no parallel, who is not doubted, whose religion is not denied, and whose creativeness is not questioned. My witnessing is like that of a man whose intention is free, whose conscience is clear, whose belief is pure, and whose loads are heavy. I also stand witness that Muhammad, the peace and blessings of Allah be upon him and his progeny, is his slave and his messenger, chosen from his creations, selected for detailing his realities, picked for his selected honors, and chosen for his esteemed messages.
Through him, the signs of guidance have been lighted, and the gloom of blindness has been dispelled.
وأشهد أن لا إله إلا الله غير معدول به ولا مشوك فيه ولا مفور دينه ولا مجحود توينه شهادة من صدقت نيته وصفت دخلته وخلص يقينه وثقلت موازينه. وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله المجتبى من خلائقه والمعتام لشرح حقائقه والمختص بعقائل كراماته والمصطفى لرائم رسالاته والموضحة به أشراط الهدى والمجلوبه. غريب العمن. O people, surely this world deceives him who longs for it and who is attracted towards it. It does not behave niggardly with him who aspires for it,
and overpowers him who overpowers it. By Allah, no people are deprived of the lively pleasures of life after enjoying them, except as a result of sins committed by them, because certainly Allah is not unjust to His creatures. Even then, when calamities descend upon people and pleasures depart from them, they turn towards Allah with true intention and the feeling in their hearts that He will return them everything that has fled from them and cure all their ills.
أيها الناس، إن الدنيا تغر المومل لها والمخلد إليها، ولا تنافس بمن نافس فيها وتغلب من غلب عليها.
وأيما ألهما كان قوم قط فغض نعمة من عيش فزال عنهم إلا بذنوب اجترحوها، لأن الله ليس بظلام للعبيد، ولو أن الناس حين تنزل بهم النقم وتزول عنهم النعم فزعوا إلى ربهم بصدق من نياتهم ووله من قلوبهم لرد عليهم كل شارد وأصلح لهم كل فاسد. I fear about you lest you fall into ignorance. In the past, there were certain matters in which you were deflected, and, in my view, you were not worthy of admiration. But if your previous position could be returned to you, then you would become virtuous. I can only strive, but if I were to speak, I would say, may Allah forgive your past actions.
وإن لخش علينا عليم أن تنوا في فترة وقد كانت أمور مضت ملتم فيها ميلا كنتم فيها عندي غير محمودين. ولئن رد عليم أمركم إن من لسعداء وما علي إلا الجهد، ولو أشاء أن أقول لقلت عفى الآه عما سلف.
Alternative sources for Sermon 178. Al-Wasiti, Uyun al-Hikam, C. Al-Majlisi, Bihar, Volume 77, 307. Al-Saduq, Al-Khisal, 2, 163. Al-Zamakhshari, Rabi' I, 162. Ibn al-Athir, Al-Nihaya, 3, 282. Sermon 179. Eyes cannot see him. Talib al-Yamani asked Amir al-Mu'mineen whether he had seen Allah, when he replied, "Do I worship one whom I have not seen?" Then he inquired, "How have you seen him?" Then Amir al-Mu'mineen replied,
ومن كلام له عليه السلام.
فقال عليه السلام: أفأعبد ما لا أرى؟ قال وكيف تراه؟ Eyes cannot see him face to face, but hearts perceive him through the realities of belief. He is near to things, but not contiguous. He is far from them, but not separate. He is a speaker, but not with reflection. He intends, but not with preparation. He molds, but not with limbs. He is subtle, but cannot be attributed with being concealed. He is great, but cannot be attributed with haughtiness. He sees, but cannot be attributed with the sense. He is merciful, but cannot be attributed with weakness of heart. Faces feel low before his greatness, and hearts tremble out of fear of him. Alternative sources for Sermon 179. Al-Kulaini, Usul al-Kafi, I, 98, 138. Al-Saduq, At-Tawheed, 96, 320, 324. Al-Saduq, Al-Amali, 205. Al-Mufid, Al-Irshad, 131. Al-Mufid, Al-Ikhtisas, 236. Sibt, Tadhkira, 157. Sermon 180. I praise Allah for whatever matter. He ordine, condemning his disobedient men. ومن كلام له عليه السلام فذم العاصين من أصحابه. I praise Allah for whatever matter He ordained and whatever action He destines, and for my trial with you, O group of people who do not obey when I order, and do not respond when I call you. If you are at ease, you engage in conversation, but if you are faced with battle, you show weakness. If people agree on one imam, you taunt them. If you are faced with an arduous matter, you turn away from it. May others have no father. What are you waiting for in the matter of your assistance and for fighting for your rights? For you, there is either death or disgrace. By Allah, if my day comes, and it is sure to come, it will cause separation between me and you while I am sick of your company and feel alone although I am with you.
أحمده علما على ما قضى من أمر وقد رضي من فعل وعلم ابتلاء به أيتها الفرقة التي إذا أمرت لم تطع وإذا دعوت لم تجب.
تجب إن أمهلتم خدتم وإن حوربتم خرتم وإن اجتمع الناس على إمام طعنتم وإن أجبتم المشاقة نصتم. لا أبا لغيركم ما تنتظرون بنصركم والجهاد على حقم. الموت أو الذال لم. فوالا لئن جاء يوم وليأتين ليفرقن بين وبينم وأنا لصحبتم. قال وبم غير كثير. May Allah deal with you. Is there no religion which may unite you, or sense of shamefulness that may sharpen you? Is it not strange that Muawiyah calls out to some rude low people, and they follow him without any support or grant? But when I call you, although you are the successors of Islam and the survivors of the people, with support and distributed grants, you scatter away from me and oppose me? Truly, there is nothing between me to you which I like and you also like it, or with which I am angry and you may also unite against it. What I love most is death. I have taught you the Quran, clarified to you arguments, apprised you of what you were ignorant, and made you swallow what you were spitting out. Even a blind man would have been able to see, and he who was sleeping would have been awakened. How ignorant of Allah is their leader Muawiyah and their instructor Ibn al-Nabigha. 1. له أنتم أما دين يجمعهم ولا محمية تشحثكم. أوليس عجبا أن معاوية يدعو الجفاة الطغام فيتبع بعونه على غير معاونة ولا عطاء، وأنا أدعوكم وأنتم ترية الإسلام وبقية الناس إلى المعونة أو طائفة من العطاء فتفرقون عنه وتختلفون عل. إنه لا يخرج اليوم من أمري رضا فترضونه ولا سخط فتجتمعون عليه، وإن أحب ما أنا لاق الموت. قد دارستم التاب وفاتحتم الحجاج وعرفتم ما أنريتم وسوغتم ما مججتم لو كان الأعمى يلحظ أو النائم يستيقظ. وأقرب بقوم من الجهل بهاله قائدهم معاوية ومؤدبهم ابن أبنغة. Alternative sources for sermon 180. الثقافي الغارات I 291. الطبري تاريخ 660. Events of 38H. Ibn al-Athir al-Nihaya I 188. 1. An-Nabigha is the surname of Layla bint Harmala al-Anaziyya, mother of Amr ibn al-As. The reason for attributing him to his mother is her common reputation in the matter. When Arwa bint al-Harith ibn Abd al-Muttalib went to Muawiyah, during the conversation, when Amr ibn al-As intervened, she said to him, "O son of a Nabigha, you too dare speak, although your mother was known publicly and was a singer of Mecca. That is why 5 persons claimed you, and when she was asked, she admitted that 5 people had visited her, and that you should be regarded as the son of him you resembled most. You must have resembled Al-As ibn Wa'il, and therefore you came to be known as his son. These 5 persons were Al-As ibn Wa'il, Abu Lahab, Umayyah ibn Khalaf, Hisham ibn al-Mughira, and Abu Sufyan ibn Harb. Sermon 181. May Allah's mercy remain away from them. Amir al-Mu'minin sent one of his men to bring him news about a group of the army of Kufa who had decided to join the Kharijites but were afraid of him. When the man came back, Amir al-Mu'minin said to him, "Are they satisfied in staying or feeling weak and going astray?" The man replied, "They have gone away, O Amir al-Mu'minin." Then Amir al-Mu'minin said,
وقد أرسل رجلا من أصحابه يعلم له علم أحوال قوم من جند الوفا هم باللحاق بالخوارج وكانوا على خوف منه عليه السلام. فلما عاد إليه الرجل قال له: أآمنوا فاقتنوا أم جبنوا فضعنوا.
May Allah's mercy remain away from them. Just as Thamud was distanced. Know that when the spears are hurled towards them and the swords are struck at their heads, they will repent of their doings. Surely today Satan has scattered them, and tomorrow he will disclaim any connection with them and will leave them. Their departing from guidance, returning to misguidance and blindness, turning away from truth and falling into wrong is enough.
بعدا لهم كما بعدت ثمود أما لو أشرعت الأسنة إليهم وصبت السيوف على هاماتهم لقد ندموا على ما كان منهم إن الشيطان اليوم قد استقلهم وهو غدا متبرئ منهم ومخل عنهم فحسبهم بخروجهم من الهدى وارتئاسهم
الضلال والعمى وصدهم عن الحق وجماحهم في التيه. Alternative sources for Sermon 181. Al-Thaqafi, Al-Gharat, C. Ibn Abi al-Hadid, I. 265. Al-Tabari, Tarikh, v. 65. Events of 38H. 1. A man of the tribe Banu Najiyah named Al-Khirrit ibn Rashid al-Naji was on Amir al-Mu'minin's side in the Battle of Siffin, but after arbitration he became rebellious, and, coming to Amir al-Mu'minin with 30 persons, said, "By Allah, I will no more obey your command, nor offer prayers behind you, and shall leave you tomorrow." Whereupon Amir al-Mu'minin said, "You should first take into account the grounds underlying this arbitration and discuss it with me. If you are satisfied, you do as you will." He said he would come the next day to discuss the matter. Amir al-Mu'minin then cautioned him, "Look, on going from here, do not get misled by others and do not adopt any other course. If you have the will to understand, I will get you out of this wrong path and put you on the course of guidance." After this conversation, he went away, but his countenance indicated he was bent on revolt and would not see reason by any means. And so it happened. He stuck to his point, and on reaching his place, he said to his tribesmen, "When we are determined to abandon Amir al-Mu'minin, there is no use going to him. We should do what we have decided to do." On this occasion, Abdullah ibn Quayn al-Azdi also went to them to inquire. But when he came to know the position, he asked Mudrik ibn ar-Rayyan an-Naji to speak to him and to apprise him of the ruinous consequence of this rebellion, whereupon Mudrik assured him that this man would not be allowed to take any step. Consequently, Abdullah came back satisfied and related the whole matter before Amir al-Mu'minin on returning the next day. Amir al-Mu'minin said, "Let us see what happens when he comes." But when the appointed hour passed and he did not turn up, Amir al-Mu'minin asked Abdullah to go and see what the matter was and what was the cause for the delay. On reaching there, Abdullah found that all of them had left. When he returned to Amir al-Mu'mineen, he spoke as in this sermon. The fate that befell al-Khirrit ibn Rashid an-Naji has been stated under Sermon 44. Sermon 182. Praise be to Allah, to whom is the return of all creation. It has been related by Nauf al-Bikali that Amir al-Mu'mineen Ali delivered this sermon at Kufa, standing on a stone which Jada ibn Hubayra al-Makhzumi had placed for him.
Amir al-Mu'mineen had a woolen apparel on his body. The belt of his sword was made of leaves, and the sandals on his feet, too, were of palm leaves.
His forehead had a hardened spot like that of a camel. وَمِنْ خُطْبَةٍ لَهُ عَلَيْهِ السَّلَامُ. About Allah's attributes, His creatures, and His being above physical limitations. Hamdulillah wasti'anatuh. Praise be to Allah, to whom is the return of all creation and the end of all matters. We render Him praise for the greatness of His generosity, the clarity of His proofs, the increase of His bounty and His favors. Praise which may fulfill His right, repay His thanks, take near His reward, and be productive of increase in His kindness. We seek His help like one who is hopeful of His bounty, desirous of His benefit, and confident of His warding off, who acknowledges His gifts and is obedient to Him in word and deed. We believe in Him, like Him who reposes hope in Him with conviction, inclines to Him as a believer, humbles himself before Him obediently, believes in His oneness exclusively, regards Him great, acknowledging His dignity, and seeks refuge with Him with inclination and exertion. Alhamdulillahi alladhi ilayhi masairu al-khalq wa awaqibu al-amr. نحمده على عظيم إحسانه ونير برهانه ونوام فضله وامتنانه. حمدا يون لحقه قضاء ولشره أداء وإلا ثوابه مقربا ولحسن مزيده موجبا. ونستعين به استعانة راج لفضله ممال لنفعه واثق بدفعه معترف له بالطول ومذعن له بالعمل والقول. ونؤمن به إيمانا من رجاه موقنا وأناب إليه مؤمنا وخنع له مذعنا وأخلص له موحدا وعظمه ممجدا ولاذ به. راغبا مجتهدا. Allah the glorified has not been born so that someone could be partner in glory, nor has He begotten anyone so as to be inherited from after dying. Time and period have not preceded Him. Increase and decrease do not occur to Him. But He has manifested Himself to our understanding through our having observed His strong control and firm decree. Among the proofs of His creation is the creation of the skies, which are fastened without pillars and stand without support. He called them, and they responded obediently and humbly, without being lazy or loathsome. If they had not acknowledged His Godhead and obeyed Him, He would not have made them the place for His throne, the abode of His angels, and the destination to which ascend the pure utterances and the righteous deeds of the creatures. لم يولد سبحانه فيغن في العز مشاركا ولم يولد فيغن موروثا هالا ولم يتقدمه وقت ولا زمان ولم يتعاوره زيادة ولا نقصان بل ظهر للعقول بما أرانا من علامات التدبير المتقن والقضاء المبرم. فمن شواهد خلقه خلق السماوات موطدة بلا عمد قائمات بلا سند دعاهن فأجبن طائعات مذعنات غير متليات ولا مبطئات ولولا إقرارهن له بالربوبية وإذعانهن بالطائعة لما جعلهن موضعا لعرشه ولا مسنى لملائكته ولا مصعدا للآلام الطيب والعمل الصالح من خلقه. He has made the stars in the skies by way of signs by which travelers wandering the various routes of the earth may be guided. The gloom of the dark curtains of the night does not prevent the flame of their light, nor do the veils of blackish nights have the power to turn back the light of the moon when it spreads in the skies. Glory be to Allah, from whom neither the blackness of dark dusk or of gloomy night in the low parts of the earth or on high dim mountains is hidden, nor the thundering of clouds on the horizons of the skies, nor the sparking of lightning in the clouds, nor the falling of leaves blown away from their falling places by the winds of hurricanes or by downpour from the sky. He knows where the drops fall and where they stay, where the grubs leave their trails or where they drag themselves, what livelihood would suffice the mosquitoes and what a female bears in its womb.
جعل نجومها أعلاما يستدل بها الحيران فمختلف فجاج الأقطار لم يمنع ضوء نورها إذ لهام السج في الليل المظلم
ولا استطاعت جلابيب سواد الحنادس أن ترد ما شاع في السماوات من تلاؤل نور القمر.
فسبحان من لا يخفى عليه سواد غسق داج ولا ليل ساج في بقاع الأرضين المتطاطئات ولا في يفاع السفع المتجاورات وما يتجلجل به الرعد في أفق السماء وما تلاشت عنه بروق الغمام وما تسقط من ورقة تزيلها عنه
مسقطها عواصف الأنواء وانهطال السماء.
ويعلم مسقط القطرة ومقرها ومسحب الذرة ومجراها وما يفنى البعوضة من قوتها وما تحمل من أنث في بطنها.
Praise be to Allah, who exists from before the coming into existence of the seat, the throne, the sky, the earth, the jinn, or human being.
He cannot be perceived by imagination, nor measured by understanding. He who begs from him does not divert him, nor does giving away cause him diminution. He does not see by means of an eye, nor can he be confined to a place. He cannot be said to have companions. He does not create with limbs. He cannot be perceived by senses. He cannot be compared with people. والحمد لله ألا إن قبل أن ينكرس أو عرش أو سماء أو أرض أو جان أو إنس لا يدرك بوهم ولا يقدر بفهم ولا يشغله سائل ولا ينقصه نائل ولا ينظر بعين ولا يحد بأين ولا يوصف بالأزواج ولا يخلق بعلاج ولا يدرك بالحواس ولا يقاس بالناس. It is he who spoke to Musa clearly and showed him his great signs without the use of bodily parts, the organ of speech, or the uvula. O you who exert yourself in describing Allah, if you are serious, then describe Gabriel, Michael, or the host of angels who are close in the receptacles of sublimity. But their heads are bent downwards, and their wits are perplexed as to how to assign limits to the highest Creator. This is because those things can only be perceived through qualities which have shape and parts, and which succumb to death after reaching the end of their times. There is no God but He. He has lighted every darkness with His effulgence, and has darkened every light with the darkness.
الذي كل موسى مغتدي مالا وأراه من آياته عظيمة بلا جوارح ولا أدوات ولا نطقا ولا لهوات.
بل إن كنت صادقا أيها المتلف لوصف ربك فصف جبرائيل وميكائيل وجنود الملائكة المقربين في حجرات القدس مرجحين متولهة عقولهم أن يحدوا أحسن الخالقين. وإنما يدرك بالصفات ذو الهيئات والأدوات ومن ينقض إذا بلغ أمد حده بالفناء. فلا إله إلا هو أضاء بنوره كل ظلام وأظلم بظلمته كل نور. An account of past peoples and about learning from them.
الوصية بالتقوى.
I advise you, creatures of Allah, to practice fear of Allah who gave you good clothing and bestowed an abundance of sustenance on you.
If there was anyone who could secure a ladder to everlasting life, or a way to avoid death, it was Sulaiman ibn Daud, who was given control over the domain of the jinn and men, along with prophethood and great position.
But when he finished what was his due in food and exhausted his time, the bow of destruction shot him with arrow of death. His houses became vacant, and his habitations became empty. Another group of people inherited them. Certainly, the bygone centuries have a lesson for you. أوصيم عباد الإله بتقوى إله ذي البسم الرياش وأسبغ عليم المعاش.
فلو أن أحدا يجد إلى البقاء سلما أو لدفع الموت سبيلا، لأن ذلك سليمان بن داود عليه السلام، الذي سخر له ملك الجن والإنس مع النبوة وعظيم
الزلفة، فلما استوفى طعمته واستمل مدته رمته قص الفناء بنبال الموت، وأصبحت الديار منه خالية والمساكن
معطاة ورثها قوم آخرون، وإن لم في القرون السالفة لعبرة.
Where are the Amalekites, one, and the sons of Amalekites? Where are the pharaohs, two? Where are the people of the cities of Ar-Ras, three, who killed the prophets, destroyed the traditions of the divine messengers, and revived the traditions of the despots? Where are those who advanced with armies, defeated thousands, mobilized forces, and populated cities?
أين العمالقة وأبناء آل العمالقة؟
أين الفراعنة وأبناء الفراعنة؟
أين أصحاب مدائن الرس الذين قتلوا الأنبياء وأطفأوا سنن المرسلين وأحيوا سنن الجبارين؟
أين الذين ساروا بالجيوش وهزموا الألوف وعسروا العساكر ومدوا ناء؟
المدائن, a part of the same sermon about the Imam al-Mahdi.
Minha, he will be wearing the armor of wisdom, which he will have secured with all its conditions, such as full attention towards it, its knowledge, and exclusive devotion to it. For him, it is like a thing which he had lost, and which he was then seeking, or a need which he was trying to fulfill. If Islam is in trouble, he will feel forlorn, like a traveler, and like a camel beating the end of its tail, and with its neck flattened on the ground. He is the last of Allah's proofs, and one of the vicegerents of his prophets.
قد لبس للحمة جنتها وأخذها بجميع أدبها من الإقبال عليها والمعرفة بها والتفرغ لها، فهو عند نفسه ضالته التي يطلبها وحاجته التي يسأل عنها، فهو مغترب إذا اقترب الإسلام وضرب بعسيب ذنبه وألصق الأرض بجرانه.
بقية من بقايا حجته خليفة من خلائف أنبيائه, on the method of his ruling and grief over the martyrdom of his companions. Then Amir al-Mu'mineen continued, O people, I have divulged to you advice which the prophets used to preach before their peoples, and I have conveyed to you what the vicegerents conveyed to those coming after them. I tried to train you with my whip, but you could not be straightened. I drove you with admonition, but you did not acquire proper behavior. May Allah deal with you. Do you expect an imam other than me to take you on the path and show you the correct way?
أيها الناس، إن قد بثثت لكم المواعظ التي وعظ بها الأنبياء أممهم، وأديت اليم ما أدت الأوصياء لمن بعدهم، وأدبتم بصوت فلم تستقيموا، وحدوتم بالزواجر فلم تستوثقوا. له أنتم أتتوقون عونا أماما غيري يطأ بمط الرريق ويرشدكم السبيل.
Beware, the things in this world which were forward have become things of the past, and those of which were behind are going ahead.
The virtuous people of Allah have made up their minds to leave, and they have purchased, with a little perishable of this world, a lot of such in the next world that will remain. What loss did our brothers, whose blood was shed in Siffin, suffer by not being alive today? Only that they are not suffering choking on swallowings and not drinking turbid water. By Allah, surely they have met Allah, and He has bestowed upon them their rewards, and He has lodged them in safe houses after their fear.
إلا أنها قد أدبر من الدنيا ما كان مقبلا وأقبل منها ما كان مدبرا وأزمع الترحال عباد الله الأخيار وباعوا قليلا من الدنيا لا يبقي بكثير من الآخرة لا يفنن.
ما ضر إخواننا الذين سفتت دماؤهم وهم بصفين إلا أن يأنوا اليوم أحياء.
يسيغون الغصص ويشربون الرنق.
قد واله لقوا آله فوفهم أجورهم وأحلهم دار الأمن بعد خوفهم. Where are my brethren who took the path and trod in rightness? Where is Ammar? 4. Where is Ibn at-Tayyahan? 5. Where is Dhush-Shahadatain? 6. And where are others like them? 7. From among their comrades who had pledged themselves to death and whose heads were taken to the wicked enemy.
أين إخوان الذين ركبوا الطريق ومضوا على الحق؟
أين عمار وأين ابن التيان؟
وأين ذو الشاءتين؟ وأين نظراؤهم من إخوانهم الذين تعاقدوا على المنية وأبردوا برؤوسهم الفجرة؟
Then Amir al-Mu'mineen wiped his hand over his auspicious, honored beard and wept for a long time. Then he continued, O my brothers who recited the Qur'an and strengthened it, thought over their obligation and fulfilled it, revived the Sunnah and destroyed innovation. When they were called to jihad, they responded and trusted in their leader, then followed him. Then Amir al-Mu'mineen shouted at the top of his voice, Al-Jihad! Al-Jihad! O creatures of Allah! By Allah, I am mobilizing the army today. He who desires to proceed towards Allah should come forward. Naf said, Then Amir al-Mu'mineen put Hussein over 10,000, Qais ibn Sa'd over 10,000, Abu Ayyub al-Ansari over 10,000, and others over different numbers, intending to return to Siffin, but Friday did not appear again, and the accursed Ibn Muljam killed him. Consequently, the armies came back and were left like sheep who had lost their shepherd, while wolves were snatching them away from all sides. Alternative sources for Sermon 182. Al-Wasiti, Uyun al-Hikam, C. al-Majlisi, Volume 77, 310. Ibn al-Athir, Al-Nihaya, 2, 145, 198. 1. History shows that very often the ruin and destruction of peoples has been due to their oppression and open wickedness and profligacy. Consequently, communities which had extended their sway over all the corners of the populated world and had flown their flags in the east and west of the globe disappeared from the surface of the earth like a wrong word, on disclosure of their vicious actions and evil doings. Amalekites, ancient nomadic tribe or collection of tribes described in the Old Testament as relentless enemies of Israel, even though they were closely related to Ephraim, one of the 12 tribes of Israel. Their name derives from Amalek, who is celebrated in Arabian tradition but cannot be identified. The district over which they ranged was south of Judah and probably extended into northern Arabia. The Amalekites harassed the Hebrews during their exodus out of Egypt and attacked them at Rephidim, where they were defeated by Joshua. They also filled out the ranks of the nomadic raiders defeated by Gideon and were condemned to annihilation by Samuel. The Amalekites, whose final defeat occurred in the time of Hezekiah, were the object of a perpetual curse. 2. Pharaoh, Hebrew form of the Egyptian Pharaoh, signifying the royal palace, an epithet applied in the New Kingdom and after as a title of respect to the Egyptian king himself. In the 22nd dynasty, the title was added to the king's personal name. In official documents, the full titulary of the Egyptian king contained 5 names. The first and oldest identified him as the incarnation of the falcon god Horus. It was often written inside a square called Serech, depicting the facade of the archaic palace. The second name, 2 ladies, placed him under the protection of Nekhbet and Buto, the vulture and uraeus goddesses of Upper and Lower Egypt. The third, Golden Horus, signified perhaps originally Horus victorious over his enemies. The last 2 names, written within a ring or cartouche, are generally referred to as the praenomen and nomen, and were the ones most commonly used. The praenomen and nomen and were the ones most commonly used. The praenomen preceded by the hieroglyph meaning King of Upper and Lower Egypt, usually contained a reference to the king's unique relationship with the sun god, Re, while the 5th, or nomen, was preceded by the hieroglyph for Son of Re, or by that for Lord of the 2 lands. The last name was given him at birth, the rest at his coronation. Among the pharaohs was the pharaoh of the days of Prophet Musa. His pride, egotism, insolence, and haughtiness were such that by making the claim, "I am your sublime God," he deemed himself to be holding sway over all other powers of the world, and was under the misunderstanding that no power could wrest the realm and government from his hands. The Quran has narrated his claim of "I and no one else" in the following words: "And proclaimed Pharaoh unto his people, O my people, is not the kingdom of Egypt mine? And these rivers flow below me. What? Behold ye not." But when his empire came near the end, it was destroyed in a few moments. Neither his position and servants could come in the way of its destruction, nor could the vastness of his realm prevent it. Rather, the waves of the very streams which he was extremely proud to possess wrapped him in and dispatched his spirit to hell, throwing the body on the bank to serve as a lesson for the whole of creation. 3. The people of the cities of A'urras. In the same way, the people of A'urras were killed and destroyed for disregarding the preaching and call of a prophet, and for revolt and disobedience. About them, the Quran says, 4. Ammar ibn Yasir ibn Amir al-Ansi al-Madhiji al-Makhzumi was one of the earliest converts to Islam and the first Muslim to build a mosque in his own house in which he used to worship Allah. Ammar accepted Islam along with his father Yasir and his mother Sumayya. They suffered great tortures by the Quraysh due to their conversion to Islam, to such an extent that Ammar lost his parents, and they were the first martyrs, man and woman, in Islam. Ammar was among those who emigrated to Abyssinia and the earliest immigrants to Medina. He was present in the Battle of Badr and all other battles, as well as places of assembly by the Muslims during the lifetime of the Holy Prophet. And he showed his might and favor in all Islamic struggles in the best way. Many traditions are narrated from the Holy Prophet about Ammar regarding his virtues, outstanding traits, and his glorious deeds, such as the tradition which Aisha and others have narrated that the Holy Prophet himself had said that Ammar was filled with faith from the crown of his head to the soles of his feet. In another tradition, the Holy Prophet said about Ammar, "Ammar is with the truth, and the truth is with Ammar.
He turns wherever the truth turns. Ammar is as near to me as an eye is near to the nose. Alas, a rebellious group will kill him. Also in the decisive and widely known tradition which al-Bukhari at Tirmidhi in Al-Jami as-Sahih, volume 5, page 669. Ahmad ibn Hanbal, and all the narrators of Islamic traditions and historians transmitted through 25 companions that the Holy Prophet said about Ammar, "Alas, a rebellious group which swerves from the truth will murder Ammar. Ammar will be calling them towards paradise, and they will be calling him towards hell. His killer and those who strip him of arms and clothing will be in hell." Ibn Hajar al-Asqalani and As-Suyuti say, the narration of this tradition is mutawatir. Ibn Abdul Bar says, the narration followed uninterrupted succession from the Holy Prophet that he said, "A rebellious group will murder Ammar," and this is a prophecy of the Prophet's secret knowledge and the sign of his prophethood. This tradition is among the most authentic and the most rightly ascribed traditions. After the death of the Holy Prophet, Ammar was one of the closest adherents and best supporters of Amir al-Mu'mineen during the reign of the first three caliphs. During the caliphate of Uthman, when the Muslim protested against his policy on the distribution of the public treasury, Uthman said in a public assembly that the money, which, as in the treasury, was sacred and belonged to Allah, and that he had the right to dispose of them as he thought fit. He threatened and cursed all who presumed to censure or murmur at what he said. Upon this, Ammar ibn Yasir boldly declared his disapprobation and began to charge him with his inveterate propensity to ignore the interests of the general public, accused him with reviving the heathenish customs abolished by the Prophet. Whereupon Uthman commanded him to be beaten, and immediately some of the Umayyads, the kindred of the Caliph, fell upon the venerable Ammar, and the Caliph himself, kicking him with his shoes on Ammar's testicles, and afflicted him with hernia. Ammar became unconscious for 3 days, and he was taken care of by al-Mu'mineen, Salama, in her own house. When Amir al-Mu'mineen became Caliph, Ammar was one of his most sincere supporters. He participated fully in all social, political, and military activities during this period, especially in the first battle and the second one. However, Ammar was martyred on 9th Safar 37 AH in the Battle of Siffin, when he was over 90 years of age. On the day Ammar ibn Yasir achieved martyrdom, he turned his face to the sky and said, "O my God, surely thou art aware that if I know that thy wish is that I should plunge myself into this river and be drowned, I will do it."
O my God, surely thou knowest that if I knew that thou would be pleased if I put my scimitar on my chest and pressed it so hard that it came on my back, I would do it.
O my God, I do not think there is anything more pleasant to thee than fighting against this sinful group. And if I knew that any action were more pleasant to thee, I would do it. Abu Abd ar-Rahman as-Sulami narrates, "We were present with Amir al-Mu'mineen at Siffin, where I saw Ammar ibn Yasir was not turning his face towards any side, nor valleys of Siffin, but the companions of the Holy Prophet were following him as if he was a sign for them. Then I heard Ammar say to Hashim ibn Utbah, 'O Hashim, rush into enemies' ranks, paradise is under the sword. Today I meet my beloved one, Muhammad, and his party.' Then he said, 'By Allah, if they put us to flight to the date palms of Hajar, we know surely that we are right and they are wrong.' Then he continued, 'We struck you to its revelation, and today we strike you to its interpretation,
Such strike as to remove heads from their resting places, and to make the friend forget his sincere friend, until the truth returns to its path. Single quote, quote, I did not see the Holy Prophet's companions killed at any time as many as they were killed on this day. Then Ammar spurred his horse, entered the battlefield, and began fighting. He persistently chased the enemy, made attack after attack, and raised challenging slogans, till at last a group of mean-spirited Syrians surrounded him on all sides, and a man named Abu al-Ghadia al-Jahari inflicted such a wound upon him that he could not bear it, and returned to his camp. He asked for water. A tumbler of milk was brought to him. When Ammar looked at the tumbler, he said, "The Messenger of Allah had said the right thing." People asked him what he meant by these words. He said, "The Messenger of Allah informed me that the last sustenance for me in this world would be milk." Then he took that tumbler of milk in his hands, drank the milk, and surrendered his life to Allah, the Almighty. When Amir al-Mu'mineen came to know of his death, he came to Ammar's side, put his head on his own lap, and recited the following elegy to mourn his death.
Surely any Muslim who is not distressed at the murder of the son of Yasser and does not be afflicted by this grievous misfortune does not have true faith.
May Allah show His mercy to Ammar the day he embraced Islam. May Allah show His mercy to Ammar the day he was killed. And may Allah show His mercy to Ammar the day he is raised to life. Certainly, I found Ammar that 3 companions of the Holy Prophet could not be named unless he was the 4th, and 4 of them could not be mentioned unless he was the 5th. There was none among the Holy Prophet's companions who doubted that not only was paradise once or twice compulsorily bestowed upon Ammar, but that he gained his claim to it. May paradise give enjoyment to Ammar. Certainly, it was said, "Surely Ammar is with the truth, and the truth is with Ammar. He turns wherever the truth turns. His killer will be in hell." Then Amir al-Mu'mineen stepped forward and offered funeral prayers for him, and then, with his own hands, he buried him with his clothes. Ammar's death caused a good deal of commotion in the ranks of Muawiyah too, because there were a large number of prominent people fighting from his side under the impression created in their minds that he was fighting Amir al-Mu'mineen for a right cause. These people were aware of the saying of the Holy Prophet that Ammar would be killed by a group who would be on the wrong side. When they observed that Ammar had been killed by Muawiyah's army, they became convinced that they were on the wrong side and that Amir al-Mu'mineen was definitely on the right. This agitation thus caused among the leaders as well as the rank and file of Muawiyah's army was quelled by him with the argument that it was Amir al-Mu'mineen who brought Ammar to the battlefield, and therefore it was he who was responsible for his death. When Muawiyah's argument was mentioned before Amir al-Mu'mineen, he said, it was as though the Prophet was responsible for killing Hamza as he brought him to the Battle of Uhud. At-Tabari, At-Tarikh, Volume 1, pp. 33163322, Volume 3, pp. 231-4231-9, Ibn Sa'd, At-Tabakat, Volume
3, Part 1, pp. 176 to 189, Ibn al-Afir, Al-Kamil, Volume
3, pp. 308 to 312, Ibn Kathir, At-Tarikh, Volume 7, pp. 267 to 272, Al-Minkari, Sifin, pp. 320 to 345, Ibn Abd al-Bar, Al-Istiyab, Volume 3, pp. 1135 to 1140, volume 4, page 1725, Ibn al-Athir, USD al-Ghaba, volume 4, pp. 43 to 47, volume 5, page 267, Ibn Abil Hadid, Sharh Nahjul Balagha, volume 5, pp. 252 to 258, volume 8, pp. 10 to 28, volume 10, p. 102 to 107, Al-Hakim al-Mustablaq, volume 3, pp. 384 to 394, Ibn Abd Rabi al-Iqdad al-Farid, volume 4, pp. 340 to 343, Al-Masudi, Muruj ad-Dahab, volume 2, pp. 381 to 382, Al-Haytami, Majma az-Zawaid, volume 7, pp. 238 to 244, volume 9, pp. 291 to 298, Al-Baladuri, Ansab al-Ashraf, pp. 310 to 319. 5. Abul Khaytham ibn at-Tayyan al-Ansari was one of the 12 chiefs who attended the fair and met at Al-Aqaba, in the first Aqaba, and among those who attended in the second Aqaba, where he gave the Holy Prophet the pledge of Islam. He was present in the Battle of Badr and all other battles as well as places of assembly by the Muslims during the lifetime of the Holy Prophet. He was also among the sincere supporters of Amir al-Mu'minin, and he attended the Battle of Jamal as well as Siffin, where he was martyred. 6. Khuzaymah ibn Thabit al-Ansari. He is known as Dhu Shahadatain because the Holy Prophet considered his evidence equivalent to the evidence of 2 witnesses. He was present in the Battle of Badr and other battles as well as in the places of assembly of the Muslims during the lifetime of the Holy Prophet. He is counted among the earliest of those who showed their adherence to Amir al-Mu'minin, and he was also present in the Battle of Jamal and Siffin. Abd ar-Rahman ibn Abi Layla narrated that he saw a man in the Battle of Siffin fighting the enemy valiantly, and when he protested against his action, the man said, I am Khuzaymah ibn Thabit al-Ansari. I have heard the Holy Prophet saying, fight, fight by the side of Ali. Khuzaymah was martyred in the Battle of Siffin soon after the martyrdom of Ammar ibn Yasir. Saif ibn Umar al-Usaydi has fabricated another Khuzaymah and claimed that the one who was martyred in the Battle of Siffin was this one and not the one with the surname of Dhu Shahadatain. At-Tabari has quoted this fabricated story from Saif either intentionally or otherwise, and through him this story has affected some other historians who quoted from At-Tabari or relied on him. After having denied this story, Ibn Abil Hadid adds that, furthermore, what is the need for those who want to defend Amir al-Mu'minin to make a boast of abundance with Khuzaymah, Abul Haytham, Ammar, and others? If people treat this man with justice and look at him with healthy eyes, they will certainly realize that, should he be alone and the people all together fighting him, he will be in the truth, and all the rest will be in the wrong. 7. Among the people who were present in the Battle of Jamal on the side of Amir al-Mu'minin, there were 130 Bedris and 700 of those who were present in the pledge of Ar-Ridwan, which took place under a tree. Those who were killed in the Battle of Jamal from the side of Amir al-Mu'minin numbered some 500. But on the side of the people of Jamal, 20,000 were killed. Among those who were present in the Battle of Siffin on the side of Amir al-Mu'mineen, there were 80 Badris and 800 of those who gave the Holy Prophet the pledge of Ar-Ridwan.
Single quote. On the side of Muawiyah, 45,000 were killed, and on the side of Amir al-Mu'mineen, 25,000. Among these martyrs, there were 25 or 26 Badris and 63 or 303 of the people of the pledge of Ar-Ridwan. Besides the distinguished and eminent companions of Amir al-Mu'mineen like Ammar, Dhush Shahadatain, and Ibn al-Tayyihan, those who lay martyred in Siffin were Hashim ibn Utbah Ibn Abi Waqas al-Mirqal was killed on the same day when Ammar was martyred. He was the bearer of the standard of Amir al-Mu'mineen's army on that day. Abdullah ibn Budayl ibn al-Warqa al-Khuzai was sometimes the right-wing commander of Amir al-Mu'mineen's army and sometimes the infantry commander. Sermon 183. Praise be to Allah, who is recognized without being seen.
Praise of Allah for His bounties. وَمِنْ خُطْبَةٍ لَهُ عَلَيْهِ السَّلَامُ.
Praise be to Allah, who is recognized without being seen, and who creates without trouble.
He created the creation with His might, and receives the devotion of rulers by virtue of His dignity. He exercises superiority over great men through His generosity. It is He who made His creation to populate the world and sent towards the jinn and human beings His messengers to unveil it for them, to warn them of its harm, to present to them its examples, to show them its defects, and to place before them a whole collection of matters containing lessons about the changings of health and sickness in this world, its lawful things and unlawful things, and all that Allah has ordained for the obedient and the disobedient, namely paradise and hell, and honor and disgrace. I extend my praise to His being as He desires His creation to praise Him. He has fixed for everything a measure, for every measure a time limit, and for every time limit a document. الحمد لله المعروف من غير روية والخالق من غير منصبة خلق الخلائق بقدرته واستعبد الأرباب بعزته وساد العظماء بجوده وهو الذي أسند الدنيا خلقه وبعث الجن والإنس رسله ليشفوا لهم عن غطائها وليحذروهم من ضرائها وليضربوا لهم أمثالها وليبصروهم عيوبها وليهجموا عليهم بمعتبر من تصرف مصاحها وأسقامها وحلالها وحرامها وما أعد سبحانه للمطيعين منهم والعصاة من جنة ونار وكرامة وهوان.
A part of the same sermon about the greatness and importance
of the Holy Quran.
The Quran orders as well as refrains, remains silent, and also speaks. It is the proof of Allah before His creation.
He has taken from them a pledge upon it. He has perfected its effulgence and completed through it His religion.
He let the Prophet leave this world when he had conveyed to the people all His commands of guidance through the Quran. You should therefore regard Allah great as He has held Himself great, because He has not concealed anything of His religion from you, nor has He left out anything which He likes or which He dislikes. But He made for it a clear emblem and a definite sign, which either refrains from it or calls towards it. His pleasure is the same for all time to come.
فالقرآن آمر زاجر وصامت ناطق حجة آله على خلقه أخذ عليهم ميثاقه وارتهن عليه أنفسهم أتم نوره وأكرم به دينه وقبض نبيه صلى الله عليه وآله وقد فرغ الخلق من إحام الهلا به.
فعظموا منه سبحانه ما عظم من نفسه، فإنه لم يخف عنكم شيئا من دينه، ولم يترك شيئا رضيه أو كرهه إلا وجعل له علما باديا وآية محكمة تزجر.
عنه أو تدعو إليه فرضاه فيما بقي واحد وسخطه فيما بقي واحد.
You should know that he will not be pleased with you for anything for which he was displeased with those before you, and he will not be displeased with you for anything for which he was pleased with those before you. You are treading on a clear path and are speaking the same as the people before you had spoken. Allah is enough for your needs in this world. He has persuaded you to remain thankful and has made it obligatory on you to mention him with your tongues.
واعلموا أنه لن يرضى عنهم بشيء سخطه عليهم من كان قبلهم، ولن يسخط عليهم بشيء رضيه ممن كان قبلهم، وأنما تسيرون فأثر بائن وتترجلمون برجع قول قد قاله الرجال من قبلهم، قد كفاكم مؤونة دنياكم وحثهم عليه.
الشر وافترض من السنتم الذكر. Warning against punishment on the day of judgment.
الوصية بالتقوى.
He has advised you to exercise fear and has made it the highest point of his pleasure and all that he requires from his creatures. You should therefore fear Allah, who is such that you are as though just in front of him, and your forelocks are in his grip, and your change of position is in his control.
If you conceal a matter, he will know of it.
If you disclose a matter, he will record it. For this he has appointed honored guards who do not omit any rightful matter, nor include anything incorrect. You should know that whoever fears Allah, he will make for him a way out of troubles and a light out of darkness. He will ever keep him in whatever condition he wishes, and will make him stay in a position of honor near himself, in the house which he has made for himself. The shade of this house is his throne, its light is his effulgence, its visitors are his angels, and its companions are his prophets.
وأوصاكم بالتقوى وجعلها منتهى رضاه وحاجته من خلقه.
فآتوا قوى الذي أنتم بعينه ونواصيمه بيده، وتقل بمن قبضته إن أسررتم علمه وإن أعلنتم كتبه. قد وكل بذلك حفظة كراما لا يسقطون حقا ولا يثبتون باطلا.
واعلموا أن من يتق الله يجعل له مخرجا من الفتن ونورا من الظلمة، ويخلده فيما اشتهت نفسه، وينزله منزلة الرامة عنده، في دار اصطنعها لنفسه، ظلها عرشه، ونورها بهجته، وزوارها ملائكته، ورفقاؤها رسله.
Therefore, hasten towards the place of return and go ahead of deaths. Shortly, the expectations of the people will be cut short and death will overtake them, while the door of repentance will be closed for them. You are still in a place to which those who were before you have been wishing to return. In this world, which is not your house, you are just a traveler in motion. You have been given the call to leave from here, and you have been ordered to collect provision while you are here. You should know that this thin skin cannot tolerate the fire. So, have pity on yourselves, because you have already tried it in the tribulations of the world.
فبادروا المعاد وسابقوا الآجال، فإن الناس يوشك أن ينقطع بهم الأمل ويرهقهم الأجل ويسد عنهم باب التوبة، فقد أصبحتم فمثل ما سال إليه الرجعة من كان قبلهم، وأنتم بنو سبيل على سفر من دار ليست بداركم، وقد أوذنتم
منها بالارتحال وأمرتم فيها بالزاد. واعلموا أن هذا ليس لهذا الجلد الرقيق صبر على أن نراه، فارحموا نفوسكم فإنهم قد
جربتموها فمصائب الدنيا.
Have you ever seen the crying of a person who has been pricked with a thorn, or who bleeds due to stumbling, or whom hot sand has burnt? How would he feel when he is between two frying pans of hell with stones all round, with Satan as his companion?
Do you know that when Malik is angry with the fire, its parts begin to clash with each other, and when he scolds it, it leaps between the doors of hell, crying on account of his scolding?
أفرأيتم جزع أحدكم من الشوكة تصيبه والعثرة تدميه والرمضاء تحرقه فكيف إذا كان بين طابقين من نار ضجيع حجر وقرين شيطان أعلمتم أن مالا إذا غضب على النار حطم بعضها بعضا لغضبه وإذا زجرها توثبت بنت بين أبوابها جزعا من زجرته. O you who are advanced in years, whom old age has made hoary, how will you feel when rings of fire will touch the bones of your neck, and handcuffs hold so hard that they eat away the flesh of the forearms? Allah, Allah! O crowd of men, while you are in good health before sickness, and you are in ease before straightness, you should try for the release of your necks before their mortgage is foreclosed. Keep your eyes awake at night, make your bellies lean, use your feet, spend your money, take your bodies and spend them over yourselves, and do not be niggardly about them, because Allah the Glorified has said, if you help of Allah, He will help you, and will set firm your feet. And He, the Sublime, has said, who is he who would loan unto Allah a goodly loan, so that He may double it for him, and for him shall be a noble recompense. أيها الأليفن البير الذي قد لهذه القتير كيف أنت إذا التحمت أطواق النار بعظام الأعناق ونشبت الجوامع حتى أكلت لحوم السواعد فإله معشر العباد وأنتم سالمون فالصحة قبل السقم وفي الفسحة قبل الضيق فاسعوا فأكاسئ رقابهم من قبل أن تغلق رهائنها واسهروا عيونهم واضمروا بطونهم واستعملوا أقدامهم وأنفقوا
أموالكم وخذوا من أجسادكم تجودوا بها على أنفسكم ولا تبخلوا بها عنها فقد قال الإله سبحانه إن تنصروا الإله ينصركم ويثبت أقدامكم من ذا الذي يقرض الإله قرضا حسنا فيضاعفه له وله أجر كريم.
He does not seek your support because of any weakness, nor does He demand a loan from you because of shortage. He seeks your help, although He possesses all, the armies of the skies and the earth, and He is the Almighty, the All-Wise. He seeks a loan from you, although He owns the treasuries of the skies and the earth, and He is the all-sufficient, the all-laudable. He intends to try you as to which of you is best in conduct. You should therefore be quick in performance of acts so that you may be with His neighbors in His abode. He made His prophets companions of these neighbors and made the angels to visit them. He has honored their ears so that the sound of hellfire may never reach them, and He has afforded protection to their bodies from weariness and fatigue. That is the grace of Allah. He bestoweth it upon whomsoever He willeth, and Allah is the Lord of mighty grace. I say what you are hearing. I seek Allah's help for myself and yourselves. He is enough for us, and He is an excellent trustee. Alternative sources for Sermon 183. Al-Zamakhshari, Rabi', I, 53. Ibn al-Athir, Al-Nihaya, v. 299. Al-Bahrani, Tafsir al-Burhan, I, 9, from a source other than Nahj. Sermon 184. Keep silent. May Allah disgrace you. One of the Kharijites, Al-Burj ibn Mushir at-Ta'i, raised the slogan, "Command behoves only Allah," in such a way that Amir al-Mu'mineen heard it. On hearing it, he said,
Keep silent. May Allah disgrace you. make you ugly, you with broken tooth.
Certainly, by Allah, when truth became manifest, even then your personality was weak and your voice was low. But when wrong began to shout loudly, you again sprouted up like the horns of a kid.
استقبحك آله يا أثرم فوالله لقد ظهر الحق فنئت فيه ضئيلا شخصك خفيا صوتك حتى إذا نعر الباطل.
نجمة نجوم قرن الماعز.
Alternative sources for Sermon 184.
العسكري كتاب الصناعتين 258. Sermon 185. Praise be to Allah.
He is such that senses cannot perceive him. Praise of Allah and His wonderful creatures.
ومن خطبة له عليه السلام.
Praise be to Allah. He is such that senses cannot perceive him, place cannot contain him, eyes cannot see him, and veils cannot cover him. He proves His eternity by the coming into existence of His creation, and by originating His creation, His existence, and by their similarity, He proves that there is nothing similar to Him. He is true in His promise. He is too high to be unjust to His creatures. He stands by equity among His creation and practices justice over them in His commands. He provides evidence through the creation of things of His being from ever, through their marks of incapability of His power, and through their powerlessness against death of His eternity.
الحمد لله الذي لا تدركه الشواهد ولا تحويه المشاهد ولا تراه النواظر ولا تحجبه السواتر الدال على قدمه بحدوث خلقه وبحدوث خلقه على وجوده وباشتباههم على أن لا شبه له الذي صدق في ميعاده وارتفع عن ظلم عباده وقام بالقسط فخلقه وعدل عليهم فحمه مستشهدا بحدوث الأشياء على أزليته وبما وسمها به من العجز على قدرته وبما اضطرها إليه من الفناء على دوامه.
He is one, but not by counting. He is everlasting without any limit. He is existent without any support. Minds admit of Him without senses. Things which can be seen stand witness to Him without confronting Him. Imagination cannot encompass Him. He manifests Himself to the imagination with His help for the imagination, and refuses to be imagined by the imagination. He has made imagination the arbiter. He is not great in the sense that volume is vast, and so His body is also great. Nor is He mighty in the sense that His limits should extend to the utmost, and so His frame be extensive. But He is great in position and mighty in authority.
واحد لا بعدد ودائم لا بأمد وقائم لا بعمد تتلقى أهياه الأذهان لا بمشاعره وتشهد له المرائي لا بمحاضرة لم تحط به الأوهام بل تجلى لها بها وبها امتنع منها وإليها حاكمها ليس بذي كبر امتدت به النهايات فبرته تجسيما ولا بذي عظم تناهت به الغايات فعظمتته تجسيدا بل كبر شأنا وعظم سلطانا.
About the Holy Prophet, الرسول الأعظم. I stand witness that Muhammad is his slave, his chosen prophet, and his responsible trustee. May Allah bless him and his descendants. Allah sent him with undeniable proofs, a clear success, and open paths. So He conveyed the message, declaring the truth with it. He led the people on the highway, established signs of guidance and minarets of light, and made Islam's ropes strong and its knots firm. A part of the same sermon about the creation of animal species.
Had they pondered over the greatness of his power and the vastness of his bounty, they would have returned to the right path and feared the punishment of the fire. But hearts are sick and eyes are diseased. Do they not see the small things he has created? How he strengthened their system and opened for them hearing and sight and made for them bones and skins? Look at the ant with its small body and delicate form. It can hardly be seen in the corner of the eye, nor by the perception of the imagination, how it moves on the earth and leaps at its livelihood. It carries the grain to its hole and deposits it in its place of stay. It collects during the summer for its winter, and during strength for the period of its weakness. Its livelihood is guaranteed, and it is fed according to fitness. Allah the Kind does not forget it and does not deprive it, even though it may be in dry stone or fixed rocks.
ولو فروا فعظيم القدرة وجسيم النعمة لرجعوا الطريق وخافوا عذاب الحريق ولأن القلوب عليلة والأبصار مدخولة.
ألا تنظرون للصغير ما خلق آلته كيف أحمى خلقته وأتقن تركيبه وفلق له السمع والبصر وسوى له العظم والبشر. انظروا النملة فصغر جثتها ولطافة هيئتها لا تؤدي تنالا بلحظ البصر ولا بمستدرك الفر، كيف دبت على أرضها وصبت على رزقها، تنقل الحبة لجحرها وتعدها في مستقرها، تجمع في حرها لبردها وفرودها لصدرها، مفعول برزقها مرزوقة بوفقها، لا يغفلها الأن ولا يحرمها الديان ولو في الصفا. اليابس والحجر الجامس. If you have thought about its digestive tracts in its high and low parts, the carapace of its belly, and its eyes and its ears in its head, you would be amazed at its creation, and you would feel difficulty in describing it. Exalted is he who made it stand on its legs and erected it on its pillars. No other originator took part with him in its origination, and no one having power assisted him in its creation. If you tread on the paths of your imagination and reach its extremity, it will not lead you anywhere, except that the originator of the ant is the same as he who is the originator of the date palm. Because everything has delicacy and detail, and every living being has little difference. In his creation, the big, the delicate, the heavy, the light, the strong, the weak are all equal. 1. ولو فرض فمجاري أكلها وفي علوها وسفلها وما في الجوف من شراسيف بطنها وما في الرأس من عينها وأذنها لقضيت من خلقها عجبا ولقيت من وصفها تعبا. فتعال الذي أقامها على قوائمها وبناها على دعائمها. لم يشركه فطرتها فاطر ولم يعنه على خلقها قادر.
ولو ضربت في مذاهب فرك لتبلغ غاياته ما دلتك الدلالة إلا على أن فاطر النملة هو فاطر النخلة لدقيق تفصيل كل شيء وغامض احتلاث كل حال وما الجليل واللطيف.
والثقل قيل والخفيف والقوي والضعيف فخلقه ألا سواء. The creation of the universe. خلقة السماء واللون. So is the sky, the air, the winds, and the water. Therefore, you look at the sun and moon, the plants and trees, water and stone, the alternation of this night and day, the flowing out of these seas, the large number of mountains and the height of their peaks, the diversity of languages and the variety of tongues. Then woe be to him who disbelieves in the ordainer and denies the ruler. They claim that they are like grass for which there is no cultivator nor any maker for their diverse shapes. They have not relied on any argument for what they assert, nor on any research for what they have heard. Can there be any construction without a constructor?
or any offense without an offender.
وكذلك السماء والهواء والرياح والماء. فانظر إلى الشمس والقمر والنبات والشجر والماء والحجر، واختلاف هذا الليل والنهار، وتفجر هذه البحار، وكثرة هذه الجبال، وطول هذه القلال، وتفرق هذه اللغات والألسن المختلفات. فالويل لمن جحد المقدر وأنر المدبر. زعموا أنهم كنآن بات، ما لهم زارع ولا لاختلاف صورهم صانع، ولم يلجأوا. الحجة فيما أدعوا ولا تحقيق لما أوعوا، وهل ينبى بناء من غير بان أو جناية من غير جان.
The wonderful creation of the locust.
خلقة الجرادة.
If you wish, you can reflect on the locust. Allah gave it 2 red eyes, lighted for them 2 moon-like pupils, made for it small ears, opened for it a suitable mouth, and gave it keen sense, gave it 2 teeth to cut with, and 2 sickle-like feet to grip with. The farmers are afraid of it in the matter of their crops, since they cannot drive it away, even though they may join together. The locust attacks the fields and satisfies its desires from them, although its body is not equal to a thin finger.
وإن شئت قلت فالجرادة إذ خلق لها عينين حمر أو زنين، وأسرج لها حدقتين قمروين، وجعل لها السمع الخف، وفتح لها الفم السوي، وجعل لها الحس القوي، ونابين بهما تقرض، ومنجلين بهما تقبض، يرهبها الزراع في زرعهم، ولا يستطيعون ذبها ولو أجلبوا بجمعهم، حتى ترد الحرث فنزواتها، وتقضي منه شهواتها، وخلقها كلها لا يعيون.
إصبعا مستدققا. About the glory of Allah. Glorified is Allah, before whom bows in prostration whoever there is in the heavens and the earth, willingly or unwillingly, and submits to him by placing his cheeks and face, casts himself down before him in health and weakness, and hands over to him full control in fear and apprehension. The birds are bound by his commands. He knows the number of their feathers and their breaths. He has made their feet to stand on water and on land. He has ordained their livelihoods. He knows their species. This is the crow, this is the eagle, this is the pigeon, and this is the ostrich. He called out every bird with its name and provided it with its livelihood. He created heavy clouds and produced from them heavy rain and spread it on various lands. He drenched the earth after its dryness and grew vegetation from it after its barrenness.
فتبارك إله ذي يسجد له من في السماوات والأرض طوعا وكرها، ويعفر له خدا ووجها، ويلقي الطاعة إليه سلما وضعفا، ويعطي القياد رهبة وخوفا.
فالطير مسخرة لأمره، أحص عدد الريش منها والنفس، وأرس قوائمها على الندع واليبس، قدر أقواتها وأحص أجناسها، فهذا غراب وهذا عقاب وهذا حمام وهذا نعام، دعا كل طائر باسمه وكفل له برزقه، وأنشأ فاهطل ديمها وعد قسمها، فبل الأرض بعد جفوفها وأخرج نبتها بعد جدوبها. Alternative sources for Sermon 185. Abu Talib, Yahya ibn al-Hussein ibn Harun al-Husayni al-Amali, 192. Al-Zamakhshari, Rabi' Bab Dawab al-Bar wa al-Bahar. Al-Tabarsi, Al-Ihtijaj I, 305. 1. The meaning is that if the smallest thing in creation is examined, it will be found to contain all that which is found in the biggest creatures, and each will exhibit the same reflection of nature's workmanship and performance, and the ratio of each to Allah's might and power will be the same, whether it be as small as an ant or as big as a date palm. Is it not that making a small thing is easy for him, while the making of a big thing is difficult for him? Because the diversity of color, volume, and quantity is just based on the dictates of his sagacity and expediency. But as regards creation itself, there is no difference among them. Therefore, this uniformity of creation is a proof of the oneness and unity of the Creator.
Sermon 18. He who assigns to him conditions does not believe in his oneness.
About the oneness of Allah. This sermon contains principles of knowledge which no other sermon contains. فالتوحيد. He who assigns to him conditions does not believe in his oneness, nor does he who likens him grasp his reality. He who illustrates him does not signify him. He who points at him and imagines him does not mean him. Everything that is known through itself has been created, and everything that exists by virtue of other things is the effect. He works, but not with the help of instruments. He fixes measures, but not with the activity of thinking. He is rich, but not by acquisition. ما وحدة من كيفه ولا حقيقته أصاب من مثله ولا إياه عن من شبهه ولا صمده من أشار إليه وتوهمه كل معروف بنفسه مصنوع وكل قائم فسواه معلول فاعل لا باضطراب آلة مقدر لا بجول فرة غن لا باستفادة. Times do not keep company with him, and implements do not help him. His being precedes times. His existence precedes non-existence, and his eternity precedes beginning. By his creating the senses, it is known that he has no senses. By the contraries in various matters, it is known that he has no contrary, and by the similarity between things, it is known that there is nothing similar to him. He has made light the contrary of darkness, brightness that of gloom, dryness that of moisture, and heat that of cold. لا تصحبه الأوقات ولا ترفده الأدوات. سبق الأوقات كونه والعدم وجوده والابتداء أزله. بتشعيره المشاعر عرف أن لا مشعر له، وبمضادته بين الأمور عرف أن لا ضد له، وبمقارنته بين الأشياء عرف أن لا قرين له. ضاد النور وذور، بالظلمة والوضوح، بالبهمة والجمود، بالبلل والحرور بالصرد. He produces affection among inimical things. He fuses together diverse things, brings near remote things, and separates things which are joined together. He is not confined by limits, nor counted by numbers. Material parts can surround things of their own kind, and organs can point out things similar to themselves. The word one, mundu, disproves their eternity. The word qad disproves their being from ever, and the word laula keep them remote from perfection. Through them, the Creator manifests himself to the intelligence, and through them he is guarded from the sight of the eyes. مؤلف بين متعادياتها، مقارن بين متبايناتها، مقرب بين متباعداتها، مفرق بين متدانياتها. لا يشمل بحد ولا يحسب بعد، وإنما تحد الأدوات أنفسها، وتشير الآلات إلى نظائرها، منعتها منذ القدمة، وحمتها قد الأزلية، وجنبتها لولا التمللة. بها تجلى صانعها للعقول، وبها امتنع عن نظر العيون. Stillness and motion do not occur in him. And how can that thing occur in him which he has himself made to occur? And how can a thing revert to him which he first created? And how can a thing appear in him which he first brought to appearance? If it had not been so, his self would have become subject to diversity. His being would have become divisible, and his reality would have been prevented from being deemed eternal. If there was a front to him, there would have been a rear also for him. He would need completing only if shortage befell him. In that case, signs of the created would appear in him, and he would become a sign instead of signs leading to him. Through the might of his abstention, he is far above being affected by things which affect others.
لا يجري عليه السون والحركة وكيف يجري عليه ما هو أجراه ويعود فيه ما هو أبداه ويحدث فيه ما هو أحدثه.
إذن لتفاوتت ذاته ولتجزأ كنهه ولم تنع من الأزل معناه ولأن له وراء إذ وجد له أمام ولالتمس التمام إذ لزمه النقصان.
وإذا لقامت آية المصنوع فيه ولتحول دليلا بعد أن كان مدلولا عليه وخرج بسلطان الامتناع من أن يؤثر.
فيه ما يؤثر في غيره. He is that which does not change or vanish. The process of setting does not behove him. He has not begotten anyone, lest he be regarded as having been born. He has not been begotten otherwise. He would be contained within limits. He is too high to have sons. He is too purified to contact women. Imagination cannot reach him so as to assign him quantity. Understanding cannot think of him so as to give him shape. Senses do not perceive him so as to feel him. Hands cannot touch him so as to rub against him. He does not change into any condition. He does not pass from one state to another. Nights and days do not turn him old. Light and darkness do not alter him.
الذي لا يحول ولا يزول ولا يجوز عليه الأفول لم يلد فيكون مولودا ولم يولد فيصير محدودا جل عن اتخاذ الأبناء وطهر عن ملامسة النساء.
لا تناله الأوهام فتقدره ولا تتوهمه الفطن فتصوره ولا تدركه الحواس فتحسه ولا تلمسه الأيدي فتمسه ولا يتغير بحال ولا يتبدل فاء الأحوال ولا تبليه الليالي والأيام ولا يغيره الضياء والظلام. He cannot be described through parts or through limbs and organs or by an accidental quality or alteration or portions. It cannot be said that he has a limit or extremity or end or termination. Nor do things control him so as to raise him or lower him, nor does anything carry him so as to bend him or keep him erect. He is not inside things or outside them. He conveys news, but not with the tongue or voice. He listens, but not with the holes of the ears or the organs of hearing. He says, but does not utter words. He remembers, but does not memorize. He determines, but not by exercising his mind. He loves and approves without any sentimentality. He hates and feels angry without any painstaking. When he intends to create something, he says, be, and it is, but not through a voice that strikes is that call heard. His speech is an act of his creation. His, like, never existed before this. If it had been eternal, it would have been a second God.
ولا يوصف بشيء من الأجزاء ولا بالجوارح والأعضاء ولا بعرض من الأعراض ولا بالغيرية والأعضاء ولا يقال له حد ولا نهاية ولا انقطاع ولا غاية ولا أن الأشياء تحويه فتقله أو تهويه أو أن شيئا يحمله فيميله أو يعدله. ليس في الأشياء بوالج ولا عنها بخارج. يخبر لا بلسان ولا هوات ويسمع لا بخروق وأدوات. يقول ولا يلفظ، يحفظ ولا تحفظ، ويريد ولا يضمر. يحب ويرضى من غير رقة
ويبغض ويغضب من غير مشقة. يقول: لما أراد كونه كن فيكون، لا بصوت يقرع ولا بنداء يسمع، وإنما كلامه سبحانه فعل منه أنشأه، ومثله لم ينئ من قبل ذلك كائنا، لو لكان قديما لألها ثانيا.
It cannot be said that he came into being after he had not been in existence, because in that case the attributes of the created things would be assigned to him, and there would remain no difference between them and him.
And he would have no distinction over them.
Thus, the creator and the created would become equal, and the initiator and the initiated would be on the same level.
He created creation without any example made by someone else, and he did not secure the assistance of anyone out of his creation for creating it.
لا يقال كان بعد أن لم يفت فتجري عليه الصفات المحدثات، ولا ينى بينها وبينه فصل، ولا له عليها فضل، فيستوي الصانع والمصنوع، ويتآفى المبتدع والبديع.
خلق الخلائق على غير مثال، خلا من غيره ولم يستعن عل، خلقها بأحد من خلقه.
He created the earth and suspended it without being busy, retained it without support, made it stand without legs, raised it without pillars, protected it against bendings and curvings, and defended it against crumbling and splitting. He fixed mountains on it like stumps, solidified its rocks, caused its streams to flow, and opened wide its valleys. Whatever he made did not suffer from any frailty, and whatever he strengthened did not show any weakness.
وأنشأ الأرض فأمساها من غير اشتغال، وأرساها على غير قرار، وأقامها بغير قوائم، ورفعها بغير دعائم، وحصنها من الأود والإعوجاج، ومنعها من التهافت والانفراج، أرسى أوتادها وضرب أسدادها، واستفاض عيونها وخد. أوديتها فلم يهن ما بناه، ولا ضعف ما قواه.
He manifests himself over the earth with his authority and greatness. He is aware of its inside through his knowledge and understanding. He has power over everything in the earth by virtue of his sublimity and dignity. Nothing from the earth that he may ask for defies him, nor does it oppose him so as to overpower him. No swift-footed creature can run away from him so as to surpass him. He is not needy towards any possessing person so that he should feed him. All things bow to him and are humble before his greatness. They cannot flee away from his authority to someone else in order to escape his benefit or his harm. There is no parallel for him who may match him, and no one like him so as to equal him.
هو الظاهر عليها بسلطانه وعظمته، وهو الباطن لها بعلمه ومعرفته، والعالم على كل شيء منها بجلاله وعزته. لا يعجزه شيء منها طلبه، ولا يمتنع عليه فيغلبه، ولا يفوته السريع منها فيسبقه، ولا يحتاج ذي مال فيرزقه.
خضعت الأشياء له وذلة مستتينة لعظمته، لا تستطيع الهرب من سلطانه لغيره، فتمتنع من نفعه وضره، ولا كفوا له في فاءه ولا نظير له في يساويه. He will destroy the earth after its existence, till all that exists on it will become non-existent. But the extinction of the world after its creation is no more marvelous than its first formation and invention. How could it be otherwise? Even if all the animals of the earth, whether birds or beasts, stabled cattle or pasturing ones, of different origins and species, dull people and sagacious men, all jointly try to create a mosquito, they are not able to bring it into being, and do not understand what is the way to its creation. Their wits are bewildered and wandering. Their powers fall short and fail, and return dazzled.
and weary, knowing that they are defeated and admitting their inability to produce it, also realizing that they are too weak to destroy it. Surely, after the extinction of the world, Allah the Glorified will remain alone with nothing else beside Him. He will be, after its extinction, as He was before its production, without time or place or moment or period. At this moment, period and time will not exist, and years and hours will disappear. There will be nothing except Allah, the One, the All-Powerful. To Him is the return of all matters. Its initial creation was not in its power, and the prevention of its extinction was not in its power. If it had the power to prevent it, it would have existed forever.
وأنه سبحانه يعود بعد فناء الدنيا وحده لا شيء معه كما كان قبل ابتدائها كذلك يعين بعد فنائها بلا وقت ولا مان ولا حين ولا زمان عدمت عند ذلك الآجال والأوقات وزالت السنون والساعات فلا شيء إلا الواحد القهار
الذي إليه مصير جميع الأمور بلا قدرة منها كان ابتداء خلقها وبغير امتناع منها كان فناؤها ولو قدرت عل الامتناع لدام بقائها. When He made anything of the world, the making of it did not cause Him any difficulty, and the creation of anything which He created and formed did not fatigue Him. He did not create it to heighten His authority, nor for fear of loss or harm, nor to seek its help against an overwhelming foe, nor to guard against any avenging opponent with its help, nor for the extension of His domain by its help, nor for boasting against a partner, nor because He felt lonely and desired to seek its company.
لم يؤاتئه صنع شيء منها إذ صنعه ولم يوده منها خلق ما براه وخلقه ولم يوِنها لتجديد سلطان ولا لخوف من زوال ونقصان ولا للاستعانة بها على ناد مآثر ولا للاحتراز بها من ضد مثاور ولا للازديات بها في مأله ولا لمأثرة شريك في شركة ولا لوحشة كانت منه فأراد أن يستأنس إليها.
Then after its creation, He will destroy it, but not because any worry has overcome Him in its upkeep and administration, or for any pleasure that will accrue to Him, or for the cumbrousness of anything over Him. The length of its life does not weary Him so as to induce Him to its quick destruction. But Allah, the Glorified, has maintained it with His kindness, kept it intact with His command, and perfected it with His power. Then, after its destruction, He will resuscitate it, but not for any need of His own towards it, nor to seek the assistance of any of its things against it, nor to change over from the condition of loneliness to that of company, nor from the condition of ignorance and blindness to that of knowledge and search, nor from paucity and need towards needlessness and plenty, nor from disgrace and lowliness towards honor and prestige.
ثم هو يفنيها بعد توينها لا لسام دخل عليه فتصريفها وتدبيرها ولا لراحة واصلة إليه ولا لثقل شيء منها عليه لا يملها طول بقائها فيدعوه سرعة إفنائها لأنها سبحانه دبرها بلطفه وأمساها بأمره وأتقنها بقدرته ثم يعيدها بعد الفناء من غير حاجة منه إليها ولا استعانة بشيء منها عليها ولا لانصراف من حال وحشة إلى حال استئناس ولا من حال جهل وعمى إلى حال علم والتماس ولا من فقر وحاجة إلى غنى وكثرة ولا من ذل وضعة إلى عز.
وقدرة. Alternative sources for Sermon 186. Al-Kulaini, Al-Kafi, I. 138. Al-Saduq, At-Tawheed, 96, 320, 324. Al-Saduq, Al-Ali, 205.
Al-Mufid, Al-Irshad, 131.
Al-Mufid, الاختصاص. 236.
سبت ابن الجوزي تذكرة 157.
الطبرسي الاحتجاج I 299.
المرتضى العملي I 103.
1. The meaning is that the sense for which the words mundu, qad, and laula have been formed is opposed to the attributes of ever, eternal, and perfect. Therefore, their application to anything would prove that they have come into existence from non-existence and are imperfect.
For example, mundu is used to denote time, as is qad wujida mundu kadha.
Here, a time limit has been stated, and anything for which a limit of time can be described cannot exist from ever or forever. The word qad shows the immediate past. This sense also can apply to a thing which is limited in time. The word lala is used to denote the negation of something in another thing, as ma ahsanahu wa akmalahu lala annahu katha. Therefore, the thing for which this word is used would be in need of others in handsomeness and perfection and would remain deficient by itself. Sermon 187. May my father and my mother be sacrificed for those. Regarding the vicissitudes of time. May my father and my mother be sacrificed for those few whose names are well known in the sky and not known on the earth. Beware. You should expect what is to befall you, such as adversity in your affairs, severance of relations, and the rising up of inferior people. This will happen when the blow of a sword will be easier for a believer than to secure 1 dirham lawfully. This will happen, 1, when the reward of the beggar is more than that of the giver. This will be when you are intoxicated, not by drinking, but with wealth and plenty. You are swearing without compulsion, and are speaking lies without compulsion. This will be when troubles hurt you, as the saddle hurts the hump of the camel. How long will these tribulations be, and how distant the hope? O people, throw away the reins of the horses who carry on their backs the weight of your hands. Do not cut away from your chief, otherwise you will blame yourself for your own doings. Do not jump in the fire which is in flames in front of you. Keep away from its courses and leave the middle way for it. Because by my life the believer will die in its flames, and others will remain safe in it.
أيها الناس، ألقوا هذه الأزمة التي تحمل ظهورها الأثقال من أيديكم، ولا تصدوا عوى على سلطانكم فتذموا غب فعالم، ولا تقتحموا ما استقبلتم من فور نار الفتنة، وأميطوا عن سننها، وخلوا قصد السبيل لها، فقد لعمري يهلك في لهبها.
المؤمن ويسلم فيها غير المسلم. I am among you like a lamp in the darkness. Whoever enters by it will be lit from it. So listen, O men, preserve it, and remain attentive with the ears of your hearts, so that you may understand.
إن مثل بينم مثل السراج فالظلمة يستضيء به من ولجها.
فاسمعوا أيها الناس، وعوا وأحضروا آذان قلوبهم. تفهموا. Alternative sources for Sermon 187.
المدائني سفن C. عبد الزهرة 2 478.
الزمخشري ربيع باب المال والكسب. 1. In that period, the reward of the beggar who takes will be higher than that of the giver, because the ways of earning livelihood of the rich will be unlawful, and whatever he will donate of it, its purpose will be showing himself, hypocrisy, and seeking fame, for which he will not be entitled to any reward, while the poor who take it by force of their poverty and helplessness, and to spend it in the right manner,
will deserve more reward and recompense.
The commentator, Ibn Abel Hadid, has written another meaning of it also.
Namely, if the beggar does not take the wealth from the rich, and it remains with him, he will spend it on unlawful matters and enjoyments. And since his taking it from him prevents him from using it in unlawful manner.
Therefore, for this prevention of evil, the beggar will deserve more reward and recompense. Sermon 188. I advise you, O people, to fear Allah and to praise Him. Allah's favors. Counseling the people. At-taqwa. I advise you, O people, to fear Allah and to praise Him profusely for His favors to you, and His reward for you, and His obligations on you.
See how He chose you for favors and dealt with you with mercy.
You sinned openly. He kept you covered. You behaved in a way to incur His punishment, but He gave you more time. أوصم أيها الناس بتقوى الله وكثرة حمده على آلائه اللين ونعمائه عليم وبلائه لديم. فمن خصم بنعمة وتداركم برحمة أعورتم له فستركم وتعرضتم لأخذه فأمهلم. Condition of persons facing death. Al-Maut. I also advise you to remember death and to lessen your heedlessness towards it. Why should you be heedless of Him who is not heedless of you? Why expect from Him who will not give you time? The dead, whom you have been watching, suffice as preachers. They were carried to their graves, not righting themselves, and were placed in them, but not of their own accord. It seems as if they never lived in this world, and as if the next world had always been their abode. They have made lonely the place where they were living, and are now living where they used to feel lonely. They remained busy about what they had to leave, and did not care for where they were to go. Now they cannot remove themselves from evil, nor add to their virtues. They were attached to the world, and it deceived them. They trusted it, and it overturned them. وأوصيكم بذكر الموت وإقلال الغفلة عنه وكيف غفلتم عما ليس يغفل وطمع في من ليس يمهل فففت واعظا بموت عاينتموهم حملوا إلى قبورهم غير راكبين وأنزلوا فيها غير نازلين كأنهم لم يؤونوا للدنيا عمارا وكان الآخرة لم تزل لهم دارا أوحشوا ما كانوا يوطنون وأوطنوا ما كانوا يوحشون واشتغلوا بما فارقوا وأضاعوا ما إليه انتقلوا لا عن قبيح يستطيعون انتقالا ولا فحسن يستطيعون ازديادا أنسوا بالدنيا فغرتهم ووثقوا بها فصرعتهم. Transients of this world. May Allah have pity on you. You should therefore hasten towards houses which you have been commanded to populate, and towards which you have been called and invited. Seek the completion of Allah's favors on you by exercising endurance in His obedience and abstention from His disobedience, because tomorrow is close to today. How fast are the hours of the day? How fast are the days in the month? How fast are the months in the years? And how fast the years in a life. Alternative sources for Sermon 188. Abu Mansur al-Tha'alibi, Al-I'jaz wa Al-I'jaz 31. Sermon 189. One belief is that which is firm and steadfast in hearts. Steadfast and transient belief and the obligation of migration. One belief is that which is firm and steadfast in hearts, and one is that which remains temporarily in the heart and the breast up to a certain time. If you were to acquit before any person, you should wait till death approaches him, for that is the time limit for being acquitted. فمن الإيمان ما يكون ثابتا مستقرا في القلوب، ومنه ما يكون عوارض بين القلوب والصدور إلى أجل معلوم. فإذا
كانت لم براءة من أحد فقفوه حتى يحضره الموت، فعند ذلك يقع حد البراءة.
The obligation of migration.
وجوب الهجرة.
And migration stands as its original position. Allah has no need towards him who secretly accepts belief, or him who openly does so. Migration will not apply to anyone unless he recognizes the proof on the earth. Whoever recognizes him and acknowledges him would be a muhajir. Istid'af does not apply to him to whom the proof reaches and who hears it and his heart preserves it. 1.
بلغته الحجة فسمعتها أذنه ووعاها قلبه.
Arduousness of belief.
صعوبة الإيمان.
Certainly, our case is difficult and complicated. No one can bear it except a believer whose heart Allah has tried with belief. Our traditions will not be preserved except by trustworthy hearts and solid understanding.
إن أمرنا صعب مستصعب لا يحتمله إلا عبد مؤمن امتحن إليه قلبه للإيمان ولا يحدث حديثنا إلا صدور أنينة.
وأحلام رزيلة. The knowledge of the successor, his challenge, ask me before you miss me, and prophecy about the Umayyads. O people, ask me before you lose me, because certainly I am acquainted with the passages of the sky more than the passages of the earth. 2, and before that, mischief springs upon its feet, which would trample even the nose string and destroy the wits of the people. Alternative sources for Sermon 189.
الثعالبي العجاز
32. Al-Saffar Basair 31 on page 202 from Masada ibn Sadaqa Khutab Amir al-Mu'minin Al-Saduq Uyun I 164 Al-Saduq Al-Khisal 2 164 semicolon Al-Amidi Ghurar 80 narrated by Al-Hakim Al-Mustadrak 2 466 Ibn Abdel Bir Jami I 114 Ibn Hajar Al-Asaba 2 509 Al-Tabari Al-Riyad 198 Al-Suyuti Tarikh Al-Khulafa 124 Dakhlan Al-Futuhat 2 337 Al-Qunduzi Yanabi' al-Mawaddah 224 1. This is the interpretation of the word muhajir and mustadaf as mentioned in the Holy Quran. Verily, those whom the angels take away while they are unjust to themselves, they shall ask, In what state were ye? They shall reply, Weakened were we in the land. They will say, Was not the land of Allah vast for you to emigrate therein? So these whose refuge shall be hell, and what a bad resort it is! Except the weakened ones from among the men and the women and the children, who have not in their power the means, and nor do they find the way. So these, maybe Allah will pardon them, and Allah is the clement, the oft-forgiving. The meaning of Amir al-Mu'minin here is that hijrah was not only obligatory during the lifetime of the Holy Prophet, but it is a permanent obligation. This migration is even now obligatory for attaining the proof of Allah and the true religion. Therefore, if one has attained the proof of Allah and believed in it, even if he is in midst of the unbelievers of his locality, he is not duty-bound to migrate. The mustadaf is one who is living among the unbelievers and is far from being informed of the proofs of Allah, and at the same time, he is unable to migrate in order to attain the proofs of Allah. 2.
Some people have explained this saying of Amir al-Mu'mineen to mean that by the passages of the earth he means matters of the world, and by passages of the sky matters of religious law, and that Amir al-Mu'mineen intends to say that he knows the matters of religious law and commandments more than the worldly matters.
Thus, Ibn Maytham al-Bahrani writes, "It is related from Al-Allamah al-Wabbari that he said that Amir al-Mu'mineen's intention is to say that the scope of his religious knowledge is larger than his knowledge about matters of the world. But taking the context into account, this explanation cannot be held to be correct because this sentence has been used as the cause of the sentence, 'Ask me before you miss me,' and after it is the prophecy about revolt. In between these two, the occurrence of the sentence that 'I know religious matters more than worldly matters' makes the whole utterance quite uncounted, because Amir al-Mu'mineen's challenge to ask whatever one likes is not confined to matters of religious law only, so this sentence could be held as its cause. Then, after that, the prophecy of the rising up of the revolt has nothing to do with matters of religious law, so that it could be put forth as a proof of more knowledge of religious matters. To ignore the clear import of the words and to interpret them in a way which does not suit the occasion does not exhibit a correct spirit, when from the context also the same meaning accrues which the words openly convey. Thus, it is to give a warning about the Umayyads' mischief that Amir al-Mu'mineen uttered the words, 'Ask me whatever you like, because I know the paths and courses of divine destiny more than the passages of the earth. So, even if you ask me about matters which are recorded in the preserved tablet and concern divine destiny, I can tell you. And a serious mischief is to rise against me in those matters in which you should have doubt, because my eyes are more acquainted with those ethereal lines which concern the occurrence of events and mischiefs than with what I know about live appearing on the earth. The occurrence of this mischief is as certain as an object seen with eyes. You should therefore ask me its details and the way to keep safe from it, so that you may be able to manage your defense when the times comes." This meaning is supported by the successive sayings of Amir al-Mu'mineen, which he uttered in connection with the unknown, and to which the future testified. Thus, Ibn Abil Hadid comments on this claim of Amir al-Mu'mineen as follows. Amir al-Mu'mineen's claim is also supported by his sayings about future events, which he uttered not once or 100 times, but continuously and successively, from which there remains no doubt that whatever he spoke was on the basis of knowledge and certainly, and not in the way of chance. In connection with this saying of Amir al-Mu'mineen, it has already been shown and explained that no one else dared advance such a claim, and those who made such a claim had to face only disgrace and humility. About the prophecies made by Amir al-Mu'mineen, see Ibn Abil Hadid, Sharh Nahjul Balagha, Volume 7, pp. 47-51. Al-Qadi Nurullah al-Marashi, Ihqaq al-Haq, Volume 8, pp. 87-182. Sermon 190. I praise him out of gratefulness for his reward. Importance of fear of Allah. Desolateness of the grave. And about the death of the lover of Ahlul Bayt being like that of a martyr. يحمد آله ويثني على نبيه ويعظ بالتقوى. Praise of Allah. Hamdulillah. I praise him out of gratefulness for his reward, and I seek his assistance in fulfilling his rights. He has a strong army. His dignity is grand. The Prophet's character. Al-Thana'u ala al-Nab. I stand witness that Muhammad,
peace and blessing of Allah be upon him and his progeny, is his slave and his prophet. He called to his obedience and overpowered his enemies by fighting for the sake of his religion. People's joining together to falsify him and their attempt to extinguish his light did not prevent him from it. Counseling piety. Al-'idhatu bit-taqwa.
You should therefore exercise fear of Allah, because it has a rope whose twist is strong and its pinnacle is lofty and invulnerable.
Hasten toward death in its pangs, and be prepared for it before its approach, because the ultimate end is the day of judgment. This is enough preaching for one who understands, and enough of a lesson for one who does not know.
What idea do you have?
Before reaching that end, of the narrowness of grave, the hardship of loneliness, fear of the passage towards the next world, the pangs of fear, the shifting of ribs here and there, the deafness of ears, the darkness of the grave, fear of the promised punishment, the closing of the receptacle of the grave, and the laying of stones?
فاعتصموا بتقوى آله فإن لها حبلا وثيقا عروته ومعقلا منيعا ذروته وبادروا الموت وغمراته وأمهدوا له قبل حلوله وأعدوا له قبل نزوله فإن الغاية القيامة وكفى بذلك واعظا لمن عقل ومعتبرا لمن جهل.
وقبل بلوغ الغاية ما تعلمون من ضيق الأرماس وشدة الإبلاس وهول المطلع ورعاة الفزع واختلاف الأضلاع واستاك. الإسماع وظلمة اللحد وخيفة الوعد وغم الضريح وردم الصفيح. Therefore, Allah, Allah, O creatures of Allah, because the world is behaving with you in the usual way, and you and the day of judgment are in the same rope, as though it has come with its signs, has approached with its pleas, and has made you stand in its way, and as though it has come forward with all its quakings, and has settled down with its chest on the ground, while the world has parted from its people, and has turned them out of its lap. It was like a day that has passed, or a month that has gone by. Its new things have become old, and the fat ones have become thin.
فإله إله عباد إله
فإن الدنيا ماضية بعمل سنن وأنتم والساعة فقرن وكأنها قد جاءت بأشراطها وأزفت بإفراطها ووقفت بمعل صراطها وكأنها قد أشرفت بزلازلها وأناخت بناكلها وانصرمت الدنيا بأهلها وأخرجتهم من حضنها فأنت كيوم مضى وشهر انقض وصار جديدها رثا وسمينها غثا. They are in a narrow place, in very complicated affairs, and in a fire whose pain is sharp. Cries are loud, flames are rising, sound is trembling, burning is severe, abatement is remote. Its fuel is burning, its threats are fearful, its hollows are hidden, its sides are dark, its vessels are aflame, and everything about it is abominable. Those who are wary of their Lord will be led to paradise in throngs. They are safe from chastisement, away from punishment, and kept aloof from fire. Their abode will be peaceful, and they will be pleased with their longing and their place of stay. These are the people whose acts in this world were chaste, their eyes were tearful, their nights in this world were like days because of fearing and seeking forgiveness, and their days were like nights because of feeling of loneliness and separation. Therefore, Allah made paradise the place of their return and a reward in recompense. They were most eligible and suitable for it, in the eternal domain and everlasting favors.
وسيق الذين اتقوا ربهم الجنة زمرا قد أمنوا العذاب وانقطع العتاب وزحزحوا عن النار واطمأنت بهم الدار ورضوا المثوى والقرار
الذين كانت أعمالهم في الدنيا زاكية وأعينهم باكية وكان ليلهم في دنياهم نهارا تخشعا واستغفارا وكان نهارهم ليلا توحشا وانقطاعا فجعل آلها لهم الجنة مآبا والجزاء ثوابا وكانوا أحق بها وأهلها فملك دائم ونعيم قائم. Therefore, O creatures of Allah, pay regard to all that by being regardful of which one will succeed and by ignoring which one will incur loss. And hasten towards your death by means of your acts, because you are bound by what you have done in the past, and you have to your credit only what you have sent forward. As though the feared event has come upon you, so that you cannot return, nor can you be cleared of evil acts. May Allah prompt us and you for His obedience and obedience of His Prophet, and forgive us and you by His great mercy.
فرعوا عباد إلهه ما برعايته يفوز فائزكم وبإضاعته يخسر مبطل وبادروا آجالا بأعمال فإنما ارتهنون بما أسلفتم ومدينون بما قد متم وكان قد نزل بما المخوف فلا رجعة تنالون ولا عثرة تقالون.
Remain firm in your places. Keep patient in trials. Do not move your hands and swords after the liking of your tongues, and do not make haste in matters in which Allah has not asked for haste, because any of you who dies in his bed while he had knowledge of the rights of Allah and the rights of his Prophet and members of the Prophet's house will die as martyr. His reward is incumbent on Allah. He is also eligible to the recompense of the good acts he has intended to do, since his intention takes the place of drawing his sword.
Certainly, for everything there is a time and a limit. إلزموا الأرض واصبروا على البلاء ولا تحركوا بأيديهم وسيوفهم فهو السنتام ولا تستعجلوا بما لم يعجله الله لم فإنه من مات منهم عل فراشه وهو عل معرفة حق ربه عز وجل وحق رسوله وأهل بيته صلوات الله عليه
وعليهم مات شهيدا ووقع أجره على الله واستوجب ثواب ما نوى من صالح عمله وقامت النية مقام أصلاته لسيفه فإن للشيء مدة وآجلا. Alternative sources for Sermon 190. Ibn Nubata narrated this khutbah. See Ibn Abi al-Hadid, Sharh 3, 220. Al-Amidi, Ghurar 20, 108. Sermon 191. Praise be to Allah, whose praise is widespread. Praise of Allah. Praise be to Allah, whose praise is widespread, whose army is overpowering, and whose dignity is grand. I praise him for his successive favors and his great gifts. His forbearance is high, so that he forgives and is just in whatever he decides. He knows what is going on and what has already passed. He crafted all creation by his knowledge and produced it by his intelligence without limitation. Without learning, without following the example of any intelligent producer, without committing any mistake, and without the availability of any group. I stand witness that Muhammad, the peace and blessing of Allah be upon him and his descendants, is his slave and his messenger, whom he deputized when people were collecting in the abyss and moving in bewilderment. The reins of destruction were dragging them, and the locks of misguidance and deviation lay fixed on their hearts. Advice about fear of Allah, and an account of this world and its people. I advise you, O creatures of Allah, that you should have fear of Allah, because it is a right of Allah over you, and it creates your right over Allah, and that you should seek Allah's help in it, and its help in Allah. Certainly, for today, fear of Allah is a protection and a shield, and for tomorrow it is the road to paradise. Its way is clear, and he who treads it is the gainer. Whoever holds it, guards it. It has presented itself to the people who have already passed and to those coming from behind, because they will need it tomorrow when Allah will revive His creation again, take back what He has given, and take account of what He has bestowed. How few will be those who accept it and practice it as it ought to be practiced? They will be very few in number, and they are the people who correspond to the description given by Allah, the Glorified, when He says, "And very few of my creatures are grateful. أصيم عباد إلهي بتقوى إله فإنها حق إله عليم والموجبة على إله وأن تستعينوا عليها بإله وتستعينوا بها على إله فإن التقى فاليوم الحرز والجنة وفي غد الطريق الجنة مسألها واضح وسائلها رابح ومستودعها حافظ لم تبرح عارضة نفسها على الأمم الماضين والغابرين لحاجتهم إليها غدا إذا أعاد آله ما أبدى وأخذ ما أعطى وسأل عما أسدى فما أقل من قبلها وحملها حق حملها أولئك الأقل ومن عددا وهم أهل صفتها سبحانه إذ يقول وقليل من عبادي الشكور. Therefore, hasten with your ears towards it and intensify your efforts for it. Make it a substitute for all your past to take their place as a successor, and make it your supporter against every opponent. Turn your sleep into wakefulness by its help and pass your days with it. Make it the equipment of your hearts. Wash your sins with it. Treat your ailments with it, and hasten towards your death with it. Take a lesson from him who neglects it, so that others who follow it should not take a lesson from you. Beware, therefore. You should take care of it, and should take care of yourselves through it. فأهطعوا بأسماعهم إليها وأكدوا بجدكم عليها واعتاضوها من كل سلف خلفا ومن كل مخالف موافقا أيقظوا بها نوما واقطعوا بها يوما وأشعروها قلوبا وأرحضوا بها ذنوبا وداووا بها الأسقام وبادروا بها الحمام واعتبروا بمن أضاعها ولا يعتبرن بمن أطاعها ألا وصونوها وتصونوا بها. Keep away from this world and proceed towards the next world infatuatedly. Do not regard humble he whom fear of Allah has given a high position, and do not accord a high position to him whom this world has given a high position. Do not keep your eyes on the shining clouds of the world. Do not listen to him who speaks of it. Do not respond to him who calls towards it. Do not seek light from its glare, and do not die in its precious things, because its brightness is deceitful, its words are false, its wealth is liable to be looted, and its precious thing are to be taken away. وَكُونُوا عَنِ الدُّنْيَا نَزَاهًا والآخرة أخرى ولا تضعوا من رفعته التقوى ولا ترفعوا من رفعته الدنيا ولا تشيموا بارقها ولا تسمعوا ناطقها ولا تجيبوا ناعقها ولا تستضيئوا بإشراقها ولا تفتنوا بأعلاقها فإن برقها خالب ونطقها كاذب وأموالها محروبة وأعلاقها مسلوبة. Beware. This world attracts and then turns away. It is stubborn, refusing to go ahead. It speaks lies and misappropriates. It disowns and is ungrateful. It is malicious and abandons. It attracts but causes trouble. Its condition is changing, its step shaking, its honor disgrace, its seriousness jest, and its height lowliness. It is a place of plunder and pillage and ruin and destruction. Its people are ready with their feet to drive, to overtake, and to depart. Its routes are bewildering, its exits are baffling, and its schemes end in disappointment. Consequently, strongholds betray them, houses throw them out, and cunning fails them.
ألا وها منتصدية العنون والجامحة الحرون والمائنة الخاون والجحود النود والعنود الصدود والحيود الميود.
حالها انتقال وطاءتها زلزال، وعزها ذل، وجدها هزل، وعلوها سفل، دار حرب وسلب ونهب، أهلها علا ساق وسياق ولحاق وفراق.
قد تحيرت مذاهبها وأعجزت مهاربها وخابت مطالبها، فأسلمتهم المعاقل ولفظتهم المنازل وأعيتهم محاوات.
Some of them are like hocked camel.
Some like butchered meat.
Some like severed limbs.
Some like spilt blood. Some are biting their hands. Some are rubbing their palms. Some are holding their cheeks on their hands. Some are cursing their own views, and some are retreating from their determination.
But the time for action has gone away, and the hour of calamity has approached, while the time to escape.
Alas, alas, what has been lost is lost.
What has gone is gone. The world has passed in its usual manner. So wept not on them the heavens and the earth, nor were they respited.
فمن ناج معقور ولحم مجذور وشلي مذبوح وعاض على يديه وصافق لفه ومرتفق بخديه وزار على رأيه وراجع عن عزمه وقد أدبرت الحيلة وأقبلت الغيلة ولات حين مناص هيهات هيهات قد فات ما فات وذهب ما ذهب ومضت الدنيا لحال بالها فمت عليهم السماء والأرض وما كانوا منتظرين.
Alternative sources for Sermon 191.
Al-Amidi, Ghurar, 87, 180, 245. Ibn Abi al-Hadid, Sharh, see Abd al-Zahra, 328. Sermon 192. Praise be to Allah, who wears the apparel of honor and dignity, known as Al-Khutbah Al-Qasiyah. It comprises disparagement of Satan for his vanity and his refusing to prostrate before Adam, and his being the first to display bigotry and to act through vanity. It comprises a warning to people treading in Satan's path.
ومن خطبة له عليه السلام.
ومن الناس من يسمي هذه الخطبة القاسعة، وهي تتضمن ذم إبليس على استبارته وتركه السجود لآدم عليه السلام، وأنه أول من أظهر العصبية وتبع الحمية، وتحذير الناس من سلوك طريقته. Praise be to Allah, who wears the apparel of honor and dignity and has chosen them for himself instead of for his creation. He has made them inaccessible and unlawful for others. He has selected them for his own great self and has hurled a curse on him who contests with him concerning them. Alhamdulillah, الذي لبس العز والبرية واختارهما لنفسه دون خلقه وجعلهما حما وحرما على غيره واصطفاهما لجلاله. وجعل الله العانة على من نازعه فيهما من عباده. Allah's trial and the vanity of Iblis. Then he put his angels on trial concerning these attributes in order to distinguish those who are modest from those who are vain. Therefore, Allah, who was aware of whatever is hidden in the hearts and whatever lies behind the unseen, said, Verily, I am about to create man from clay. And when I have completed and have breathed into him of my spirit, then fall ye prostrating in obeisance unto him. And did fall prostrating in obeisance the angels altogether, save El-Bilis. His vanity stood in his way. Consequently, he felt proud over Adam by virtue of his creation, and boasted over him on account of his origin. Thus, this enemy of Allah is the leader of those who boast and the forerunner of the vain. It is he who laid the foundation of factionalism,
quarreled with Allah about the robe of greatness, put on the dress of haughtiness, and took off the covering of humility. Do you not see how Allah made him low on account of his vanity and humiliated him for his feigning to be high? He discarded him in this world and provided for him burning fire in the next world. Allah's trial of his creatures. Ibtila'un ilahun li khalqih. If Allah had wanted to create Adam from a light whose glare would have dazzled the eyes, whose handsomeness would have amazed the wits, and whose fragrance would have caught the breath, he could have done so. And if he had done so, people would have bowed to him in humility, and the trial of the angels through him would have become easier. But Allah, the glorified, tries his creatures by means of those things whose real nature they do not know, in order to distinguish for them, through the trial, and to remove vanity from them, and keep them aloof from pride and self-admiration.
ولو أراد إله سبحانه أن يخلق آدم من نور يخطف الأبصار ضياوة ويبهر العقول روعة وطيب يأخذ الأنفاس عطرة لفعل، ولو فعل لظلت تله الأعناق خاضعة ولخفت البلوى فيه علم الملائكة.
ولن الآه سبحانه يبتلي خلقه
ببعض ما يجهلون أصله، تمييزا بالاختبار لهم ونفيا للاستبار عنهم وإبعادا للخيلاء منهم.
You should take a lesson from what Allah did with Satan. Namely, he nullified his great acts and extensive efforts on account of the vanity of one moment, although Satan had worshipped Allah for 6,000 years. Whether by the reckoning of this world or of the next world is not known. Who now can remain safe from Allah after Satan by committing a similar disobedience? None at all. Allah, the glorified, cannot let a human being enter paradise if he does the same thing for which Allah turned out from it an angel. His command for the inhabitants in the sky and of the earth is the same. There is no friendship between Allah and any individual out of his creation, so as to give him license for an undesirable thing which he has held unlawful for all the worlds.
فاعتبروا بما كان من فعل إبليس إذ أحبط عمله الطوي وجهده الجهيد وكان قد عبد إلها 6,000 سنة لا يدرى أمن سن الدنيا أم من سن الآخرة عن كبر ساعة واحدة. فمن بعد إبليس يسلم على آله بمثل معصيته. كلا، ما كان إله سبحانه ليدخل الجنة بشرا بأمر أخرج به منها ملأ، إن حمة أهل السماء وأهل الأرض لواحد وماء، بينها وبين أحد من خلقه هوادة، فأباحة حم حرمه على العالمين. Warning against Satan. التحذير من الشيطان. Therefore, you should fear lest the enemy of Allah infects you with his disease, or leads you astray through his call, or marches on you with his horsemen and footmen, because, by my life, he has put the menacing arrow in the bow for you, has stretched the bow strongly, and has aimed at you from a nearby position. And he said, My Lord, because thou hast left me to stray, certainly will I adorn unto them the path of error, and certainly will I cause them all to go astray. Although he had said so only by guessing about the unknown future and by wrong conjecturing. Yet the sons of vanity, the brothers of haughtiness, and the horsemen of pride and intolerance proved him to be true. So much so that when disobedient persons from among you bowed before him, and his greed about you gained strength, and what was a hidden secret turned into a clear fact, he spread his full control over you and marched with his forces towards you. قذفا بغيب بعيد ورجما بظن غير مصيب صدق به أبناء الحمية وإخوان العصبية وفرسان البر والجاهلية حيث إذا انقادت له الجامحة منا واستحمت الطاعية منه فلمم فنجمت الحال من السر الخفي الأمر الجل استفحل سلطانه عليهم ودلف بجنوده نحو ككم.
Then they pushed you into the hollows of disgrace, threw you into the whirlpools of slaughter, and trampled you, wounding you by striking your eyes with spears, cutting your throats, tearing your nostrils, breaking your limbs, and taking you in ropes of control towards the fire already prepared.
In this way, he became more harmful to your religion and a greater kindler of flames about your worldly matters than the enemies against whom you showed open opposition and against whom you marched your forces.
فأقحموكم ولجأتم الذل وأحلكوكم ورطات القتل وأوطؤوكم إثخان الجراحة طعنا في عيونكم وحزا في حلوقكم ودقا لمناخركم وقصدا لمقاتلكم وسوقا بخزائن القهر إلى النار المعدة لهم فأصبح أعظمهم في دينهم جرحا.
وأورف دنيا كم قدحا من الذين أصبحتم لهم مناصبين وعليهم متألبين.
You should therefore spend all your force against him and all your efforts against him, because by Allah he boasted over your origin, questioned your position, and spoke lightly of your lineage. He advanced on you with his army and brought his footmen towards your path. They are chasing you from every place, and they are hitting you at every finger joint. You are not able to defend by any means, nor can you repulse them by any determination. You are in the thick of disgrace, the ring of straightness, the field of death, and the way of distress.
فاجعلوا عليه حدا كم وله جدا كم فلعمر الآله لقد فخر عليه أصلم ووقع فحسبم ودفع فنسبم وأجلب بخيله عليم وقصد برجله سبيلم يقتنصونهم بالمان ويضربون منم كل بنان لا تمتنعون بحيلة ولا تدفعون.
بعزيمة في حومة ذل وحلقة ضيق وعرصة موت وجولة بلاء. You should therefore put out the fires of haughtiness and the flames of intolerance that are hidden in your hearts. This vanity can exist in a Muslim only by the machinations of Satan, his haughtiness, mischief, and whisperings. Make up your mind to have humility over your heads, to trample self-pride under your feet, and to cast off vanity from your necks. Adopt humility as the weapon between you and your enemy, Satan and his forces. He certainly has, from every people, fighters, helpers, footmen, and horsemen. Do not be like him, who feigned superiority over the son of his own mother, without any distinction given to him by Allah, except the feeling of envy which his feeling of greatness created in him, and the fire of anger that vanity kindled in his heart. Satan blew into his nose his own vanity, after which Allah gave him remorse and made him responsible for the sins of all killers up to the day of judgment.
فأطفأوا ما كمن في قلوبهم من نيران العصبية وأحقاد الجاهلية وإنما تلك الحمية توت في المسلم من خطرات الشيطان ونخواته ونزغاته ونفثاته.
واعتمدوا وضع الذل لعل رؤوسهم وإلقاء التعزز تحت أقدامهم وخلع التبر من أعناقهم.
وخذوا الآلة واضع مسلحة بينهم وبين عدوكم إبليس وجنوده، فإن له من كل أمة جنودا وأعوانا ورجلا وفرسانا، ولا تونوا كالمتبر على ابن أمه من غير ما فضل جعله إليه فيه سوى ما ألحقت العظمة بنفسه من عداوة.
الحسد وقدحت الحمية في قلبه من نار الغضب، ونفخ الشيطان في أنفه من ريح البر الذي أعقبه هلاك به الندامة. وألزمه آثام القاتلين يوم القيامة. Caution against vanity and boasting about ignorance. التحذير من البر. Beware. You strove hard in revolting and created mischief on the earth in open opposition to Allah and in challenging the believers over fighting.
Allah, Allah,
in feeling proud of your vanity and boasting over ignorance. Because this is the root of enmity and the design of Satan wherewith he has been deceiving past people and bygone ages, with the result that they fell into the gloom of his ignorance and the hollows of his misguidance, submitting to his driving and accepting his leadership. In this matter, the hearts of all the people were similar, and centuries passed by, one after the other, in just the same way, and there was vanity with which chests were tightened.
ألا وقد أمعنتم في البغي وأفسدتم في الأرض مصارحة له بالمناصبة ومبارزة للمؤمنين بالمحاربة.
فهل آلة فكبر الحمية وفخر الجاهلية، فإنها ملاقح الشيطان ومنافخ الشيطان التي خدعت بها الأمم الماضية والقرون الخالية حتى أعنقوا في حنادس جهالتها ومهاوي ضلالته ذلا عن سياقه سلسا في قيادته أمرا تشابهت القلوب فيه وتتابعت القرون عليه وكبرت تضايقت الصدور به.
Caution against obeying haughty leaders and elders. Beware of obeying your leaders and elders who felt proud of their achievements and boasted about their lineage. They hurled the things on Allah and quarreled with Allah in what He did with them, contesting His decree and disputing His favors. Certainly, they are the main foundation of obstinacy, the chief pillars of mischief, and the swords of pre-Islamic boasting over forefathers. Therefore, fear Allah. Do not become antagonistic to His favors on you, nor jealous of His bounty over you, one, and do not obey the claimants whose dirty water you drink along with your clean one, whose ailments you mix with your healthiness, and whose wrongs you allow to enter into your rightful matters.
ألا فالحذر الحذر من طاعة ساداتهم وكبائرهم.
الذين تبرعوا عن حسبهم وترفعوا فوق نسبهم وألقوا الهجينة على ربهم وجاحدوا الإله ما صنع بهم مأبرة لقضائه ومغالبة لآلائه، فإنهم قواعد أساس العصبية ودعائم أركان
الفتنة وسيوف اعتزاء الجاهلية، فأتوا الله ولا تونوا لنعمه عليم أضدادا ولا لفضله عندكم حسادا ولا تطيعوا الأدعاء الذين شربتم بصفوكم كدرهم وخلطتم بصحتهم مرضهم وأدخلتم في حقدهم باطلهم. They are the foundation of vice and the linings of disobedience. Satan has made them carriers of misguidance and the soldiers with whom he attacks men. They are interpreters through whom he speaks in order to steal away your wits, enter into your eyes, and blow into your ears. In this way, he makes you the victim of his arrows, the treading ground of his footsteps, and source of strength for his hands.
وهم أساس الفسوق وأحلاس العقوق، أي خذهم إبليس مطايا ضلال وجندا بهم يصول على الناس، وتراجمة ينطق على ألسنتهم، استراقا لعقولهم ودخولا في عيونهم ونفتا في أسماعهم، فجعلهم مرمي النبلة وموطئ قدمه وماخذ
يده. Taking lessons from the past peoples. العبرة بالماضين. Take instruction from how Allah's wrath, violence, chastisement, and punishment fell upon the arrogant nations before you. Take admonition from the resting places of their cheeks and their bodies, and seek Allah's protection from the dangers of pride as you seek His protection from calamities. Certainly, if Allah were to allow anyone to indulge in pride, He would have allowed it to His selected prophets and vicegerents. But Allah, the Sublime, disliked vanity for them and liked humbleness for them. Therefore, they laid their cheeks on the ground, smeared their faces with dust, bent themselves down for the believers, and remained humble people. Allah tried them with hunger, afflicted them with difficulty, tested them with fear, and upset them with troubles.
Therefore, do not regard wealth and progeny the criterion for Allah's pleasure and displeasure, as you are not aware of the chances of mischief and trials during richness and power, as Allah, the Glorified, the Sublime, has said. What? Think they that what we aid them with of wealth and children, we are hastening unto them the good things? Nay, they perceive not. Certainly, Allah the Glorified tries His creatures who are vain about themselves through His beloved persons who are humble in their eyes.
فاعتبروا بما أصاب الأمم المستبرين من قبلهم من بأس الله وصلاته ووقائعه ومثلاته، واتعظوا بمثاوي خدودهم ومصارع جنوبهم، واستعيذوا بالله من لواقح البر كما تستعيذونه من طوارق الدهر. فلو رخص الله
البر لأحد من عباده لرخص فيه لخاصة أنبيائه وأوليائه، ولأنه سبحانه كره إليهم التأبر ورضي لهم التواضع، فألصقوا بالأرض خدودهم وعفروا في التراب وجوههم وخفضوا أجنحتهم للمؤمنين، وكانوا قوما مستضعفين.
قد اختبرهم إله بالمخمصة وابتلاهم بالمجهدة وامتحنهم بالمخاوف ومخضهم بالمارة، فلا تعتبروا الرضا والسخط بالمال والولد جهلا بمواقع الفتنة والاختبار، فمواضع الغنى والافتقار، فقد قال سبحانه: أيحسبون أن ما
نمدهم به مالا وبنين نسارع لهم في الخيرات بل لا يشعرون، فإن إله سبحانه يختبر عباده المستبرين فأنفسهم بأوليائه المستضعفين فأعينهم.
The humility of the prophets. تواضع الأنبياء عليهم السلام. When Musa, son of Imran, went to Pharaoh along with his brother Harun, wearing shirts of wool and holding sticks in their hands, they guaranteed him retention of his country and continuity of his honor if he submitted. But he said, "Do you not wonder at these two men guaranteeing me the continuity of my honor and the retention of my country, although you see their poverty and lowliness? Otherwise, why do they not have gold bangles on their wrists?" He said so, feeling proud of his gold and collected possessions, and considering wool and its cloth as nothing. وَلَقَدْ دَخَلَ مُوسَى بْنُ عِمْرَانَ وَمَعَهُ أَخُوهُ هَارُونَ عَلَيْهِمَا السَّلَامُ على فرعون وعليهما مدارع الصوف وبأيديهما العصو، فشرط له أن أسلم بقاء ملته ودوام عزه، فقال: ألا تعجبون من هذين يشرطان لي دوام العز وبقاء الملك، وهما بما ترون من حال الفقر والذل، فهلا أقلب عليهما أساور من ذهب، إعظاما للذهب وجمعه واحتقارا للصوف ولبسه. When Allah, the Glorified, deputed His prophets, if He had wished to open for them treasures and mines of gold, and planted gardens, and to collect around them birds of the skies and beasts of the earth, He could have done so. If He had done so, then there would have been no trial, nor recompense, and no tidings. Those who accepted could not be given the recompense falling due after trial, and the believers could not deserve the reward for good acts, and all these words, too, would not have retained their meanings. But Allah, the Glorified, makes His prophets firm in their determination and gives them weakness of appearance as seen from the eyes, along with contentment that fills the hearts and eyes resulting from carefreeness, and with want that pains the eyes and ears. ولو أراد إله سبحانه بأنبيائه حيث بعثهم أن يفتح لهم كنوز الذهبان ومعادن العقيان ومغارس الجنان، وأن يحشر معهم طير السماء ووحوش الأرضين لفعل، ولو فعل لسقط البلاء وبطل الجزاء واضمحلت تلك الأنباء، ولما وجب للقابلين أجور المبتلين، ولا استحق المؤمنون ثواب المحسنين، ولا لزمت الأسماء معانيها، ولن آل سبحانه جعل رسله أول قوة، فعزائمهم وضعافة فيما ترى الأعين من حالاتهم مع قناعة تملأ القلوب والعيون غنى وخصاصة. تملأ الأبصار والأسماع أذى. If the prophets possessed authority that could not be assaulted, or honor that could not be damaged, or domain towards which the necks of people would turn, and the saddles of mounts could be set, it would have been very easy for people to seek lessons, and quite difficult to feel vanity. They would have then accepted belief out of fear felt by them, or inclination attracting them, and the intention of them all would have been the same, although their actions would have been different. Therefore, Allah, the Glorified, decided that people should follow His prophets, acknowledge His books, remain humble before His face, obey His command, and accept His obedience with sincerity, in which there should not be an iota of anything else. And as the trial and tribulation would be stiffer, the reward and recompense too should be larger.
ولو كانت الأنبياء أهل قوة لا ترام وعزة لا تضام وملكا تمد نحوه أعناق الرجال وتشد إليه عقد الرحال، لأن ذلك أهون عن الخلق في الاعتبار وأبعد لهم من الاستبار، ولا أمن عن رهبة قاهرة لهم أو رغبة مائلة بهم. فأنت
النيات مشتركة والحسنات مقتسمة، ولن إله سبحانه أراد أن يؤون الأتباع لرسله والتصديق بتبوهته والخشوع لوجهه والاستئانة لأمره والاستسلام لطاعته أمورا له خاصة لا تشوبها من غيرها شائبة، وكل ما كانت البلوى والاختبار أعظم كانت المثوبة والجزاء أجزل. The Holy Kaaba، اللعبة المقدسة.
Do you not see that Allah, the Glorified, has tried all the people among those who came before, beginning with Adam, up to the last ones in this world, with stones which yield neither benefit nor harm, which neither see nor hear?
He made those stones into His sacred house, which He made a standby for the people. He placed it in the most rugged, stony part of the earth and on a highland with least soil. Thereon, among the most narrow valleys between rough mountains, soft sandy plains, springs of scanty water, and scattered habitats, where neither camels, nor horses, nor cows and sheep can prosper.
ألا ترون أن إله سبحانه اختبر الأولين من لدن آدم صلى الله عليه إلى الآخرين من هذا العالم بأحجار لا تضر ولا تؤذي،
تنفع ولا تبصر ولا تسمع، فعجلها بيته الحرام الذي جعله للناس قياما،
ثم وضعه بأوعر بقاع الأرض حجرا وأقل نتائق الدنيا مدرة وأضيق بطون الأودية قطرة، بين جبال خشنة ورمال دمثة وعيون وشلة وقرى منقطعة لا يزكو،
بها خف ولا حافر ولا ظلف. Then He commanded Adam and his sons to turn their attention towards it. In this way, it became the center of their journey in seeking pastures and the rendezvous for meeting of their carrier beasts, so that human spirits hasten towards it from distant waterless deserts, deep and low-lying valleys, and scattered islands in the seas. They shake their shoulders in humbleness, recite the slogan of having reached His audience, march with swift feet, and have disheveled hair and dusted faces. They throw their pieces of cloth on their backs. They have marred the beauty of their faces by leaving the hair uncut as a matter of great test, severe tribulation, open trial, and extreme refining. Allah has made it a means to His mercy and an approach to His paradise.
ثم أمر آدم وولده أن يثنوا أعطافهم نحوه، فصار مثابة لمنتجع أسفارهم وغاية لملق رحالهم، تهوي إليه ثمار الأفئدة من مفاوز قفار سحيقة ومهاوي فجاج عميقة وجزائر بحار منقطعة، حتى يهز مناكبهم ذلا يهللون له حوله ويرملون على أقدامهم شعثا غبرا، له قد نبثوا السرابيل وراء ظهورهم وشوهوا بإعفاء الشعر محاسن خلقهم، ابتلاء عظيما وامتحانا شديدا واختبارا مبينا وتمحيصا بليغا، جعله آله تعالى سببا لرحمته ووصلته
Jannah.
If Allah, the Glorified, had placed his sacred house and his great signs among plantations, streams, soft and level plains, plenty of trees and abundance of fruits, a thick population, close habitats, golden wheat, lush gardens, green land, watered plains, thriving orchards and crowded streets, the amount of recompense would have decreased because of the lightness of the trial. If the foundation on which the house is born and the stones with which it has been raised had been of green emerald and red rubies, and there had been brightness and effulgence, then this would have lessened the action of doubts in the breasts, would have dismissed the effect of Satan's activity from the hearts, and would have stopped the surging of misgivings in people. But Allah tries his creatures by means of different troubles, wants them to render worship through hardships, and involves them in distresses.
All in order to extract out vanity from their hearts, to settle down humbleness in their spirits, and to make all this an open door for his favors, and an easy means for his forgiveness.
ولو أراد سبحانه أن يضع بيته الحرام ومشاعره العظام بين جنات وأنهار وسهل وقرار جم الأشجار دان، الثمار ملتف البن متص القرى بين برة سمراء وروضة خضراء وأرياف محدقة وعراص مغدقة وزروع ناضلة وطرق عامرة، لأن قد صغر قدر الجزاء على حسب ضعف البلاء.
ولو كان الأساس المحمول عليها والأحجار المرفوع بها بين زمردة خضراء وياقوتة حمراء ونور وضياء، لخفف ذلك مضارعة الشك وصدور الناس، ولوضع مجاهدة إبليس عن القلوب، ولنفك معتلج الريب من الناس. ولن إله سبحانه يختبر عباده بأنواع الشدائد ويتعبهم بألوان المجاهدة ويبتليهم بضروب المارة، إخراجا للتدبر من قلوبهم وإيساء للذل لخلوع نفوسهم، وليجعل ذلك أبوابا فتحا آل فضله وأسبابا ذلا لعفوه. Caution against rebellion and oppressiveness. عود إلى التحذير. Allah, Allah, from the immediate consequence of rebellion and the eventual consequence of weighty oppressiveness, and from the evil result of vanity, because it is the great trap of Satan and his big deceit which enters the hearts of the people like a fatal poison. It never goes waste, nor misses anyone, neither the learned because of his knowledge, nor the destitute three in his rags. فآلة آلة فعاجل البغي وآجل وخامة الظلم وسوء عاقبة البر، فإنها مصيدة إبليس العظم وميدته البرة التي تساور قلوب الرجال مساورة السموم القاتلة، فما تؤدي أبدا ولا تشوي أحدا، لا عالما لعلمه ولا مقلا فاه. تمرة. The benefits of religious duties. الفرائض فضاء. This is the thing against which Allah has protected his creatures who are believers by means of prayers, and almsgiving, and suffering the hardship of fasting in the days in which it has been made obligatory, in order to give their limbs peacefulness, to cast fear in their eyes, to make their spirits humble, to give their hearts humility, and to remove haughtiness from them. All this is achieved through the covering of their delicate cheeks with dust in humility, prostrating their main limbs on the ground in humbleness, and retracting of their bellies so as to reach to their backs due to fasting by way of lowliness, besides giving all sorts of products of the earth to the needy and the destitute by way of alms. Look what there is in these acts by way of curbing the appearance of pride and suppressing the traces of vanity.
وعن ذلك ما حرس آله عبادة المؤمنين بالصلوات والزكوات ومجاهدة الصيام، فالأيام المفروضات تسينا لأطرافهم وتخشيعا لأبصارهم وتذليلا لنفوسهم وتخفيضا لقلوبهم وإذهابا للخيلاء عنهم، لما في ذلك من تعفير. عتاق الوجوه بالتر ترابا تواضعا والتصاق كرائم الجوارح بالأرض تصاغرا ولحوق البطون بالمتون من الصيام تذل لا مع ما في الزكاة من صرف ثمرات الأرض وغير ذلك آهل المسنة والفقر.
انظروا إلى ما فك هذه الأفعال من قمع نواجم الفخر وقدع طوالع البر.
Undue prejudice and vanity.
العصبية.
I cast my glance and noticed that no one in the world,
except you, feels vanity for anything without a cause which may appeal to the ignorant, or a reason which may cling to the minds of the foolish, because you feel vanity for something for which no reason is discernible, nor any ground. As for Satan, he felt proud over Adam because of his origin and taunted at him about his creation, since he said, I am of fire, while you are of clay.
ولقد نظرت فما وجدت أحدا من العالمين يتعصب لشيء من الأشياء إلا عن علة تحتمل تمويه الجهلاء أو حجة تليط بعقول السفهاء غيركم، فإنكم تتعصبون لأمر ما يعرف له سبب ولا علة.
أما إبليس فتعصب على آدم لأصله،
وطعن عليه فخلقته فقال أنا ناري وأنت طين.
In the same way, the rich among the prosperous communities have been feeling vanity because of their riches, as said, and said they, we are more in wealth and in children, and we shall not be chastised.
Enthusiasm for attractive manners, respectable position, and
taking lessons from the past. In case you cannot avoid vanity, your vanity should be for good qualities, praiseworthy acts, and admirable matters with which the dignified and noble chiefs of the Arab families distinguished themselves, as attractive manners, high thinking, respectable position, and good performances. You too should show vanity in praiseworthy habits like the protection of the neighbor, the fulfillment of agreements, obedience to the virtuous, opposition to the haughty, extending generosity to others, abstention from rebellion, keeping aloof from bloodshed, doing justice to people, suppressing anger, and avoiding trouble on the earth. You should also fear what calamities befell peoples before you on account of their evil deeds and detestable actions. Remember, during good or bad circumstances, what happened to them, and be cautious that you do not become like them.
فإن كان لا بد من العصبية فلينتعصبوهم لمآرم الخصال ومحامد الأفعال ومحاسن الأمور التي تفاضلت فيها المجدة والنجداء من بيوتات العرب ويعاسيب القبائل بالأخلاق الرغيبة والأحلام العظيمة والأخطار الجليلة
والآثار المحمودة. فتعصبوا لخلال الحمد من الحفظ للجوار والوفاء بالذمام والطاعة للبر والمعصية للبر والأخذ بالفضل وإلف عن البغي والإعظام للقتل والإنصاف للخلق والضم للغيظ واجتناب الفساد في الأرض.
واحذروا ما نزل بالأمم قبلهم من المثلات بسوء الأفعال وذميم الأعمال، فتذكروا في الخير والشر أحوالهم، واحذروا أن توانوا أمثالهم.
After you have thought over both the conditions of these people, attach yourself to everything with which their position became honorable, on account of which enemies remained away from them, through which safety spread over them, by reason of which riches bowed before them, and as a result of which distinction connected itself with their rope. These things were abstention from division, sticking to unity, calling each other to it, and advising each other about it. You avoid everything which broke their backbone and weakened their power, such as malice in the heart, hatred in the chest, turning away and withholding the hand from one another's assistance.
فإذا تفرقتم فتفاوت حالهم، فالزموا كل أمر لزمت العزة به حالهم، وزاحت الأعداء له عنهم، ووصلت العافية فيه عليهم، وانقادت النعمة له معهم، ووصلت الرامة عليه حبلهم، من الاجتناب للفرقة واللزوم للألفة والتحاضر، عليها وطء واصل بها. واجتنبوا كل أمر كسر فقرتهم وأوهن منتهم، من تضاغن القلوب وتشاحن الصدور وتدابر. ألف نفوس وتخاذل الأيدي. Think about the condition of people from among the believers who passed before you. What distresses and trials they were in. Were they not the most overburdened among all the people and in the most straitened circumstances in the whole world? The pharaohs took them as slaves. They inflicted on them the worst punishments and bitter sufferings. They continuously remained in this state of ruinous disgrace and severe subjugation. They found no method for escape and no way for protection. Till when Allah the Glorified noticed that they were enduring troubles in His love and bearing distresses out of fear for Him, He provided escape from the distress of trials. So He changed their disgrace into honor and fear into safety. Consequently, they became ruling kings and conspicuous leaders, and Allah's favors over them reached limits to which their own wishes had not reached. وتدبروا أحوال الماضين من المؤمنين قبلهم كيف كانوا في حال التمحيص والبلاء. ألم يمينوا أثقل الخلائق أعباء وأجهد العباد بلاء وأضيق أهل الدنيا حالا. أدخذتهم الفراعنة عبيدا فساموهم سوء العذاب وجرعوهم المرار، فلم تبرح الحال بهم فذل الهلة وقهر الغلبة، لا يجدون حيلة في امتناع ولا سبيلا للدفاع، حتى إذا رأى آلة جد الصبر منهم على الأذى فمحبته والاحتمال للمروى من خوفه جعل لهم من مضايق البلاء فرجا، فأبدلهم العز مان الذل والأمن مان الخوف، فصاروا ملوكا حاما وأئمة أعلاما، وبلغت الرامة من آلهم ما لم. تذهب الآمال إليه بهم. Look how they were when their groups were united, their views were unanimous, their hearts were moderate, their hands used to help one another. Their swords were intended for assisting one another. Their eyes were sharp, and their aims were the same. Did they not become masters of the corners of the earth, and rulers over the neck of all the worlds? Thereafter, also see what happened to them towards the end when division overtook them, unity became fractured, and differences arose between their words and their hearts. They divided into various groups and were scattered, fighting among themselves. Then Allah took away from them the apparel of His honor and deprived them of the prosperity produced by His favors. Only their stories have remained among you for the guidance of those who may learn the lesson from them. فانظروا كيف كانوا حيث كانت الإملاء مجتمعة والأهواء مؤتلفة والقلوب معتدلة والأيدي مترادفة والسيوف متناصرة والبصائر نافذة والعزائم واحدة. ألم ينئوا أربابا فأقطار الأرضين وملوكا على رقاب العالمين. فانظروا إلى ما صاروا إليه، فآخر أمورهم حين وقعت الفرقة وتشتت الألفة واختلفت اللمة والأفئدة وتشعبوا مختلفين وتفرقوا متحاربين، قد خلع إله عنهم لباس كرامته وسلبهم غدارة نعمته، وبقي قصص أخبارهم في موضع. عبرا للمعتبرين. Learning lessons from the past nations. الاعتبار بالأمم. You should take a lesson from the fate of the progeny of Ishmael, the children of Isaac and the children of Israel. How similar are their affairs, and how akin are their examples. In connection with the details of their division and disunity, think of the days when Kisras of Persia and the Caesars of Rome had become their masters. 4. They turned them out from the pastures of their lands, the rivers of Iraq and the fertility of the world, towards thorny forests, the passages of winds, and hardships in livelihood. In this way, they turned them into just herders of camels. Their houses were the worst in the world, and their places of stay were the most drought-stricken. There was not one voice towards which they could turn for protection, nor any shade of affection on whose strength they could repose trust.
فاعتبروا بحال ولد إسماعيل وابن إسحاق وابن إسرائيل عليهم السلام، فما أشد اعتدال الأحوال وأقرب اشتباه. الأمثال: تأملوا أمرهم فحال تشتتهم وتفرقهم. ليال كانت الأكاسرة والقياصرة أربابا لهم يحتازونهم عن ريف. الآفاق وبحر العراق وخضرة الدنيا، المنابت الشيح وماهل الريح وند المعاش، فتركوهم عالة مساكين. إخوان دبر ووبر، أذل الأمم دارا وأجذبهم قرارا. لا يأوون آل جناح دعوة يعتصمون بها، ولا آل ظل ألفة يعتمدون على عزها.
Their condition was full of distress. Their hands were scattered. Their majority was divided. They were in great anguish and under layers of ignorance. They buried their daughters alive, worshipped idols, disregarded kinship, and practiced robbery.
فالأحوال مضطربة والأيدي مختلفة والثرة متفرقة، فبلاء أزل وإطباق جهل.
من بنات موؤودة وأصنام،
معبودة وأرحام مقطوعة وغارات مشنونة.
The blessing of the Messenger of Allah, peace be on him. Now look at the various favors of Allah upon them, that he deputized towards them a prophet who got them to pledge their obedience to him and made them unite at his call. How bounty spread the wings of its favors over them and flowed for them streams of its blessing, and the whole community became wrapped in blissful prosperity. Consequently, they were submerged under its bounty and enjoyed its lush life. Their affairs were settled under the protection of a powerful ruler, and circumstances offered them overpowering honor, and all things became easy for them under the auspices of a strong country. They became rulers over the world and kings in the parts of the earth. They became masters of those who were formerly their masters, and began issuing commands over those who used to command them. They were so strong that neither did their spears need testing, nor did their weapons have any flaw.
فانظروا إلى المواقع نعم الله سبحانه عليهم حين بعث إليهم رسولا فعقد بملة طاعتهم وجمع عل دعوته ألفتهم. كيف نشرت النعمة عليهم جناح كرامتها وأسألت لهم جداول نعيمها، والتفت الملة بهم فسعاود بركتها، فأصبحوا فنعمتها غرقين وفي خضراء عيشها. فهينا قد تربعت الأمور بهم في ظل سلطان قاهر، وآوتهم الحال الكنف عز غالب، وتعفت الأمور عليهم في ذرى ملك ثابت، فهم حام على العالمين وملوك في أطراف الأرضين، يملون الأمور على من كان يمليها عليهم، ويمضون الأحام فمن كان يمضيها فيهم. لا تغمز لهم قناة ولا تقرع، لهم صفاه، condemning the disobedient ones. لوم العصاة. Beware, you have shaken your hands loose from the rope of obedience and broken the divine fort around you by pre-Islamic rules. Certainly, it is a great blessing of Allah the Glorified on this ummah that He has engendered among them unity through the cord of affection in whose shade they walk and take shelter. This is a blessing whose value no one in the whole world realizes, because it is more valuable than any price and higher than any wealth.
ألا وإن من قد نفضتم أيديهم من حبل الطاعة وثلمتم حصن إله المضروب عليم بأحكام الجاهلية، فإن إله سبحانه قد امتن على جماعة هذه الأمة فيما عقد بينهم من حبل هذه الألفة التي ينتقلون في ظلها ويأوون إلى كنفها، بنعمة لا يعرف أحد من المخلوقين لها قيمة، لأنها أرجح من كل ثمن وأجل من كل خطر.
You should know that you have again reverted to the position of the Bedouin Arabs after migration, and have become different parties after having been once united. You do not possess anything of Islam except its name, and know nothing of belief save its show.
You say, the fire, yes, but no shameful position.
Be sure that if you incline towards anything other than Islam, the unbelievers will fight you. Then there will be neither Gabriel nor Michael, neither Muhajirun nor Ansar to help you, but only the clashing of swords till Allah settles the matter for you.
واعلموا أنما صرتم بعد الهجرة أعرابا وبعد الموالاة أحزابا، ما تتعلقون من الإسلام إلا باسمه، ولا تعرفون من الإيمان إلا رسمه، تقولون
الأنر ولا العار.
كان تريدون أن تفوى الإسلام على وجهه انتكاكا لحريمه ونقضا لميثاقه الذي وضعه إله له حرما في أرضه وآمنا بين خلقه.
وإن لجأتم إلى غيره حاربتم أهل الفر، ثم لا جبرائيل ولا ميئائيل ولا مهاجرون ولا أنصار ينصرونهم إلا المقارعة بالسيف حتى يحمي الله بينهم. Certainly, there are examples before you of Allah's wrath, punishment, days of tribulations and happenings. Therefore, do not disregard His promises, ignoring His punishment, making light His wrath, and not expecting His violence. Because Allah, the Glorified, did not curse the past ages, except because they had left off asking others to do good acts, and refraining them from bad acts. In fact, Allah cursed the foolish for committing sins, and the wise because they gave up refraining others from evils.
Beware, you have broken the bonds of Islam, transgressed its limits, and destroyed its commands.
وإن عندكم الأمثال من بأس الله تعالى وقوارعه وأيامه ووقائعه، فلا تستبطئوا وعيده جهلا بأخذه وتهاونا ببطشه ويأسا من بأسه، فإن إلهه سبحانه لم يلعن القرن الماض بين أيديهم إلا لتركهم الأمر بالمعروف والنهي عن المنكر، فلعن السفهاء لركوب المعاصي والحلماء لترك الناهية. ألا وقد قطعتم قيد الإسلام وعطلتم حدوده وأمتم إحامة Amir al-Mu'minin's high position and wonderful deeds in Islam. Beware! Surely Allah has commanded me to fight those who revolt, or who break the pledge, or create trouble on the earth. As regards pledge breakers, I have fought them. As regards deviators from truth, I have waged holy war against them. And as regards those who have gone out of the faith, I have put them in disgrace. 5. As for Satan of the pit, 6, he too has been dealt with by me through the loud cry with which the scream of his heart and shaking of his chest was also heard. Only a small portion of the rebels has remained. If Allah allows me one more chance over them, I will annihilate them, except a few remnants that may remain scattered in the suburb of the cities. His courage and merits, may peace be upon him. Even in my boyhood, I had lowered the chest of Arabia and broken the horn points of the tribes of Rabia and Mudar. Certainly, You know my position of close kinship and special relationship with the Prophet of Allah, peace and blessing of Allah be upon him and his descendants.
He used to choose something and then feed me with it. He found no lie in my speaking, nor weakness in any act.
أنا وضعت في الصغر بلاكل العرب وكسرت نواجم قرون ربيعة ومضر وقد علمتم موضع من رسول الله صلى الله عليه وآله بالقرابة القريبة والمنزلة الخصيصة وضعنا في حجره وأنا وليد يضمن الصدر
وينفن فراشه ويمسن جسده ويشمن عرفه وكان يمضغ الشيء ثم يلقمنيه وما وجد لكذبة في قول ولا خطلة في فعل.
From the time of his weaning, Allah had put a mighty angel with him to take him along the path of high character and good behavior through day and night, while I used to follow him like a young camel following in the footprints of its mother. Every day he would show me in the form of a banner some of his high traits and commanded me to follow it. Every year he used to go in seclusion to the hill of Hira, where I saw him, but no one else saw him. In those days, Islam did not exist in any house except that of the Prophet of Allah, peace and blessing of Allah be upon him and his descendants, and Khadijah, while I was the third after these two. I used to see and watch the effulgence of divine revelation and message, and breathed the scent of prophethood.
ولقد قرن إله تعالى به صلى الله عليه وآله من لدن إن كان فطيما أعظم ملك من ملائكته يسلك به طريق المآرم ومحاسن أخلاق العالم ليله ونهاره ولقد كنت أتبعه اتباع الفصيل أثر أمه يرفع له كل يوم علما من الخلق أخلاقه ويأمرنا بالاقتداء به ولقد كان يجاور فيه كل سنة بحراء فأراه ولا يراه غيري ولم يجمع بيت واحد يومئذ فالإسلام غير رسول الله صلى الله عليه وآله وخديجة وأنا ثالثهما أرى نور الوحي والرسالة وأشم ريح النبوة.
When the revelation descended on the Prophet of Allah, peace and blessing of Allah be upon him and his descendants, I heard the moan of Satan. I said, O Prophet of Allah, what is this moan? And he replied, This is Satan who has lost all hope of being worshipped.
O Ali, you see all that I see, and you hear all that I hear, except that you are not a prophet, but you are a vicegerent, and you are surely on virtue.
ولقد سمعت رنة الشيطان حين نزل الوحي عليه صلى الله عليه وآله فقلت يا رسول الله ما هذه الرنة؟ فقال هذا الشيطان قد أيس من عبادته إنك تسمع ما أسمع وترى ما أرى إلا أنك لست بنبي وأنك وزير وأنك لعل خير. I was with him when a party of the Quraysh came to him and said to him, O Muhammad, you have made a big claim which none of your forefathers or those of your family have made. We ask you one thing. If you give us an answer to it and show it to us, we will believe that you are a prophet and a messenger. But if you cannot do it, we will know that you are a sorcerer and a liar.
ولقد كنت معه صلى الله عليه وآله لما أتاه الملأ من قريش فقالوا له يا محمد إنك قد ادعيت عظيما لم يدعه آباؤك ولا أحد من بيتك ونحن نسألك أمرا إن أجبتنا إليه وأريتناه علمنا أنك نبي ورسول وإن لم تفعل علمنا أنك
ساحر كذاب. The messenger of Allah said, What do you ask for? They said, Ask this tree to move for us, even with its roots, and stop before you. The Prophet said, Verily, Allah has power over everything. If Allah does it for you, will you then believe and stand witness to the truth? They said, Yes. Then he said, I shall show you whatever you want, but I know that you won't bend towards virtue, and there are among you those who will be thrown into the pit, and those who will form parties. Then the Holy Prophet said, O tree, if you do believe in Allah and the Day of Judgment,
and know that I am the Prophet of Allah. Come up with your roots and stand before me with the permission of Allah, by Him who deputed the Prophet with truth. The tree did remove itself with its root and came with a great humming sound and a flapping, like the flapping of the wings of birds, till it stopped before the Messenger of Allah and cast its higher branches over the Prophet, while some of its branches came down onto my shoulders, and I was on the right side of the Holy Prophet.
فقال لهم صل الله عليه وآله صل الله عليه وآله إن الله على كل شيء قدير فإن فعل الله ذلك لم أتؤمنون وتشهدون بالحق.
قالوا نعم. قال فإن ساري ما تطلبون وإن أعلم أن مالا لا تفيون الخير وإن فيهم من يطرح في القليب ومن يحزب.
الأحزاب.
ثم قال يا أيتها الشجرة إن كنت تؤمنين بالله واليوم الآخر وتعلمين أن رسول الله فانقلع بعروقك حتى تقف بين يدي بإذن الله.
Voilà ذي بعثته بالحق نبيا لانقلعت بعروقها وجاءت ولها دوي شديد وقصف كقصف أجنحة الطير حتى وقفت بين يدي رسول الله صلى الله عليه وآله وسلم.
آله عليه وآله عليه السلام.
When the people saw this, they said, by way of pride and vanity, now you order half of it to come to you and the other half of it remain. The Holy Prophet ordered the tree to do the same. Then half of the tree advanced towards him in an amazing manner and with greater humming. It was about to touch the Prophet of Allah. Then they said, disbelieving and revolting, ask this half to get back to its other half and be as it was. The Prophet ordered it, and it returned. Then I said, there is no God but Allah. O Prophet of Allah, I am the first to believe in you, and to acknowledge that the tree did what it did just now with the command of Allah, the Sublime, in testimony to your prophethood and to heighten your word. Upon this, all the people shouted, rather a sorcerer, a liar. It is wonderful sorcery. He is very adept in it. Only a man like this can stand testimony to you in your affairs.
Quote, فلما نظر القوم إلى ذلك قالوا علوا واستبارا فمرها فليأتك نصفها ويبقى نصفها فأمرها بذلك فأقبل إليه نصفها كأعجب إقبال وأشده دوية فآدت تلتف برسول الله صلى آل عليه وآله فقالوا كفرا وعتوا فمر هذا النصف فليرجع نصفه كما كان فأمره فرجع فقلت أنا لا إله إلا الله إن أول مؤمن بك يا رسول الله وأول من آمن أن الشجرة فعلت ما فعلت بأمره الله تصديقا لنبوتك وإجلالا لموتك فقال القوم كل هم بل ساحر كذاب عجيب السحر خفيف فيه وهل يصدقك في أمرك إلا مثل هذا يعنون.
Certainly, I belong to the group of people who care not for the reproach of anybody in matters concerning Allah. Their countenance is the countenance of the truthful, and their speech is the speech of the virtuous. They are wakeful during the nights and over beacons in the day. They hold fast to the rope of the Quran, revive the traditions of Allah and of His Prophet. They do not boast, nor indulge in self-conceit, nor misappropriate, nor create mischief. Their hearts are in paradise, while their bodies are busy in acts. Alternative sources for Sermon 192. Ibn Tawus, Kitab al-Yaqeen, 196. Al-Kulayni, Furu' al-Kafi, IV, 168. Al-Saduq, Al-Faqih, I, 152. Al-Zamakhshari, Rabi' E, 113. Al-Mawardi, A'lam, 97. C. Al-Tehrani, Al-Dariya, 7. 204. 1. The intention is that you should not create conditions by which you may be deprived of Allah's favors, like the jealous who aims at harming him of whom he is jealous. 2. The intention is to say that if belief is accepted under force of awe and fear, and worship is offered under the influence of power and authority, then neither will it be belief in the true sense, nor worship in real spirit. This is because belief is the name of inner testimony and heartfelt conviction. The conviction produced by force and compulsion can be only verbal but not heartfelt. Similarly, worship is the name of open acknowledgement of one's position of servitude. Worship, which is devoid of the feeling of servitude or the sense of devotion, and which is performed only in view of authority or fear, cannot be real worship. Therefore, such belief and such worship would not present their correct connotation. 3. The reason for specifying the learned and the poor is that the learned has the light of learning to lead him, which the destitution of the poor may deny to him. In spite of this, both the learned and the poor fall into his deceit. Then, how can the ignorant save himself from his clutches? And how can the rich, who has all the means to get into wrong ways, defend himself against him? Nay, verily, man is wont to rebel, as he deemeth himself needless. 4. If a glance is cast at the rise and fall and events and happenings of the past people, this fact will shine like daylight that the rise and fall of communities is not the result of luck or change, but that, to a great extent, it is affected by their acts and deeds. And of whatever type those deeds are, their results and consequences are in accord with them. Consequently, the stories and events of past people openly reflect that the result of oppression and evil deeds has always been ruin and destruction, while the consequence of virtuous action and peaceful living was always good luck and success. Since time and people make no difference, if the same conditions appear again and the same actions are repeated, the same results must accrue which had appeared in the earlier set of circumstances. Because the accrual of the results of good or bad actions is sure and certain, like the properties and effects of everything. If this were not so, it would not be possible to kindle hope in the minds of the oppressed and the afflicted by presenting to them past events and their effects. Nor could the oppressors and tyrants be warned of the ill effects of their deeds, on the ground that it was not necessary that the same would accrue now as had accrued earlier. But it is the universality of causality which makes past events the object of a lesson for posterity. Consequently, it was for this purpose that Amir al-Mu'minin provoked thinking and consideration and mentioned the various events of Banu Ismail, Banu Ishaq, and Banu Israel, and their affliction at the hands of the kings of Persia and Rome. The progeny of Ishmael, the elder son of Ibrahim, is called Banu Ishmael, while the progeny of his younger son Isaac is called Banu Ishaq, which later continued to divide into various offshoots and acquired different names. Their original abode was at Canaan in Palestine, where Ibrahim had settled after the immigration from the plains of the Euphrates and the Tigris. His son Ishmael had settled in the Hijaz, where Ibrahim had left him and his mother Hajar. Ismail married As-Sayyida bint Mudad, a woman of the tribe of Jurhum, which also inhabited this very area. His progeny sprang from her and spread throughout the world. The other son of Ibrahim, namely Ishaq, remained in Canaan. His son was Yaqub, who married Leah, the daughter of his mother's brother, and after her death married his other daughter. Both of them bore him progeny which is known as Banu Israel.
One of his sons was Yusuf, who reached the neighboring country, Egypt, through an accident, and, after suffering slavery and imprisonment, eventually became the ruler and occupier of the throne. After this change, he sent for all his relations and kith and kin, and in this way Egypt became the abode of Banu Israel. For some time, they lived there in peace and safety, and led a life of respect and esteem. But by and by, the locals began to view them with disdain and hatred, and made them the target of all sorts of tyrannies, so much so that they used to kill their daughters, children, and retained their women as slave maids, as a result of which their determination and courage was trampled, and their spirit of freedom was completely subdued. At last, conditions changed, and the period of their troubles came to an end, after 400 years of the shackles of slavery, when Allah sent Musa to deliver them from the oppression of the Pharaoh.
Musa set off with them to leave Egypt, but in order to destroy the Pharaoh, Allah turned them towards the Nile, where there was all flood in front, and on the rear the huge forces of the Pharaoh.
This bewildered them much, but Allah commanded Musa to enter the river without fear. Thus, when he went forward, there appeared in the river not only one, but several courses to pass through, and Musa crossed to the other side of the river along with Banu Israel. Pharaoh was closely following. When he saw them passing, he too advanced with his arm, but when they reached the middle of the stream, the still water began moving, and, engulfing Pharaoh and his army in its waves, finished them. About them, the Quran says, "And when we delivered you from Pharaoh's people, who afflicted you with grievous torment, slaying your sons and by letting your women alive, and in that was a great trial from your Lord. However, when, after leaving the boundaries of Egypt, they entered their motherland Palestine, they established their own state and began to live in freedom, and Allah changed their lowliness and disgrace into the greatness and sublimity of rule and power." In this connection, Allah says, "And made we inheritors, the people who were deemed weak, the eastern parts of the earth and the western parts of it, which we had blessed therein. And the good word of thy Lord was fulfilled in the children of Israel for what they did endure. And destroyed we what Pharaoh and his people had wrought, and what shade they did make." On occupying the throne of rule and regaining prosperity and peacefulness, Banu Israel forgot all the ignominies and disgraces of the period of slavery, and instead of being thankful to Allah for the favors granted by Him, they took to rebellion and revolt. Consequently, they shamelessly indulged in vices and misconduct and partook in mischiefs and evil deeds to the maximum, made lawful things unlawful, and unlawful things lawful by false excuses, and disobeyed the prophets who tried to preach and correct them under the command of Allah, and even killed them. The natural consequence of their vicious activities was that they were caught in punishment for their deeds. Consequently, Nebuchadnezzar, who was ruling in Babylon in 600 BC, rose to march against Syria and Palestine and killed 70,000 Banu Israel with his bloodthirsty swords, devastated their towns, drove away the survivors with him like sheep and goats, and threw them in the abyss of ignominy by turning them into slaves. Although after this ruination there seemed no way for them to regain position and power, yet nature gave them still another chance to recover. When Nebuchadnezzar died and power came in the hands of Belshazzar, he started all sorts of oppression on the people. Being disgusted with this, they sent word to the ruler of Persia that they were tired of enduring the oppression of their ruler, and that he should rescue them from him and free them from the oppression of Belshazzar. Cyrus the Great, who was a just and upright ruler, rose up in response to this request, and, with the cooperation of the local population, overturned the government.
as a consequence of which the yoke of slavery on Banu Israel's necks was also removed, and they were allowed to return to Palestine. Thus, after 70 years of subjugation, they again set foot in their homeland and took over the reins of government. If they had taken their lesson from the past events, they would not have committed the same evils as a consequence of which they had to suffer slavery. But the mental constitution of this community was such that whenever they achieved prosperity and freedom from care, they lost themselves in the intoxication of riches and in the enjoyment of pleasure, mocked the laws of religion, derided the prophets, and even killing them did not mean anything serious to them. Thus, when their ruler Herod, at the request of his sweetheart, beheaded the prophet Yahya and presented his head to her, none of them raised any voice against this brutality or was affected by it in any manner. This was the state of their unruliness and fierceness when Isa made his appearance. He stopped them from evil deeds and exhorted them to adopt good habits, but they opposed him too and gave him troubles of various sorts, so much so that they tried to end his life. However, Allah foiled all their devices and made Isa safe against their approach. When their disobedience reached this stage and their capacity to accept guidance was completely wiped out, fate decided to ruin them and made full arrangements for their annihilation and destruction. The ruler of Roma, Vespasianus, sent his son Titus to attack Syria. He laid siege round Jerusalem, demolished the houses, and broke down the walls of the synagogue, as a result of which thousands of Banu Israel left their houses and became scattered abroad, while thousands died of hunger, and those who remained were put to sword. Most of them settled in Hijaz. But because of their rejecting Prophet Muhammad, their unity was so disturbed that they could never again converge on any one center of honor, and could never regain a life of prestige and dignity in place of disgrace and ignominy. In the same way, the ruler of Persia made serious attacks on Arabia and subjugated the inhabitants of those places. Thus, Shapur ibn Hurmuz, at the age of 16, took with him 4,000 combatants and attacked Arabs who resided within the boundaries of Persia, and then advanced towards Bahrain, Qatif, and Hajar, and ruined Banu Tamim, Banu Bakr ibn Wa'il, and Banu Abd al-Qais, and cut through the shoulders of 70,000 Arabs, after which his nickname became Dhul Aktaf. He forced the Arabs that they should live in tents built of hair, should grow long hair on their heads, should not wear white clothes, and should ride unsaddled horses. Then he settled 12,000 people of Isfahan and other cities of Persia in the area between Iraq and Syria. In this way, he drove the inhabitants of those places from fertile lands to waterless forests, which had neither any of the conveniences of life nor means of livelihood. And for long, these people remained the victims of others' oppression due to their own disunity and division. At last, Allah deputed the Prophet and raised them out of disgrace to the highest pinnacle of progress and sublimity. 5. Amir al-Mu'mineen, Abu Ayyub al-Ansari, Jabir ibn Abdullah al-Ansari, Abdullah ibn Mas'ud, Ammar ibn Yasir, Abu Sa'id al-Khudri, and Abdullah ibn Abbas narrated that the Holy Prophet commanded Ali ibn Abi Talib to fight those who are pledge breakers, deviators from truth, and those who have left the faith. Al-Mustadrak, Volume 3, page 139. Al-Istiyab, Volume 3, page 1117, USD Al-Ghaba, Volume 3, p. 32-33, Ad-Dur al-Manthur, Volume 6, page 18, Al-Khasa'is al-Kubra, Volume 2, page 138, Majma az-Zawayid, Volume 5, page 186, Volume 6, page 235, Volume 7, page 238, Kanz al-Umal, Volume 6, pp. 72, 82, 88, 155, 215, 319, 391, 392. Tarikh Baghdad, Volume
8, p. 340, Vol 13, pp. 186-187. Al-Tarikh, Ibn Asakir, Vol 5, p. 41. At-Tarikh, Ibn Kathir, Vol 7, pp. 304-306. Ar-Riyad An-Nadara, Vol 2, p. 240. Sharh al-Mawahib al-Ladunniya, Vol 3, pp. 316-317. Muwadda al-Awham, Vol 1, p. 386.
Ibn Abi al-Hadid says, "It has been proved from the Holy Prophet that he said to Ali, 'You will fight after me those who are pledge breakers, deviators from truth, and those who have gone out of the faith. Verily, those who swear their fealty unto thee do but swear fealty unto Allah. The hand of Allah is above their hands. So whosoever violateth his oath doth violate it only to the hurt of his self. And as for the deviators, they shall be for the hell a fuel." Quote, concerning the third group, Ibn Abil Hadid has referred to the following tradition that Al-Bukhari, Muslim, in As-Sahih, Volume 3, pp. 109-117, At-Tirmidhi, Ibn Majah, in As-Sunan, Volume I, pp. 59-62, An-Nasai, Malik ibn Anas, in Al-Muwatta, pp. 204-205, Ad-Darqutni, Ad-Darimi, in As-Sunan, Volume 2, page 133, Abu Dawood, Al-Hakim, in Al-Mustadrak, Volume 2, p. 145-154, Volume 4, page 531, Ahmad ibn Hanbal and Al-Bayhaqi in As-Sunan al-Kubra, Volume 8, pp. 170-171, have narrated through a group of the companions of the Holy Prophet that he said about Dhul Khuwaisira, "From this very person's posterity there will arise people who will recite the Qur'an, but it will not go beyond their throat. They will kill their followers of Islam and will spare the idol worshippers.
They will glance through the teaching of Islam as hurriedly as the arrow passes through its prey.
If I were to ever find them, I would kill them like Ad." This is the sign for his prophethood and his prophecy of the secret knowledge. 6. By Satan of the pit, the reference is to Dutha Thudeya, who was killed in Nahrawan by the stroke of lightning from the sky, and there was no need to kill him by sword. The whole prophet had foretold his death. Therefore, after the annihilation of the Kharijites at Nahrawan, Amir al-Mu'minin came out in search, but could not find his body anywhere. In the meantime, Ar-Rayyan ibn Sabira saw 40 to 50 bodies in a pit on the bank of the canal. When they were taken out, the body of Thudeya was also found among them. He was called Thudeya because of a mass of flesh on his shoulder. When Amir al-Mu'minin saw his body, he said, "Allah is great, neither I spoke lie, nor was I told wrong." Sermon 193. Now then, Allah the Glorified, the Sublime, created. It is related that a companion of Amir al-Mu'minin, called Hammam, one who was a man devoted to worship, said to him, "O Amir al-Mu'minin, describe to me the pious man in such a way as though I see them." Amir al-Mu'minin avoided the reply and said, "O Hammam, fear Allah and perform good acts, because Verily, Allah is with those who guard and those who do good. Hammam was not satisfied with this and pushed him to speak. Thereupon, Amir al-Mu'minin praised Allah and extolled him and sought his blessings on the Holy Prophet and then spoke.
يصف فيها المتقين فلم يقنع همام بذلك القول حتى عزم عليه.
Now then, Allah the Glorified, the Sublime, created creation. He created them without any need for their obedience or being safe from their sinning, because the sin of anyone who sins does not harm him, nor does the obedience of anyone who obeys him benefit him. He has distributed among them their livelihood and has assigned them their positions in the world.
أما بعد فإن الإله سبحانه وتعالى خلق الخلق حين خلقهم غنيا عن طاعتهم آمنا من معصيتهم لأن ضرته لا تضره.
معصية من عصاه ولا تنفعه طاعة من أطاعه، فقسم بينهم معايشهم ووضعهم من الدنيا مواضعهم. Thus, the God-fearing in it are the people of distinction. Their speech is to the point, their dress is moderate, and their gait is humble. They keep their eyes closed to what Allah has made unlawful for them, and they put their ears to that knowledge which is beneficial to them. They remain in the time of trials as though they remain in comfort. If there had not been fixed periods ordained for each, their spirits would not have remained in their bodies even for the twinkling of an eye, because of eagerness for the reward and fear of chastisement. The greatness of the Creator is seated in their heart, and so everything else appears small in their eyes. Thus to them, paradise is as though they see it and are enjoying its favors. To them, hell is also as if they see it and are suffering punishment in it. فالمتقون فيها هم أهل الفضائل، منطقهم الصواب وملبسهم الاقتصاد ومشيهم التواضع. غضوا أبصارهم عما حرمه الله عليهم، ووقفوا أسماعهم على العلم النافع لهم. نزلت أنفسهم منهم، فالبلاء كالتي نزلت في الرخاء. لولا الأجل الذي كتبه الله عليهم لم تستقر أرواحهم في أجسادهم طرفة عين شوقا إلى الثواب وخوفا من العقاب. عظم الخالق في أنفسهم فصغر ما دونه في أعينهم، فهم والجنة كمن قد رآها فهم فيها منعمون، وهم والنار كمن قد رآها فهم فيها معذبون.
Their hearts are grieved. Others are protected from their evils. Their bodies are thin. Their needs are scanty, and their souls are chaste.
They endured for a short while, and in consequence they secured comfort for a long time. It is a beneficial transaction that Allah made easy for them. The world aimed at them, but they did not aim at it. It captured them, but they freed themselves from it by a ransom. قلوبهم محزونة وشرورهم مأمونة وأجسادهم نحيفة وحاجاتهم خفيفة وأنفسهم عفيفة. صبروا أياما قصيرة، أعقبتهم راحة طويلة، تجارة مربحة يسرها لهم ربهم. إرادتهم الدنيا ولم يريدوها، وأسرتهم ففدوا أنفسهم منها. During a night, they are upstanding on their feet, reading portions of the Quran and reciting it in a well-measured way, creating through it grief for themselves and seeking by it the cure for their ailments. If they come across a verse creating eagerness, they pursue it avidly, and their spirits turn towards it eagerly, and they feel as if it is in front of them. And when they come across a verse which contains fear, they bend the ears of their hearts towards it, and feel as though the sound of hell and its cries are reaching their ears. They bend themselves from their backs, prostrate themselves on their foreheads, their palms, their knees, and their toes, and beseech Allah, the Sublime, for their deliverance. During the day, They are enduring, learned, virtuous, and God-fearing.
Fear has made them thin like arrows. If anyone looks at them, he believes they are sick, although they are not sick, and he says that they have gone mad. In fact, great concern has made them mad.
أما الليالي فصافوا أقدامهم تالين لأجزاء القرآن يرتلونها ترتيلا يحزنون به أنفسهم ويستثيرون به دواء دائهم فإذا مروا بآية فيها تشويق ركنوا إليها طمعا وتطلعت نفوسهم إليها شوقا وظنوا أنها نصب أعينهم وإذا مروا بآية فيها
تخويف أصغوا إليها مسامع قلوبهم وظنوا أن زفير جهنم وشهيقها فأصول آذانهم فهم حانون على أوساطهم مفترشون لجباههم ووكوفهم وأطراف أقدامهم يطلبون آله فيفارقون رقابهم. وأما النهار فحلماء علماء أبرار أتقياء قد براهم الخوف بري القداح ينظر إليهم الناظر فيحسبهم مرض وماء بالقوم من مرض ويقول قد خولطوا ولقد خالطهم أمر عظيم.
They are not satisfied with their meager good acts and do not regard their major acts as great.
They always blame themselves and are afraid of their deeds. When any one of them is spoken of highly, he says, I know myself better than others, and my Lord knows me better than I know. O Allah, do not deal with me according to what they say, and make me better than they think of me, and forgive me which they do not know.
لا يرضون من أعمالهم القليل ولا يستأثرون الثير فهم لأنفسهم متهمون ومن أعمالهم مشفقون. إذا زك أحد منهم خاف مما يقال له فيقول أنا أعلم بنفسي من غيري ورب أعلم من بنفس.
اللهم لا تواخذنا بما يقولون واجعلني أفضل مما يظنون واغفر لهم ما لا يعلمون. Among the signs of any one of them is that you will see that he has strength in religion, determination along with leniency, faith with conviction, eagerness for knowledge, and knowledge with forbearance, moderation in riches, devotion in worship, gracefulness in starvation, endurance in hardship, desire for the lawful, pleasure in guidance, and hatred from greed. He performs virtuous deeds, but still feels afraid. In the evening, he is anxious to offer thanks. In the morning, his anxiety is to remember. He passes the night in fear and rises in the morning in joy. Fear lest night is passed in forgetfulness, and joy over the favor and mercy received by him. If his self refuses to endure a thing which it does not like, he does not grant its request towards what it likes. The coolness of his eye lies in what is to last forever, while from the things that will not last he keeps aloof. He transfuses knowledge with forbearance and speech with action. فمن علامة أحدهم أن ترى له قوة في دين وحزما في لين وإيمانا في يقين وحرصا في علم وعلما في حلم وقصدا في غنى وخشوعا في عبادة وتجملا في فاقة وصبرا في شدة وطلبا في حلال ونشاطا في هدى وتحرجا عن طمع. يعمل الأعمال الصالحة وهو عل وجل يهمه الشر ويصبح وهمه الذكر. يبيت حذرا ويصبح فرحا، حذرا لما حذر من الغفلة وفرحا بما أصاب من الفضل والرحمة. إن استصعبت عليه نفسه فيما تراه لم يعطيها سؤلها فيما تحب. قرة عينه فيما لا يزول وزهادته فيما لا يبقى. يمزج الحلم بالعلم والقول بالعمل. You will see his hopes simple, his shortcomings few, his heart fearing, his spirit contented, his meal small and simple, his religion safe, his desires dead, and his anger suppressed.
Good alone is expected from him. Evil from him is not to be feared. Even if he is found among those who forget, he is counted among those who remember. But if he is among the rememberers, he is not counted among the forgetful. He forgives him who is unjust to him, and he gives to him who deprives him. He behaves well with him who behaves ill with him.
تراه قريبا أمله قليلا زله خاشعا قلبه قانعة نفسه منزورا أكله سهلا أمره حريزا دينه ميتة شهوته مظلوما غيظه.
الخير منه مأمول والشر منه مأمون. إن كان في الغافلين كتب في الذل آكرين، وإن كان في الذل آكرين لم يتب. من الغافلين يعفو عمن ظلمه ويعطي من حرمه ويصل من قطعه. Indecent speech is far from him. His utterance is lenient. His evils are non-existent. His virtues are ever present. His good is ahead, and mischief has turned its face. He is dignified during calamities, patient in distresses, and thankful during ease. He does not commit excess over him whom he hates, and does not commit sin for the sake of him whom he loves. He admits truth before evidence is brought against him. He does not misappropriate what is placed in his custody, and does not forget what he is required to remember. He does not call others bad names. He does not cause harm to his neighbor. He does not feel happy at others' misfortunes. He does not enter into wrong and does not go out of right. بعيدا فحشة لينا قوله غائبا منيرة حاضرا معروفة مقبلا خيره مدبرا شره. في الزلازل وقور وفي المارة صبور وفي الرخاء شور لا يحيف على من يبغض ولا يأثم في من يحب. يعترف بالحق قبل أن يشهد عليه. لا يضيع ما استحفظ ولا ينسى ما ذكر ولا ينابز بالألقاب ولا يضار بالجار ولا يشمت بالمصائب ولا يدخل فت. الباطل ولا يخرج من الحق. If he is silent, his silence does not grieve him. If he laughs, he does not raise his voice. And if he is wronged, he endures till Allah takes revenge on his behalf. His own self is in distress because of him, while the people are in ease from him. He puts himself in hardship for the sake of his next life, and makes people feel safe from himself. His keeping away from those who distance themselves from him is by way of asceticism and purification, and his nearness to those who draw near to him is by way of leniency and mercifulness. His keeping away is not by way of vanity or feeling of greatness, nor his nearness by way of deceit and cheating. إن صمته لم يغمه صمته وإن ضحك لم يعل صوته وإن بغى عليه صبر حتى يؤذي إلهه هو الذي ينتقم له. نفسه منه فعناء والناس منه فراحة. أتعب نفسه للآخرته وأراح الناس من نفسه. بعده عمن تباعد عنه زهد ونزاهة ودنوه ممن دنا منه لين ورحمة ليس تباعده ببر وعظمة ولا دنوه بمر وخديعة. It is related that Hammam passed into a deep swoon and then expired. Then Amir al-Mu'mineen said, "Verily, by Allah, I had this fear about him." Then he added, "Effective advice produces such effects on receptive minds." Someone too said to him, "O Amir al-Mu'mineen, how is it you do not receive such an effect?" Amir al-Mu'mineen replied, "Woe to you! For death there is a fixed hour which cannot be exceeded, and a cause which does not change. Now look, never repeat such talk which Satan had put on your tongue." قال فصعق همام رحمه الله صعقة كانت نفسه فيها. فقال أمير المؤمنين عليه السلام: أما والله لقد كنت أخافها عليه، ثم قال: هذا تصنع المواعظ البالغة بأهلها.
فقال له قائل: فما بالك يا أمير المؤمنين؟
فقال عليه السلام: ويحك، إن للأجل وقتا لا يعده وسببا لا يتجاوزه، فمهلا لا تعد لمثلها، فإنما نفث الشيطان على لسانك.
Alternative sources for Sermon 193.
كتاب سليم ابن قيس 211.
الصدوق العملي 340.
Ibn Qutayba Uyun 2 352.
Al-Harrani Tuhaf 159.
Sibt ibn al-Jawzi Tadhkira 148. Ibn Talha Matalib I 151. Al-Qarajiki Kenz 31. Al-Mas'udi Muruj 2 420.
Abdel Zahra mentions 8 commentaries on this famous khutbah al-Qasiyah.
1. According to Ibn Abil Hadid, this is Hammam ibn Shuraykh, but Al-Allama al-Majlisi says that apparently this is Hammam ibn Obada. 2. This man was Abdullah ibn al-Kawa, who was in the forefront of the Kharijite movement and was a great opponent of Amir al-Mu'minin.
Sermon 194. We praise Allah for the succor He has given us.
In description of hypocrites.
ومن خطبة الله عليه السلام.
يصف فيها المنافقين.
We praise Allah for the succor He has given us in carrying out His obedience and in preventing us from disobedience, and we ask Him to complete His favors and to make us hold on to His rope. We stand witness that Muhammad is His slave and His messenger. He entered every hardship in search of Allah's pleasure and endured for its sake every grief. His near relations changed themselves for him, and those who were remote from him united against him. The Arabs let loose the reins against him and struck the bellies of their carriers to infighting against him, so much so that enemies came to his threshold from the remotest places and most distant areas.
نحمده على ما وفق له من الطاعة وزاد عنه من المعصية ونسأله لمن انتهى تماما وبحبله اعتصاما ونشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله خاض الرضوان إلهه كل غمره وتجرع فيه كل غصه وقد تلون له الأدمون وتال نب عليه الأقسون وخلعت إليه العرب أعناتها وضربت المحاربته بطون رواحلها حتى أنزلت بساحته عداوتها من أبعد الدار.
وأسحق المزار. I advise you, O creatures of Allah, to fear Allah, and I warn you of the hypocrites, because they are themselves misguided and misguide others, and they have slipped and make others slip too. They change into many colors and adopt various ways. They support you with all sorts of supports and lay in waiting for you at every lookout. Their hearts are diseased, while their faces are clean. They walk stealthily and tread like the approach of sickness. Their words speak of cure, but their acts are like incurable diseases. They are jealous of ease, intensify distress, and destroy hopes. Their victims are found lying down on every path, while they have means to approach every heart, and they have tears for every grief.
أوصيكم عباد الله بتقوى إله وأحذركم أهل النفاق فإن هم الضالون المضلون والزالون المزلون يتلونون ألوانا ويفتنون افتنانا يعمدونهم بالعماد ويرصدونهم بالمرصاد قلوبهم دوية وصفاحهم نقية يمشون الخفاء ويدبون الضراء وصفهم دواء وقولهم شفاء وفعلهم اللداء العياء حسدة الرخاء
وموكد البلاء ومقنط الرجاء. لهم بل طريق صريع والكل قلب شفيع وللشجو دموع. They eulogize each other and expect reward from each other. When they ask something, they insist on it. If they reprove, they disgrace. And if they pass verdict, they commit excess. They have adopted for every truth a wrong way, for every erect thing a bender, for every living being a killer, for every door a key, and for every night a lamp. They covet, but with despair, in order to maintain with it their markets and to popularize their handsome merchandise. When they speak, they create doubts. When they describe, they exaggerate. First, they offer easy paths, but they make them narrow. In short, they are the party of Satan and the stings of fire. They are Satan's party. Beware.
Verily, the party of Satan are the losers.
يتقارضون الثناء ويتراقبون الجزاء. إن سألوا ألحفوا وإن عذلوا كشفوا وإن حموا أسرفوا. قد أعدوا والي الحق باطلا وللقائم مائلا وللحق قاتلا وللباب مفتاحا وللليل مصباحا. يتوصلون الآل طمع باليأس ليقيموا به أسواقهم وينفعوا به أعلاقهم. يقولون فيشبهون ويصفون فيموهون. قد هيأوا الطريق وأضلعوا المضيق. Alternative sources for Sermon 194. اليماني التراز 2-308. العامدي غرر 54-269. Sermon 195. Praise be to Allah who has displayed such effects. Allah's praise, advice about fear of Allah, and details about the Day of Judgment. Hamdulillah wa shahadatan. Praise be to Allah who has displayed such effects of His authority and the glory of His sublimity through the wonders of His might, that they dazzle the pupils of the eyes and prevent the minds from appreciating the reality of His attributes. I stand witness that there is no God but Allah by virtue of belief, certainty, sincerity, and conviction. I also stand witness that Muhammad is His slave and His prophet, whom He deputed when the signs of guidance were obliterated and the ways of religion were desolate. So, He threw open the truth, gave advice to the people, guided them towards righteousness, and ordered them to be moderate. May Allah bless him and his descendants. Alhamdulillah, الذي أظهر من آثار سلطانه وجلال كبريائه ما حير مقل العقول من عجائب قدرته وردع خطرات. هماهم النفوس عن عرفان كن صفته. وأشهد أن لا إله إلا الله شهادة إيمان وإيقان وإخلاص وإذعان. وأشهد أن محمدًا عبده ورسوله أرسله وإعلام الهدى دارسه ومناهج الدين طامسه فصدع بالحق ونصح للخلق وهدى الرشد وأمر بالقصد صلى الله عليه وآله وسلم. Know, O creatures of Allah, that He has not created you for naught and has not left you free. He knows the extent of His favors over you and the quantity of His bounty towards you. Therefore, ask Him for success and for the attainment of aims. Beg before Him and seek His generosity. No curtain hides you from Him, nor is any door closed before you against Him. He is at every place, in every moment, and every instance. He is with every man and jinn. Giving does not create any breach in Him. Gifting does not cause Him diminution. A beggar cannot exhaust Him, and paying cannot take Him to the end. وَاعْلَمُوا عِبَادِ اللَّهِ أَنَّهُ لَمْ يَخْلُقْكُمْ عَبَثًا وَلَمْ يُرْسِلْهُمْ هَمَلًا عَالِمٌ مُبَلِّغُ نِعْمَةٍ عليم وأحصى إحسانه أليم، فاستفتحوه واستنجحوه واطلبوا إليه واستمنحوه، فما قطعا عنه حجاب ولا أغلق عنهم دونه باب، وإنه لبل مناع، وفي كل حين ووان، ومع كل إنس وجان، لا يثلمه العطاء ولا ينقصه الحباء، ولا يستنفذه سائل ولا يستقصيه نائل.
One person cannot turn his attention from another. One voice does not detract him from another voice, and one grant of favor does not prevent him from refusing another favor. Anger does not prevent him from mercy. Mercy does not prevent him from punishing. His concealment does not hide his manifestness, and his manifestness does not prevent him from concealment. He is near and at the same time distant. He is high and at the same time low. He is manifest and also concealed. He is concealed, yet well known. He lends, but is not lent anything. He has not created creation after devising, nor did he take their assistance on account of fatigue.
ولا يلويه شخص عن شخص، ولا يلهيه صوت عن صوت، ولا تجزوه هبة عن سلب، ولا يشغله غضب عن رحمة، ولا توليه رحمة عن عقاب، ولا يجنه البطون عن الظهور، ولا يقطعه الظهور عن البطون، قرب فناء، وعلى فدنا، وظهر فبطن، وبطن فعلا، ودان ولم يدن، لم يذر الخلق باحتيال، ولا استعان بهم للآل.
I advise you, O creatures of Allah, to have fear of Allah, for it is the rein and the mainstay. Hold fast to its salient points, keep hold of its realities. It will take you to abodes of easiness, places of comfort, fortresses of safety, and houses of honor on the day when eyes will be wide open, when there will be darkness all round, when small groups of camels pregnant for 10 months will be allowed free grazing, and when the horn will be blown, then every living being will die, every voice will become dumb. The high mountains and hard rocks will crumble, so that their hard stones will turn into moving sand, and their bases will become level. There will be no interceder to intercede, and no relation to ward off, and no excuse will be of avail.
أوصموا عباد الإله بتقوى إله، فإنها الزمام والقوام، فتمسكوا بوثائقها، واعتصموا بحقائقها، تولوا بملء الأكنان الدعى، وأوطان السعى، ومعاقل الحرز، ومنازل العز، فيوم تشخص فيه الأبصار، وتظلم له الأقطار، وتعطي لفيه صروم العشار، وينفخ في الصور، فتزهق كل مهجة، وتبأم كل لهجة، وتذل شيم الشم، ومخخ والصم الرواسخ، فيصير صلدها سرابا رقرقا، ومعهدها قاعا سملقا، فلا شفيع يشفع، ولا حميم ينفع، ولا معذرة تدفع.
Alternative sources for Sermon 195. Al-Majlisi, Bihar, Volume 74, 314. Sermon 196. Allah deputed the Prophet when no sign of guidance assisted. The condition of the world at the time of the proclamation of prophethood, the transience of this world, and the state of its inhabitants. Allah deputized the Prophet when no sign of guidance existed, no beacon was giving light, and no passage was clear.
بعثه حين لا علم قائم، ولا منار ساطع، ولا منهج واضح.
العظة بالزهد. I advise you, O creatures of Allah, to have fear of Allah, and I warn you of this world, which is a house from which departure is inevitable, and a place of discomfort.
He who lives in it has to depart, and he who stays here has to leave it.
It is drifting with its people like a boat whom severe winds dash in the deep sea.
Some of them get drowned and die, while some of them escape on the surface of the waves, where winds push them with their currents and carry them towards their dangers. So, whatever is drowned cannot be restored, and whatever escapes is on the way to destruction. أوصيكم عباد الله بتقوى إله وأحذركم الدنيا فإنها دار شخوص ومحل تنغيص ساكنها ضاع وقاطنها بائن تميد بأهلها ميدان السفينة تقصفها العواصف فلجج البحار فمنهم الغرق الوبق ومنهم الناج علمت المتون الأمواج.
تحفزه الرياح بأذيالها وتحمله على أهوالها، فما غرق منها فليس بمستدرك وما نجا منها فالمهلك.
O creatures of Allah, you should know now that you have to perform acts because your tongues are free, your bodies are healthy, your limbs have movement, the area of your coming and going is vast, and the course of your running is wide. Before the loss of opportunity or the approach of death. Take death's approach as an accomplished fact, and do not think it will come.
عباد الله الآن فاعلموا والألسن مطلقة والأبدان صحيحة والأعضاء لدنة والمنقلب فسيح والمجال عريض قبل إرهاق الفوت وحلول الموت فحققوا عليم نزوله ولا تنتظروا قدومه.
Alternative sources for Sermon 196.
العامدي غرر 87